Mal. Morning, Richie. How you doing, mate? Morning, God. How you doing, mate? Oh, shit. It's still early. Chilling, man. How's everybody? It's just us, man. It's an early morning. It's just us. Holy Enzo. Did you see his buffs? He might be usable, right? He might actually... I'm going to read through the buffs here in a second. He might be a halfway decent... support again, right? You need coffee? It's early? Bro, you're not telling me anything. I need coffee. It's early, too. I need coffee. It's early, too. All right, let's skim through this. Let's skim through this hotfix, guys. So today we had hotfix 1.2.22. There was a lot of buffs passed out to some descendants. So we're going to read through those and see how much this is going to change the descendants you're already not playing and see if we can get them up to actually being playable. I'm not going to read through this descendant rebalance. They've mentioned it numerous times. They just say they're going to continue to rebalance descendants and try to make things a little bit better for everybody. So let's start out with Valby. Valby's plop is getting a skill increase, which is already insane. She's going to go from 182 to 223 in the skill power. Cleanup is going to go from 277 to 366. Not much. What, are you talking about just the increases? They're increases that already don't need to be there, though, right? Like, they're just... Even though it's a... I mean, it's still a net increase of 50 skill power. But her plop's already so good. How you doing, Pub Dad? It's just all of these are just increases on descendants that don't really need it right now, but we'll see how it goes. I mean, it's just going to make them more usable, right? Cleanup, 277 to 366. Move speed application fixed at 1,000. Move speed increased by 300. Increases by 20%. Oh, they definitely increased the speed on a lot of these guys. Tidal wave. Move speed application fixed at 1,000. Move speed increased by 300. Increased by 20%. Wish she got more range. I think that is what they need to be looking at right now instead of increasing power. I think if they were increasing like range and duration on some of these things, it'd be better. Dark mode. I can't get dark mode on the First Descendants website, man. Dark mode or riot? You're gonna riot then, baby. I can't get dark mode on this. You guys keep telling me about this dark reader. I'm on Brave right now. This is actually Brave. This isn't Firefox, but definitely might look at it, installing it at some point. Supply moisture. Glorp shrug. Tell you what, Markov, you come over here and install it for me, and I'll let it. We'll let it ride, and I'll even touch your butt. How does that sound? It's a win-win. You come over, you install the extensions, and you get your butt touched. It's a net positive for everybody. I mean, it's at least a net positive for me twice, so. Crown flag. Markov, go for it. That's what I'm saying. Just do it. What up, mister? Supply moisture. Firearm attack increase from 10 to 35%, which could be good if we were using firearms right. And then firearm explosive attack by 35%, which is good. Cannot touch ass. Operation not permitted. Oh, it's permitted. Act like it's not permitted. It's permitted. You don't have to lie. We're all friends here. If you come over, you're installing Linux. I will tell you this. If you come over and you install Linux, if you can get all of my apps running, I'll take it. If you can get everything running, I'll take it, because I used to run Linux and I loved it. But that was like 20 years ago. It'll go on the OnlyFans for sure. What distro? It was just like Ubuntu, but it was like 20 years ago, man. It was literally like 20 years ago. I told you it was 20 years ago. Yeah, it was good 20 years ago. Now it's not. That's savage. Bunny's such a bully for Inez now. I haven't got to, well, I mean, I read it, but we're gonna look at it. We're gonna mess with some builds today. Her speed is so fucking good, dude. We'll mess with it. We're gonna redo some Descendants today. Yeah, I mean, if the problem is right now, a lot of things are just standardized for Windows, and when you're a streamer and you're downloading random software, there's not a lot of documentation on how to make certain things work, because it's just so obscure and so few people use it, right? So for me, unfortunately, sticking with Windows seems to be the play, just because you're downloading and trying different software and different applications and different things being a bitch so frequently that it's better if there's just absolutely no like conflicts. What up, pub? Oh, thank you for that, mate. All right, let's cook. So supply moisture, we already went over. Blair got a little bit of love. Blair got a little bit of love in some of the casting times, which was a lot of people's main complaints. Casting time reduction, flame zone, retrieval time is cut in half. Burn taste, move speed during casting, minus 100 to minus 20%. So that's a pretty good speed up, right? Deadly cuisine goes from minus 100 to minus 20%. He's still got a nerf, but it's very little. We'll have to see how that feels. For his backdraft module, extinguish, firearm attack increase per stack from 5% to 20%. They're really trying to push some of these guys to be gun descendants. They really like cranked Valby's damage up too. Add firearm explosive attack 20%. Man, they're really pushing these guys to use weapons. Now, if they only made weapons good, we would consider it. Skill cast time reduction, flame zone retrieval time cut in half, which is nice. Deadly cuisine move speed got a buff, right, to negative 20%. Truly deadly cuisine module. Skill power got an even bigger increase from 12,000 to 17,000. Wow. Move speed debuff got reduced. Projectile speed increased by 100%. That's pretty fast. Classic chef module, and the move speed got taken off of there. The move speed nerf got taken off of there. These are some pretty substantial buffs. I mean, they're definitely trying to get everybody in line with Inez from a skill descendant standpoint. So, I mean, these are pretty substantial buffs. Sharon, her beam got a, was that a 300% skill power increase? Her active camo, she got a buff to move speed on that, which is pretty crazy. Shock nuts, they really need range and not damage, because I never really had problems with them killing things, but they just fucking quadrupled the damage on shock nuts. So that the shock nuts ambush might be a good combo right now, even though it has really bad range. Ambush active camo move speed increased to 40%. Wow. Overcharge edge module move speed increase on that. Area suppression, the per sword went up. That's the module I already use, and it does a lot of damage, especially because you're normally in a crit build. So adding that additional base damage is just going to make it to where you're almost guaranteed to get the one shots a lot easier. So a little bit of love for Sharon. Enzo got quite a bit of love, I think. Let's see. I don't use Enzo a lot for support, so I don't have a really good frame of reference for this. But if anybody out there uses him for support and can be like, hey, this is a big deal, let me know. Early stream, I had to, man. Like, I wake up in the morning. There was a balance patch, and I have like a wedding that I have to go to later on today, so I'm gonna have to get off a little bit early. But then I like look in the directory, and there's like a shitload of people watching First Descendant that like never watch First Descendant this time of the day. So I'm like, dude, if there's that much interest in the First Descendant in my time slot that's never here, I might as well get on and just try to hang out with people, you know? I just didn't expect so much early interest. I was really surprised. How's Isa doing? Haley got some love too. We'll get to Haley here in a minute. So for Enzo, start supply, new effect, grants quick load upon supplying bullets. They don't really do a lot with the reload time increase modifier, so I'm curious if they're going to start trying to increase it, because it's not really beneficial. So we'll have to see how that 60% helps, but that could be really helpful because that's increasing the DPS you can do. So yeah, if I'm good with Linux, bro, I'm 20 years old good with Linux. I'm not 20 years current good with Linux. I'll check it out. Did you post something fucking weird in there? You'll give me a quick load? I'll take a quick load. How about we swap? You give me a quick load, I'll give you a quick load. Did you just fucking DM me, or did you post it in like Gen? Where'd you post that? General chat? Fucking Lamal. Fucking Lamal. Operation not permitted. You need to get better. Saw you on YouTube stream. You look nice. I appreciate that, Malenko. We tried to put in work and represent the community. Dude, that was funny. How you doing, Kamishi? I'm alive. Had a message earlier today. Even now, it hurts more, but you're worth it. But it's worth it. Oh, dude. I'm sorry you're not feeling good, Isa. Pre-season where you play Bunny or you walk around and view the scenery. Well, I haven't got a chance to mess with her, so we're going to see how much a lot of these buffs are. But good morning, Chaos. Morning, Deadshot. Honest opinion, Bunny and Sharon are the most beneficial. Sharon got a really good buff on her shock nuts, but without the range on it, I don't really like that gameplay, because I've played her, and even though her shock nuts ambush does like a lot of damage, it still takes a very long time to clear zones because you just don't have the range you need. With her per sword increase, it's just going to help ensure you get those one-shot kills a lot easier when you're using spin to win. So that's going to make her, like, her general mobbing build a little bit more lethal. I don't see it being a major increase other than some speed increases, but you guys can always tell me. The joke, I did a pseudo, so it made the women immutable. Killing me. Deep tissue. Oh, you had a massage. I thought I read message. Blue marks in pain, but it's always good in the long run. That's what you say. You always say that it feels good after the fact, but when it happens, it sucks. Your permanent bionic bunny build? No other build is good at all. Times 1600. We'll have to get in and mess with it. We'll mess with it here in a little bit. How do I get the stuff from YouTube stream? To reach the... What do you mean? What do you mean? How do you get the stuff from YouTube streaming for reaching the viewers required? Oh my God, so early? I had to, mate. I had to, or. All right, let's get through Enzo while I'm trying to catch up on chat and stuff. Enzo start supply, grant quick load upon supplying bullets. You get a faster reload. Explosive drone. They really want people to use explosive drone. They increased it by almost another 1,000 in skill power. I think the problem with explosive drone is it still just doesn't have any range, but we'll mess with some explosive drone. Perfect support. Field bullet supply increase, which is good. Intercept bullets increase, which is good as well. So concentrated fire module, explosive drone goes up even higher to 3,000. Concentrated fire increased skill power by 3.8% of max shield. Skill power increased by 380 at a max shield of 10,000. That doesn't seem worth it. Do you guys like think that's worth it? I mean, it's only an increase of 380 skill power. I don't know. I don't use Enzo, but that feels like when your skill power modifier is 3,200, increasing skill power by 380 just kind of feels like it is what it is, right? Oh yeah, Nell's definitely a replacement for the vaults. Absolutely, a buff is a buff. It's very low. It's not worth it. I mean, I'm just not seeing where it's a huge buff. I mean, it's a buff, but it just doesn't seem like a huge buff. Unless I'm wrong. Firearm critical hit rate, 2% max shield up to 70. That's kind of nice. Field bullet supply amount 4 to 7. Intercept bullet 4 to 7. That's kind of nice, right? Do you guys play concentrated fire module? Is that for your team or is that just for yourself? How about go and try it? I might. I just don't, the skill power thing doesn't seem important to me because it's just such a low number. Getting an increase of 380 on your skill power when your skill power modifier is 3,200 is not very impressive to me. But also, the good news about having a community is I can crowdsource answers from people who have already messed with some of this stuff, and it helps. Concentrated, never used. I have to look at it. It's the best part about having a community is you can crowdsource answers. Waiting for Dia? You're going to be waiting for a while. Cryptid vaults, why do we need those? You haven't touched them in a while. I only ever use them for like one mat, right? There's like one mat that I'll go get. Translation error. It's just called focus fire and it's just him. Okay. So it's basic. I mean, it's good. Like, this is good, but as a gun descendant, there are better gun descendants than him. So even if he can get a firearm critical hit rate of 100%, there are other people who are doing more damage, like Serena, that he'll never be able to compete with. Because he doesn't have skill damage on top of this. Crowdsource Linux memes. Hey, I'll take them. They make me laugh. Yeah, unfortunately, this just doesn't seem like this is going to put him in the running for a skill descendant. Because you have Serena. Or for a gun descendant because you have Serena. Or because you have Valby. Valby can do gun damage plus do like water damage. Blair can do gun damage plus he can do fire damage. It just feels like Enzo, like it's not bad, but it's not really anything making me excited. Each crit extends the duration of it. Oh, you're saying like that's on the mod itself? Is like as long as you're getting crits, you're keeping crits. So on a good gun, it's handy, but I wouldn't use it over ammo supply thing. That's what I'm saying. Like this is good, but I wouldn't use this on Enzo because I wouldn't use Enzo as a gun DPS descendant. So you're going to be more inclined to use one of his higher up mods, right? Just because there's no reason to use Enzo as a gun descendant when there are better gun descendants. No matter how much you can give him 150% crit rate that bypasses crit defense on enemies, and it's still not going to be better than some of the other gun descendants. I mean, they're doing what they can, but he doesn't have it. He's definitely a support. It's going to be hard to break him out of that support unless you give him something like Serena has. There's a bug with the ascending 4-piece not working right now, so Pocket Enzo's the workaround. Is there a bug with it? Did it just happen this update? I don't know. We'll get further down to Glay because it looks like Glay got some love, so Glay might be your rocket launcher runner anyway. Might just run Glay with rocket launchers now. Sin's running with Enzo because of it. That makes sense. That makes sense. All right, Haley. So for Haley, we got her cryo rounds got an additional 150% damage. Not bad. Zenith, firearm attack increase from 50 to 200%. That might be useful. In the future, they had to bypass normal mode for hard mode for a short period of time, mister. For new and returning players. This doesn't seem too bad because Zenith was mostly skill damage, right? In the past, like that's why back in the day when we built it, you could put a perforator with like basically no build on it because it didn't really do that much carrying. A lot of it was the skill itself. So we'll definitely have to look at that. I don't see Zenith like coming back and replacing ATAMs and Serena, but it could make it useful, at least somewhat. They forgot Lepic. Is there nothing on here for Lepic at all? That's interesting. I didn't even notice that when I skimmed it this morning. Doesn't refill bullets. Reported the issue. Responded was, try doing the mission a few more times. Try reinstalling the game. That's funny. Was never on the list. He was in the preview that they showed on Twitter. If you go watch the preview they show on Twitter, Lepic is in there. Because there was like 9 Descendants that they showed like a flash of for the update, and he was in there. I know because I was using that to determine which... Yeah, see, I was using that to determine who to go get screen grabs of. And Lepic was on there. The tower looks hella different. I haven't even walked around it yet. I only bought one bathing suit. I didn't buy them all. If you guys want to give me money, then I'll buy them all. But if nobody gives me the $100 that it takes to buy them all, then I'm not buying them all. Jaber needs a nerf. Dude, are you excited for his rework? All right, so Haley. Cryo rounds, additional damage, 50 to 200%. Zenith, firearm attack, 50% to 200, which is kind of cool. Super cooled Kuiper round module. So nobody ever uses her modules. Firearm attack increased from 25%. Is that all the time? Is that all the time that she gets that increase? I need to look at that mod. That's a big increase on firearm attack. Again, though, if you don't have guns that can like nuke entire rooms, it's not that big of a deal. But cryogenic cluster mod, additional damage, 100%, explosive damage. It's a pretty big one on the explosive damage. I don't know if that's going to make them actually do enough damage to be useful, or if they're just going to be a thing that, you know, just facilitates you doing more damage. But this could be fun. These could be kind of fun on Haley. The problem is I don't see Zenith overtaking ATAMs and Serena. No matter what you do. I just don't see it happening right now. So Bunny, her speed of light increases her by 200. Max power, movement speed during casting, minus 300 to minus 50. It's good. Electric transition model. Add sprint speed, increase by 200. Bionic fuel, add sprint speed, increase by 200. What does bionic fuel change? Well, even if you add bionic fuel, it's just going to make you run faster, but you're going to lose everything from electric condenser, right? I don't know if I like that. We need to look at Bunny. Getting that additional sprint speed of 200 could be good, but I mean, for general mobbing, it might be better. I don't know, but you're going to lose electric condense if you do that. They really want people to use that Predator Instinct module. Use HP or MP for fuel. Yeah, so you lose electric condenser. Yeah, because I remember we were talking about the Bionic Bunny build before. And then just putting a lot of shield on her and just running Bionic Bunny. We looked at it. We talked about it. I didn't want to give up electric condense, but I could see the utility of it for general mobbing. Right? Because she's not going to die. So she's not going to die. You can get a bunch of extra shields. You could put shield modules on her components. And you could run her around like that. I mean, the extra speed is going to be nice for sure, but I don't know. We might mess with it. No Sharon balance. She was balanced some. She was balanced some a little bit up, Sizzle. She got a little bit of love. Some people are saying that she was one of the better buffs, but I didn't think it was anything too meaningful. It's good for you, only mobbing and speedrunning. That's what I thought, mister. So for Glay, Frenzied, her firearm attack goes up to 30% instead of 15 as a base. And then her firearm explosive attack goes from 15% to 50%. Increase sensory when frenzied. Remove movement speed decrease. Add firearm critical hit damage increase by 10%. And add weak point damage increase by 10%. And then her Predator Instinct module, where I think you're going to gain benefit out of this is if you're running rocket launcher. Because like Vash did some calculations on this module a while back. And the reason nobody really used it is because of the ramp up to get to tier 2. So you were losing damage on the front end to get to the ramp up on tier 2. And for most enemies, especially like Colossus, they would be dead realistically before you got to tier 2. So you were losing a lot of damage. But in general mobbing, it might actually be worth using. But with this, the firearm explosive attack goes up to 70%. So if you're using a restored relic build, this is going to give you a lot of bonus damage. So this might make a restored relic Glay even more deadly. That's what I'm sitting here thinking. It looks like if you're running like a restored relic build, this might actually be worth running for that extra 70% damage. And you're not going to get a move speed nerf on it other than walking around with a rocket launcher. But that's a movement speed nerf because of the launcher, right? Not because she's frenzied. But if mobs get one shot anyway, what's the point? It's true. Well, the fact that they're adding 50, like they're moving it to 50% base is already big, right? Like you're getting 50% base. The only difference would be on yellow bars, but more than likely we would just need to see if you're already nuking yellow bars with restored relic without the increase. Super sensor module. Super senses when frenzied. Move speed decreased 50% to 30%. It's already not worth using. Farm critical hit damage increase. Weak point damage 30%. I mean, it might not be bad if you're planting your feet and just killing a boss. The only downside again about this is we have Serena, right? Like this gets me excited for Glay until I remember that I can just load up Serena. So these are good. These are definitely good, but Serena. Content improvements. I'm going to skim through these pretty quick. Void Erosion Purge has been streamlined to 10 stages. This is going to be the Order, Fire, Toxic, Electric, Toxic. I hate this fucking Toxic stage. I guarantee it's still the shitty one. Serena's just a winged menace. I mean, it's just hard not to use her. Right? It's literally just hard not to use her. Updated progress is scaled by 1/3 based on the existing progress. Wait, what? Guys, I'm dumb. What does this sentence mean? Progress is scaled by 1/3 based on... Are they just saying that they've just cut it in a third? Basically, I'm just assuming that just means they just lowered the stages from 30 to 10. 30's got less elites. Does it really? Is it that much easier, or? Unlike before, Void Erosion Purge normal stage 10 will require players to carry out 1 of 5 different missions. Wait, what? It's just personal stuff? Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Let's hope we'll not be one-shotting stuff in Axiom with these buffs. You will, Kuro. You will. You will. 100%. Okay, that makes sense, guys. Thanks for clarifying for me, because I'm dumb, so thanks for clarifying. You will be one-shotting stuff on the Axiom Plains, Kuro. I guarantee it. Unlike before, the Purge Stage 10 will require players to carry out 1 of 5 different missions. Each mission will change.
I love gay porn. I'm watching gay porn right now. I hate my job because I love gay porn.
Thank you, Danny. How you doing this morning? Level 10 is now more open space. It's a lot faster. If it's faster, how can it be faster? Are you guys clearing it in a minute per run? Level 10's the circular room?
I'm cold and wet.
What are you guys clearing that one in like 30 seconds then? That's crazy. Enable public operation in all stages, which is good. Purge challenge is now unlocked by completing any of the 5 stage 10 missions, obviously. Change the completion requirement for the medals to be clear stage 10 1,000 times. Remove void 30. Removed void erosion purge normal from the leaderboards. Interesting. Adjusted the rewards for each stage to streamline with the new stages. That's fine. Improved lighting in purge zones to make it brighter. I mean, that's always nice. Fix some terrain and hidden aerial movements. That's nice too. I mean, I can definitely see. You guys having issues buying Caliber? I bought like 500 this morning and I didn't have any issues with it at all. I could see, like, especially if you're running the circular room with, say, Serena, it's going to be much, much easier. So, because if you're running, like, if the circular room is up and running, it's going to make using Serena that much easier. So, a good Serena build is not going to be a bad thing anymore on certain stages. More on the speed. I figured it was just going to be the speed. Weapon cores are now available for defeating monsters and completing missions. In Infiltration 400 and Sigma. Wait, what? What? Interesting. Weapon cores are now available for available as rewards for defeating monsters and completing missions in Infiltration 400s, Sigma, and normal and high risk difficulties. So you don't get good ones, but you get some. Only 500 swimsuit sets 5K. I didn't have the money to buy it, Code. If I had the money to buy the whole set, I would have bought the whole set, but I don't have the money. So because I didn't have the money, I just bought the new Serena one, and that was the only one I bought. If I had the money, I would buy them. I just don't have the money. This is interesting. You still have the money in your account. Sometimes I've had issues where if you don't buy stuff for the First Descendant for a while, Steam kind of like messes up the transaction, and then you have to get a hold of Steam. Yeah, it sounds like that's a Steam issue. You have to get a hold of Steam and tell them that you're actually trying to do it and that your account's not being scammed. Your supporting so hopefully help a little. I appreciate you, mate. It all helps. It all helps. So here's the move speed. Adjusted the upper limit of move speed. Sprint speed went up to 1600. Aiming goes to 15, and while firing goes to 15. Upper and lower limits have been set for some move speed multipliers. Move speed while aiming, lower limit negative 90 to 120. 90 to 120. Yeah, so it's definitely... Let me move this for a second just so I don't get idled out. I just don't want to get idled out. Yep, I definitely have it happening, especially with the First Descendant. After it's been a while, they will like flag your account to make sure you're not being scammed. While it's irritating as fuck, honestly, it's a good thing for you, so go back to transaction, move forward. It happens to you all the time. You can try it a bunch of different ways. Always reach out to Steam support just because I don't want to get double charged. So move speed, sprint speed. Rename the research materials. Descendant Fellow. Change the change the order and category placement. Leave the following social tags. These are all, I'm assuming these are for like parties. So Valby's faster than Bunny? No, I think Bunny's still faster. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing awesome, Scott. How you doing, mate? These should be, I'm assuming these are, and then they added these social tags. So I'm assuming this is to like use the party system. UI improvements. You can now rotate the camera when playing emotes, so you gooners can get behind your girl when she bends over and look at her cheeks. The amount of, this is for gooners. You can rotate the camera during preview playback. Emotes, shops. You can also goon in the shop for emotes that you don't have, so you can really get that one-handed game strong. Allows feature to add deleting stickers attached to the photo mode. I don't know why that wasn't in there already. Change the drop rate of all modules obtained from completing infiltration operations to 100%. Wait, what? Fuck does this mean? Is that like the end of the, is this like the end of the mission rewards for like 250s, where if it shows you're supposed to get like a gold mod or a red mod, you're guaranteed to get it now 100%? The only change, 100% red mod drop chance. Interesting. Except for 400s. You would have to run 250s or 100s in order to get the mod. But this will guarantee you get the mod you're chasing. No need to run it more than one time. Interesting. Increase move speed. An item pickup range for fellows. We asked for this, so this was nice. This is nice. This is a good QOL. I'm happy about this. Improved to automatically revive players in place of mission ends while they're down but not out. I mean, this is nice. This should have already happened. This is good. This is good. I feel like we're moving back to the 90s and just everybody gets a fucking participation trophy now on this, but hey, it's good for new players. Like, this is good for new players, but oh. I mean, they're literally removing every ounce of grind. It's good for achievements too. Yeah, I mean, like, these are good for certain things. So I'm not bitching. It's just there's like points on a graph that keep happening, just like point. And eventually there's enough points on a graph that you can see a trend. Right? And right now I'm starting to see a trend form. So we've done for that one mod. I mean, it's less about this. So for me, this is less about I had a shitty time, so every new player needs to have a shitty time. It's less about that. And it's more about every time I turn around, the game is removing friction from players, but it's not adding friction in other places to offset it. So what do I mean by that? You're making everything easier, so it's much easier to achieve everything, which means it's much easier to sort of run out of things to do. But then you're not adding any friction at the top end to make the game harder and more complicated for you to have something to grind for and do. That's the way I see it. So if everything is having all levels of friction removed, then there's nothing to challenge you later on. That's what I'm concerned with. Goodbye, Ingrid. Hello, Axiom soon. I mean, basically, I don't know. So like, I'm happy because this is going to make new players' lives easier. So you can just be like, oh, go run this 250 and get the red mods you need. That's good. But then there's just nothing for them to, grind against. You need something to grind. Anywho, new bundles. Yep, we got a bunch of new bundles. First anniversary event, you have to go to the website to get all the info on what you can exchange for this. There's a lot of different dailies and weeklies and items you can do to get tokens. And then you can use those at the anniversary shop, in which case there's a bunch of stuff there to buy. Fixed an issue completing the requirements for collecting Ironheart Particles mission in each region that didn't count. So some of our friends were saying they couldn't do those. That happened when they extended the battle pass, so they fixed it to where you could do it. Fixed an issue, Arche Tuning levels were displayed at 0 in the Descendant list. That was probably just a visual bug. Fixed an issue where the Arche Tuning was displayed in the Descendant level list before Arche Tuning system was unlocked. That was probably just another visual bug. 10k players playing. That's pretty standard. There's an update today. Normally we get an influx of players on an update. So, I mean, and it's about on par with what we normally get. We probably about an hour or two we should be at peak players. So it's about right. They gave us the bear, but they just put a party hat on him. Interesting. This is probably a chess piece. Haven't we had this before? I feel like we've had something look just like that. Season 3. We'll have the same at launch week, 5K later. A bunch of these are worthless. Most of this is worthless. I mean, they're nice to pick up. 90% of it's photo mode trash. That's what I'm seeing. Almost all of this is junk. This is worth grabbing. You can get 3 of these. So this is probably the highest priority thing for most people playing currently. If you're currently playing the game, this is probably going to be your highest priority item. This may be secondary if you don't have all Descendants, but I think these are for regular Descendants and not Ultimates. So you could maybe use this to help like pull somebody back out that you've deleted for the medal. These are probably some of the higher priority items. The bear, if you don't already have it. You can get 8 catalysts. That's always nice. You can get 8 catalysts and 2 activators. That'll get you like 1 gun in the new update. So those are okay. You can get 1,000. How much gold is this? It doesn't even say. It's probably 100K. Anniversary's not interesting you. It's nothing crazy. These are probably 100K a pops. This is probably what, 10 mil? 100 mil, something like that. Nothing crazy. You thought Super Sense was from Old Mystery, but you didn't see it there? It's interesting. All right, let me go get some more coffee, and then we'll start looking at some Descendants. Who do you guys want to look at first? Should we mess with Bunny? You don't have the game installed to check. What do you want to see? What are you looking for, Markov, since you fucking quit the game? You want to look at Glay first? White Knight Gulch and yeah, it looks like it just drops from White Knight Gulch. I was hoping to try to figure out in Mystery's End. Yeah, Mystery's End right here, White Knight Gulch. Sterile Lands. Bunny, cosmetics, and skins are the highest for you. They go away, yeah. Definitely was a mission reward from Old Mystery. They changed it, yeah. When you press on the event shop, it says, gotcha. Bunny, please. We'll definitely mess with Bunny. Let's look at, they changed it, yeah. We'll look at Glay really quick because she's got a couple things that could be, like, fun to look at. Don't know that it's going to change her too much, and then we'll look at Bunny because Bunny's main thing is just going to be her speed difference. So we'll look at Bunny's speed difference. We'll look at a couple things and we'll go from there. I know it sounds random as fuck, but my friend grinded for that mod for the first week of the game. They found out it sucked. Yeah, it was easy to find out it sucked. It was super easy to find out it sucked. Give me a second, guys. We're going to get some coffee. Morning, Cheryl. 50K is 50 million gold. If your math is correct. We'll take it either way. All right. What up, Graybeard? All right, let's look at Glay, right? Man, I need more fucking presets, but I'm just not buying them. No reason to play until season 3 I've maxed out. I mean, most of the builds that we saw aren't going to change anything for you. Most of these aren't going to change. Like, some people might change their build based on these, but most of the stuff we're seeing isn't going to be anything really crazy. Like, there's definitely some stuff in here that is like an increase or an improvement. But for the most part, like, most people aren't going to do much with it. If I'm honest. Like, for most gamers, this isn't going to change anything. What up, Kennedy? What gun's worth it to take if you don't have, what, the Secret Garden? It depends on what build you're doing. Light. But at the end of the day, you should get Secret Garden. It's going to be important for next season anyway. You should get it either way. Bunny's fast. I haven't moved with her yet, but I'm assuming she's probably pretty quick. I mean, depending on which build you're running, especially if you're running like a Bionic Bunny build, she's probably quick as fuck. Bunny has no change. It's just her speed. Her speed is the big change for people. Bit sad, Haley's movement debuff wasn't removed, but Glaze was. They removed part of it, didn't they? Didn't they remove part of it? Like, did I misread it? Hardly call it a buff, rather quality of life. Bunny's so fun now, yeah. I mean, some of them got a buff, but most of the buffs were to things that were already buffed. Right? Like, most of the buffs that hit were buffs that were already buffed. Or characters that you just made them underperform better. She's annoying, but the same. Alright, laboratory. Let's just run... Who do we want? Somebody that's gonna take some decent damage. Actually, let's just go like this. Legion of Darkness. Let's go... I wish you could just set this. Or there was like 100 button. Still don't know why they haven't given us 100 button. Alright. So, let's look. How much damage does this do normally? So direct hit doesn't make them go back on it. Interesting. Let's try this a couple times. Underperform better, you're spot on. Which is better, just to like shoot it off to the side? Full Descendant purchase ticket, how do you use it? You should just open the box and pick who you want, right? Because the relic has the burn status, yeah. It's just trying to look at the increase. Because that's like 850. It's definitely kind of a pain in the ass to test. Because you're gonna have to look at firearm damage dealt. Doesn't the Ancient Fire do its own dot? I'm pretty sure. Trigger rate 25%, yeah, firearm damage 40%, yeah. But for Glay right now, the big thing was going to be it should be the firearm explosive damage. So like she does 249, yeah, you're triggering 25%. 263 for firearm damage. It's hard to tell because he's fucking burning out. And there's like a 33% for the attribute as well, yeah. I think the 115 is what I think it is, right? Yeah, it's definitely a bitch to test. What up, Gary? We'll say it's like 115. You click one to recruit and it's just grayed out. Do what? If you have the box, I don't have one. But you should, if you have the box in here, you should be able to like click on the box and then it'll show up just like this. And then you just click on the descendant you want. The only reason I could think maybe it's grayed out is because you don't have room to recruit. So if you're at like 9 of 9 descendants, you can't recruit a 10th descendant because you've only got 9 slots. That's my only thought right now. No speed debuff. I mean, it's definitely going to help, but... So we were doing like 115. No way. No way, right?
Well, hello there.
Thanks for the follow.
130? This doesn't seem right. I'm not really good on weapon damage compared to skill damage because I haven't spent as much time looking at them, but that was a crit, so it doesn't count. So it only adds, so her being frenzied only adds like 15k to the weapon damage. 10 to 15k, is that real? That seems odd. Look at the detail stat screen. That'll be easier than the test. It's true. Wrong thing. Oh, I hit Q. 268 base. $268 to 320. 268 to 320. It's 80%. It's a 25%. It's not 50%. It must go off of base. Let's go off of base before adders. Is that what you guys are thinking? I think for the Descendant Togi, you have to claim it from the shop. I mean, I'm pretty sure maybe you have to claim it from the shop and it's not a box, but the issue I'm seeing is it's probably going to be that you just don't have the space. Addition to focus rounds, enhanced focus rounds, debuff the other, first row, fifth column. I mean, I could turn them all off, but I don't even have, like, I don't really have any of them on, right? Well, reminder, the app has crashed. The web event does not work with the app. Oh, yeah. Passive from the first row. Incoming damage 13%. Take a look. Yeah. I can't turn these off without fucking completely resetting my enhancement. I guess it doesn't really matter. I can fucking fix it later. I can fix it later. Can you turn them off? Just right click it. Right clicking it does nothing. You can't turn these off. This is the only one that you don't get all the time, right? What up, Sprit? Because I was told these are active all the time, even if there's nothing active in the run. Like in the... These are active even if nothing is activated in the row. This one, you have to have one of these activated in the row to get the buff. Because like right now I have nothing active. You see what I mean? What up, Granola? Unless I'm dumb, guys. If I'm dumb, just tell me. But, like, I have no skills activated and I can't turn these off. The only way I can turn these off is by not capping this out. First row, fourth column. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's nothing... Ah. Interesting. I told you guys I was fucking retarded. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Alright. There were chocolate ginger covered blueberries. They're delicious. Do you have enough to share with the class? Just right click one of them. Yeah, guys, I'm dumb. Sometimes you have to explain things to me like I'm a fucking toddler. Sometimes you just have to explain things to me like I'm a fucking toddler. You do. As long as you have enough to share with the class, then we're okay. So it increases, I know that, so it's making an increase here of like 20-something%, right? We're getting like a net increase of 20% over the 50% that it says, because it's probably, because like right here it says that, frenzied. Firearm explosive attack, 15 to 50%. So we should be getting a 50% increase. So is that what we're actually getting? Because we might be. Right? If we're at 280, if we're at 268 and we go to 3, what I say we go to, like 3 something? 268 to 320. 268 divided by 2. 268 divided by 2 plus 268. It's not a full 50%. I'm not using, well, I'm using, isn't a module. I'm using explosive life right now. Take the base. That's what I'm saying. I think it's going off of the base and it's not going off your cumulative. So I'll trust their math, but I'll trust their math that it's working, but it makes it way less impactful. It's not just 50% damage, yeah. You like Michael Scott? Explain to me like a 5-year-old. Explain to me like a 5-year-old with Down syndrome that fell and hit their head. It's 50% from the firearm attack bucket, yeah. So what I'm looking at is the impact then, right? So what I'm looking at right now is actually the impact. And the impact of this isn't that much. You factor in the 50%. Yeah, I'm using explosive life right now. I don't think it's actually, I mean, I can take it off. Just to ensure that there's nothing getting fucked up. But I'm pretty sure. So while this on paper sounds like it's pretty important, in practice it's really not. Because on a level 290 or whatever, the net increase would be like, so it's like a 20%, which maths out right. That was around 20%. You need to 2 of the shell crusher for the bonus to fire rate. We're just testing quick things right now. Just research time. VS is the only class I like using. For the other Descendants is way too long. It takes a while, but they're worth it, especially some of them, Old Man Hill. You just pulled out of your ass. It's literally it was really close to that. Like when we checked the math, it was like in the 20s. It might have been like 20%, 26%. What I care about is the number. What I care about is the number, right? So if I turn off my Q and I shoot, we're getting roughly 115k firearm damage, which is going to be your explosive damage. And if I turn on my Q, we're gaining about an additional 10k damage. Right? Well, now it's gonna fucking make me a liar. Now it's making me a liar. Give me a second. Okay, it was doing 125 earlier. Now it's doing a lot more. I don't know what the fuck happened, but all right, now this is confused the ever living fuck out of me, chat. Yeah, it was doing 125 like that earlier, over 115. Which, if that is the case, then this isn't really that much of a buff. Like 125. I mean, it's a buff for her, but it's not anything crazy. Bunny's boring. You just hold W, right, and win. Yeah, 125. So it's a buff. It's nothing crazy, but it's a buff. The big thing is like the move speed. If you were to put like a different gun, whoops. If you were to, hello, can I have a different gun? If you were to put on a speed gun, you'd probably move pretty quick, right? Wrong button. I remember where my buttons are, man. Speed Bunny's fun. So this right here is probably the best thing, is that you can actually move. Like you're not cucked. Does perforated explosion count? If there's explosion damage on it. You see the guy's speedos? Didn't even look at them. Are they good? I mean, if the perforator's shit counts as explosive damage, the big thing what I'm looking at is how much of an increase is it, not... What I'm trying to figure out is how much of an increase it actually is. Because you're dealing... So for this, right, with Restored Relic, it only really, like, increases the damage by 15k. So it's not anything that's going to... It's not anything that's going to make me write home and be like, you guys should start playing Glay. Right? That is sort of what I'm looking at. Is not like, did it make the perforator better? Because it obviously, if the perforator says that the secondary explosions count as explosive damage, then they're going to be, you know, better. But is this like enough to make me be like, dude, this is cooking? I mean, it's just more Glay. We'll look at our other mods and see what the ramp up time looks like on them, but it's not that much. It's like not anything that crazy. It's not like it's some sort of like really crazy increase like I was expecting. Right? It's not bad, but all right. Let's go in here. Or the other one that it changed was Predator Instinct, right? And this the longer you hold it, you're gonna get into that fire rate too. After 2 seconds. The mod doesn't show the increases for explosive. They're not on the tooltip. Am I dumb? See on Discord, I pinged you some math you did on Serena's damage with ATAMs. If you lots of numbers, I'll have to go back and look at it. When I've got some time to sit down. Where'd you tag me? Oh, here it is. Deep dive on ATAM's numbers. Yeah, I'll have to look at that. You said you cared about the numbers. I do care about the numbers. I'm fine with numbers. You spend hours on it. It helps, though. Because when you guys spend the time to do this, and then I look at this, and then I break it down into a way that is easy to understand and digest, and then I simplify it for dummies, for somebody like me, then it's easy for me to help teach other people, right? Because there's sometimes where people don't need to know the exact numbers. They just need to understand the way the numbers math. Right? That's like my damage buckets video. The damage buckets video I did wasn't necessarily like a deep dive like Vash's. It was more to make sure you understood how those things interacted, and it kind of gave you a priority list on which ones to prioritize and how they work, right? So it was less for like min-maxers who were trying to like cook through the game, but it was more for people who just want to be able to look at something and go, in a general sense, what should I prioritize? Right? It's enough to get somebody to like 90%. To where when they're looking at their build and they're like, I've got a new gun, what should I put on here? They can at least put 8 of the 10 mods on they need to, and then they can kind of play around with the rest. Word, I'm that dummy. Dude, I'm like the guy that buys the For Dummies books. So, but I need to understand it so I can break it down to people. All right. So for this Predator Instinct, using firearm when frenzied gradually increases. So all that's going to do is just change this. See, this tooltip is wrong. There's nothing with For Dummies books. I fucking cook on them. This one could be nice, because these are pluses. This right here is probably the better. How do you cook on a book? Some books are made of paper. Because I'm a fucking pro, Markov. That's how. It is not caution. All right, so for this... Dude, this is going to be hard to check. We're just going to have to put it on and try it. I'm actually more... I think Super Sense might be a little bit more interesting. Let's look at Super Sense. I feel like Super Sense is going to be more interesting. Oh, it fucking cucks your fire rate. I forgot about this mod. This is a terrible mod, right? Is unusable because of the fire rate? Yeah, I remember that now. As soon as I looked at it, I was like, oh yeah, this fucking demolishes your fire rate. Like 100% unusable. It's like rocket launcher speed. You want the new bikini skin? Which one? All of them? Just keep your cooking point below the ignition point of paper. Yeah, we go low and slow. Usable for a sniper, I guess. Hold on. But that... me, I guess maybe. For ATAMs? I think maybe use it with ATAMs on her. TLDR, Glade does 15% more damage, isn't slow. I mean, I think that's probably the best you're gonna get out of it. I mean, the other option is going to be keeping your 3 up and getting to that 70%. And getting to that 7... Wait. Does it drop off as soon as I let off my trigger? Can I, like, not even... As soon as you let off the trigger, it stops. You can't even check your firearm increase then to see how much it is. Yeah, I don't like that. It's only activated while the trigger's held. I mean, you'd have to try this versus a boss. But I feel like the benefit for this mostly is going to be coming from Restored Relic, but I don't think you're going to boss with Restored Relic on Glay. Unless you guys tell me I'm dumb, but I just don't think you're going to boss with Restored Relic on Glay. And even using Frenzied, even using Predator Instinct, you're going to have that 1 second where you drop. You're going to have that 1 second where you drop, even though it's only 5% when you recast. Yeah. You're going to have that 1 second where you recast, where you've got to get it back. As long as you have, like, unlimited uptime on your unlimited ammo, it might be worth it. As long as you're only losing 1 second worth of damage, you're going to get a net increase. So you could probably use it for like a last dagger bossing build where you're just sitting there like planting your feet. How's it going, Young? Yeah, that's basically where I'm at. Is I think you could maybe make a use case for this on Colossus just because it's a net increase of 12%, which is going to probably be roughly like 6%, right? You might see like a 4 to 6% increase on your gun, depending on what gun you're using. Yeah, basically just like before. Gonna stack caliber for skins. Man, if you guys have any spare caliber you want to drop for skins my way, I'll take them. Glay is Glay any better now? Move speed, she's a lot better. Move speed, she's definitely better. I feel like Super Sense. I mean, I can go. Let me go max Super Sense. Maybe. I think a red mod is like 10 mil. I don't think I want to max it right now because I'm just short. Is it me? Is Inez crazier too? They didn't change Inez, as far as I know. Stored Relic is awesome to instantly knock out weak points on Void Intercept. It is for certain ones. Like Void Intercept, it depends on who you're using it on and what you're doing. For like Ice Maiden, it works. The reason it works well on Ice Maiden isn't because it takes out her weak points, because it actually is basically shit on trying to break her shoulders. Why people use the Restored Relic on Ice Maiden is because she has a casing over her gem, and that casing is very, very susceptible to breakage. So most people use the restored relic to get easy damage on that gem casing to break it, because it takes no time, and restored relic you can do while you're in transition to get up there. Yeah, it's for specific bosses, but if you take restored relic and go to like anybody else where you're just like trying to like nuke their shoulder, it doesn't do enough damage because of the way it works. So it's very, very good in a very specific use case, which is the Ice Maiden right now. But for other like Colossus, it's not really very good. They forgot to buff Valby's Hydro Pressure Bomb. Were they supposed to? How much fucking... Let's take this. Let's copy this. Let's paste it here. Let's save it. Let's take this off. Let's take that off. Let's put this on, because I never use it. Now let's take this off. Let's look at something like the TAMs. Where are you at, baby? Just give me any of them. It doesn't even have to be a good one. You could put fire rate on this. No, because it sets it. It doesn't really matter. You wouldn't gain anything. You wouldn't gain anything from putting fire rate on this because it's set, right? Is the fire rate set to 54? Like 52? It literally didn't change my fire rate at all. I thought it was going to slow my fire rate down in unlimited ammo. Didn't I put on Super Sense. Interesting. So it's the same. So it literally does nothing to ATAMs. That's interesting. That's interesting. That's kind of interesting. So the fire rate, hold on. So the fire rate's set to ATAMs. What up, Lestat? I mean, it's basically the exact same fire rate. It sets all to the same regardless of where they start. I know, but my point is that it seems like the base fire rate they set it to is very similar to the ATAM's base fire rate. It's very similar. I don't know. It might be a little slower. What do you guys think? It might be a little slower. I mean, if it is, it's not by much. It's definitely slower, not by much. Also, good morning. What up, babe? The only use case I could see for this mod would be a sniper. If you just wanted to, like, the only thing I don't like is that it zooms you out. Like, I'm not zooming out, it's zooming me out. It's a little slower, but not much. You could maybe make a use case for this mod with ATAMs. You can maybe make a use case for this mod with ATAMs. Maybe. Right, you can maybe make a use case for that mod with ATAMs. short of that, like, or maybe a shotgun. If there was, you would need probably, the gun would need to be like a sub 40% fire, like a sub 50 fire rate, right? And the only thing that is that slow is snipers. If they got rid of the fire rate on it, you could maybe make a use case for it. Like the fire rate that's holding it back, but I don't know. Is there anything else we need to look at on her with these changes to her mods? I feel like her frenzy getting additional firearm attack from like her frenzy getting additional firearm attack. Her frenzy getting additional firearm attack. Because this is going off of your base, you're not going to notice it very much. Like, it's going to be a net increase, but it's going to be a very small net increase across the board. It's just like a good, you know what I mean? It's just going to give her a little bit of an additional boost. The decrease here is good. Like, the fixing the speed decrease, that's helpful. Farm critical hit damage increased by 10 and weak point. These are just straight across the board, right? Let's double check that. So she should be getting critical farm critical hit. Oh, it was damage. It was damage and weak point, right? So we should be able to see the weak point as long as my weak point's not set to 2.4. Wait a minute. It's not a module, is it? What am I missing here? What am I missing here? Let's take this off. Confirm. Increase sensory. Okay. Firearm critical hit damage plus 10 and weak point damage plus 10. So that's fine. Oh, it's only going to be when I'm in unlimited ammo. I have to be in unlimited ammo to get it. Yeah, 2425. Critical hit damage, 1.2. It should drop off here in a second. All right, 1.2, 1.2. Okay. So, nothing really crazy with her. Definitely some bonuses, but nothing super crazy. I don't think it's going to pull her out of the... I don't think it's going to pull her off of the bench. I think she's still set on the bench. This number right here looked a lot more crazy than it was. First date, what happened? Oh, you checked your times? Xbox shows 1K wasted on Albion. Damn, dude. I haven't even bothered to check my shit different. I haven't even bothered to check my shit. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a positive, but it's not changing it too much. This is going to be a lot harder because you have to have the trigger held down. You have to have the trigger held down to gain this benefit. And it's going to be really hard to test it. But if it's 70%, you're probably going to be netting, what, like a 20 to 30% increase. You'd have to test it in the field against mobs to see how much better it felt. I just don't see it being super insane. But... just because it's going off of your base. It's going off of your base, which makes it less impressive. Just going off your base, it makes it less impressive. I've still got Predator Instinct on. You don't like seeing end bosses getting one shot? It makes the game boring after a while. I mean, it definitely does. But hey, are you checked out the Blair buffs yet? I haven't messed with the Blair buffs yet. We talked about them a little bit though, Kakashi. Which parts got you confused? Oh, dude, they're fucking going over and hitting him from there. That means he was at a minus 100%, and now he's at a negative. He's at a 20%, right? Because I'm pretty sure that's talking about his move speed debuff. So he was like much slower, right? If that's the one I'm thinking of, let me pull it up. Let me pull it up. Blair. Movement speed during casting. He was 100. Like he was negative 100. Is what his speed was. This is a plus. And now he's just minus 20% of whatever his move speed is. So instead of getting a flat minus of 100%, like 100. So say he was at like 1,000. Like move speed. The way I read this is say he was at like 1,000 move speed. No, it's 100%. We can get on him and look. Well, it doesn't say percent. Let me get on him and look. But basically, this is just a reduction from 100 to 20. The question here is this fucked up? Like, should that have a percent on it or not? If there was a solid male mobbing descendant, you get a male swimsuit, but there's not, though, right? I just don't see this being a big change to... I don't see this being a big change to Glay. Not anything meaningful. I wish it was, but I don't think it is. That's why you're confused. Just get on him. Even the male swimsuit isn't attractive. It doesn't look good at all, does it? How did I get rid of his fucking... What? How did I accidentally delete his reactor? I don't understand how I accidentally deleted his reactor. That just doesn't make sense to me. Because it would have been saved. Like it would have been upped some. Muscle definition's not a thing, dude. They're so fucking weird. What did I have on him? Was he crit hit damage? He might have been like singular fire. No, he would have been dimensional. Does this look right? Scout rifle. I'm trying to remember what fucking reactor I had on him. I don't know how I would have fucking destroyed it. Yeah, he's crit. I don't know how I would have fucking demolished it. Yeah, it's fucking favorited. It's literally favorited. Crit is best. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. As far as you know, that's what I'm thinking. Tomim is dead once they fix it. Alright. Let's go. He needs to have a scout rifle on. Let's go fucking... Well, we're looking to see what this is supposed to do first, right? So, what did the shit say it did? So, burn taste. So truly deadly cuisine. I think is what I have on, right? What mod do I have on him? Next level recipe. Okay. So we have next level recipe on him. Cooldown and crit damage is good for him if you need the cooldown. I can't remember if I needed the cooldown. So classic. What did I have on him? Next level recipe. They did nothing to his next level recipe. So I need to take his red mod off to see what happens here. Move speed during casting. So So let's take his red mod off and look. Assume you're totally free to play. I mean, I think a lot of people are. Basically, your movement speed's 500. This change did nothing. If it's above 500, it's a nerf. If it's below 500, it's a buff. Is that what you guys are getting from it? Because of the 20, right? Because it's 100 or 20%. So originally it was a flat 100 that was reduced from your move speed, but now it's 20%. So if you get to 1,000 move speed, you're going to lose 200 move speed because it's minus 20% of your move speed. But if you were at, as compared to in the past, it was just a straight 100 off your move speed. That's how I read it. Like, that's how I read it. It's not sprint speed. Is it not sprint speed? I mean, my brain says different things than what it means, but yeah, it's probably sprint speed, right? No, it's move speed. Because I think it goes off your move speed when you're in these, right? Not your sprint speed. How's the Haley buff? I just got on to test it a bit. I don't see much of a difference. No buff on her Storm Stare. Zenith doesn't help Haley's kit currently. You're basically hitting... I haven't messed with it yet, but that's basically what I'm assuming. Is that most of these buffs are buffs to things that people aren't really using, so they're not going to make much of a change. They're nice if you're already doing it. Like, it's going to help make them compete a little bit more, but it's nothing crazy. So generally you're slower now. It's going to go off your move speed, right? Well, maybe not. Yeah, you would be slightly, right? So you're going to be slightly slower because it's going to be based off your move speed when you're casting. Right? It's going to be based off your move speed when you're casting. So yeah, instead of taking a flat 100... So you're losing like 108 over 100. It's a very, very slight nerf. It's a very slight nerf. You're losing like 118. No, you're losing 108. You're losing 108 versus 100. Yeah, you're losing 108 versus 100. So that's basically what that's going to do. So it's definitely a nerf, but it's very minor. It's very, very minor nerf. On some guns, the base move speed's faster, though. Yeah, like if you were to use, like, Last Dagger, right? Yeah, but the issue there is, right? The issue there... Well, it's dimensional, so it's not really going to affect you. So, yeah, you'll probably just run whatever gives you good move speed. So, it's not a big deal then. Yeah, it's definitely a nerf. It's definitely a nerf. Not much, but it's still a most. It's still a nerf. Use Peacemaker and Devotion. Yeah, so it's going to be a nerf. You're going to be a little bit slower. I don't know why they decided to make him slower when they made everybody else faster. I don't understand why they did it. It just doesn't make sense. But whatever. He needed range and cooldown buffs. Yeah, it was interesting that that was the direction they went with him. They took some of his casting time animations off, or like reduced some of his casting time. So that's going to help some, but Burn Taste, Deadly Cuisine. Well, but this doesn't affect... This shouldn't affect Next Level Recipe. I thought they touched his range. Feel like that was the issue I had with him. It didn't seem that large. It kind of wasn't. Like, look how close I am. Right? Like, look at this. Look how close I have to be in order to hit him with fire. Like, this is the problem with his kit. Like, that right there is the problem with his kit, right? This one actually increases his move speed, so... You got 2 range mods, you just have to get right in front of him. Yeah. Because it adds, like, some to it. His buff makes no sense. They were trying to, I think, buff his underused modules, right? That's basically all they were doing. They were trying to make him more of a weapon descendant. But again, making these guys weapon descendants isn't going to do anything. Because nobody's going to use them as weapon descendants because they're Serena. They buffed his guns. I mean, most of his buffs were related to his guns. Classic Chef, they nerfed his move speed, I'm assuming. Truly Deadly Cuisine, which is what we're... No, we don't have Truly Deadly Cuisine on, do we? We've got Next Level Recipe on, so... Truly Deadly Cuisine, I think, was the mod a lot of people used previously. So, it's got a pretty good increase here, but his move speed got hurt, and the projectile speed is increased by 100. He can't be a weapon descendant when you have to spam his abilities nonstop. Yeah. That's sort of where it kind of hurts him. Like, this kind of stuff is like in my view, is sort of like a lack of understanding in what he does. So you're just trying to blanket buff a bunch of his shit to try to make him useful, instead of understanding why his kit has shortcomings. Right? Does that make sense? Like, you could have made his Next Level Recipe much better by increasing the radius on it. This just shows a lack of understanding on how the character's working and why it's not succeeding in the sandbox. So because you don't know exactly why, you just take a bunch of things and just add numbers to them. This right here is a prime example. And then these move speed nerfs are just interesting. Like, people were talking about, you know, his like animations causing problems. So they reduced some of his animation times down to 1 second from 2 seconds, which is which is good. But then they went through and they nerfed move speed. They did this. But again, these are going off bases because these are multiplicative, not not additive. So you're not gaining near as much out of it. I like the look back on your Descendant. Would you see anything good? The extra skill power makes no difference. Even if it did, the content makes it to where it doesn't have any impact. That's what we've maintained that quite a bit, is like adding a bunch of additional damage to something that is already killing is effectively a net gain of 0, right? Like, this right here is a net gain of 0 because on 99.5% of the content, this number isn't going to matter. It's a snapshot of your first year. I haven't even looked at mine. Are you happy with what you saw? Like, was it good nostalgia? L buff on Blair? I don't know, guys. I'm not seeing anything on here that's like, this is cool, but you're not going to do a lot with this. First is in at 28th on the Steam store because Gooner's got to get them skins, mate. Yeah, I think range at a minimum. I think range at a minimum should have been what he got, right? At a minimum, he should have got range. Most used Thunder Cage, you haven't played either in months because you've like lowered your time play versus what you used to, right? So should we look at... we'll look at Bunny at some point, but I think hers is just a move speed. Gotta respect they're keeping this game alive. No, I mean, dude, I'm happy that people are showing up, buying a bunch of skins. So we've got a couple more months of the game. Like, 100% happy. Movement speed fixed at 1,000. Movement speed increased by 3,000. Or by 300. This is the one where she goes and she turns into water, right? 1,000's not bad. Is bionic fuel fully viable? It was never not viable. It's just for the content, like I haven't messed with it right now, but basically for the content, Bionic Bunny is just fine. You just lose the opportunity to use electric condense. Like you lose EC for your big damage. So you're probably gonna have to use guns on her to some degree when the bosses show up. So you'll have to use like Last Dagger. But you're gonna be hitting almost you're gonna be hitting pretty close to the new cap. So you're just gonna be insanely faster than everybody else when it comes to moving and clearing rooms before anybody else gets there. So it's just kind of up to you. You gave me a little caliber. I appreciate you, Abe. I mean, I don't say that she's not viable. It's just, it's up to you. Why people use the word gooner, it shows how ignorant and immature they are, because I want to. I mean, you cannot tell me, right? Like, hold on. Let's go to this. You cannot tell me that this is tasteful and in no way promotes like people staring at her body and gooning over. You cannot in any manner be like, no, this is perfectly tasteful. The armor makes absolute sense. It's going to make her efficient in the game in a lore sense. And I am in no way, shape, or form objectifying this woman or like staring at her. Like I'm in no way are my eyes drawn to her ass crack. Like Descendants, no word's a real word. I mean, that's true. No word's a real word. It's slang. I mean, I'm not sitting here masturbating the whole time, but visually I am. Language doesn't change. So what should we just call it? Just perverse, like just being perverse? Would you prefer the game be labeled as a perverse game? Like, what term would you use? Like, if you don't like the term gooning, what term would you use? I'm just curious. Like, 100% curious on this. Gooner's in my name? Yeah, I mean, there's a point of it to where it has become endearing. Like, people have taken a term that means something egregiously negative and turned it into something that is less egregiously negative and where it is a badge of like, I don't want to say honor, but endearment. So the First Descendant, I mean, that's true. Gooning is a word, the devs know it too. I mean, I looked up fucking gooning. Like, gooning definition. Gooning is a term that refers to the act of masturbating for extended periods of time, often without getting anywhere and entering a trance-like state. It's characterized by uninhibited behavior that can involve losing oneself in the moment, sometimes with fucking weird noises. The term has also been used in other contexts, such as acting foolishly or foolishly, whatever. Use the same word twice, but its primary meaning is related to masturbation. Gooning can be a kink that involves losing one's control, blah, blah, blah. Like, gooning is definitely tied to masturbation in that sense, but I mean, I don't give a fuck. I'll read the definition all day. I mean, it ain't bothering me. What up, Lonely? Gooner, like, I left. All right, so where was we at? So where am I at? So this is this. So Let's go back to this. So I'm gonna look at Valby. Resets. Valby. Yeah, is the term overused and lost some of its meaning? Absolutely. We all know the internet's for porn. That's all the internet's for. Used to be considered normal. Couldn't even find an auto repair shop with centerfolds taped to the walls in the 70s and 80s. Absolutely true. I mean, it was very standard, but I mean, you can still call it what it is or whatever. You think if the Gooner cosmetics were split, it would be a little bit better? I can see that. Working on Valby now. Okay. So, let's look at what they changed on Valby. It was like her water. Increase move speed, so tidal wave. This isn't a module change. So these are her base skills. This is her base skill. This is her base skill. Supply moisture, which is what we use. You think her 3 should be faster? Windows 11? Man, I gotta do what I gotta do. I already told you, Markov. We've embraced it. No one care about the skins. Honestly, that's the thing though, Kennedy. We've talked about it numerous times. If things are doing well, nobody gives a shit about anything else. But if things are not doing well, people pay attention to everything else. Every fucking person I see that talks about this game that doesn't play it all the time calls it a Gooner game. Like, I understand that some people might not like that or might not like being labeled a Gooner while they're running around in with a model that's an 18-year-old with dental floss shoved up her ass. But, man, it's just what it is. Like, it's just... it's just what it is. So, like, it's just what it is. So, but in the general public, when they think about the First Descendant, they call it the fucking First Descendant. They call it a Gooner game. Nobody outside of the people playing this game even bring it up when they talk about a looter shooter. I've seen so many Destiny players say there's absolutely no looter shooter out there to play, and the only games they mention is Warframe and Destiny. So, it's an offensive word to you? I mean, it's just what it's called. Like, it's just going to be what it's called. I understand that it's a word that you might not like. But everybody, I mean, like, even if I don't say it, everybody else is going to say it. So, cope in their head because they have too much investment to think critically. It's definitely cope. People think First Descendant players only playing because of the skins. A lot of people think that. What's up? Then don't buy them skins, yeah. Valby is also technically better, but then again, it depends on the group. She'll move faster during her 3, but since it's also based on movement, it's not sprint speed, it'll be around 1K, while others can be 1.6. Yeah, I mean, it's nobody's really using her 3. You're using it for, like, certain farming, but most people aren't really using a build around her 3 anyway. This is another one of those instances where it's a buff, and it's not a bad buff, but you're buffing something that's underutilized, and you're not understanding why people aren't using it. So you're just buffing something that's still not going to get used. And then you're going to buff it and buff it and buff it and buff it until you break it. And then people will use it because it's broken. And that's what'll end up happening. Got a wife and kids around. Can't be buying this shit. Afro, you're not the only person that said that, though. We've got other people in the community that say, I enjoy playing this game. But, like, because I have kids or whatever running around, I won't play it at certain times. Because of, like, you're just going to see some hot brunette run by with her tits out. I also think it's cope because too much investment. I agree 100%. The swimsuits aren't the problem. The jiggle in the testing community, a look at certain areas with the emotes, devs seem to be helping to label it a Gooner game. I mean, it doesn't help that they're making a cave where you can set somebody on the bed and stare at their toes. And where the fucking community manager asked if it was possible to lay a Descendant down on the bed. I mean, like, those things are the epitome of what Gooner means. The ability to sit a Descendant down and then look at it and do whatever you want. Like, the implication is there. Like, right? I mean, the implication is literally there. So, some of his Gooners help finance the game for freeloaders. That's fine, Code. You can finance it all you want. You know what you mean? It's like a coin term, all the guys, even if you are generalizing, it's just sadly applies. Yeah. This is an M-rated game. If people don't like the lingo, go play Barbie Island Adventure. My Little Pony sim is awesome, man. I don't need to hear that shit, Saucy. We'll take no slander here. It wasn't the jiggle that did it. It was the devs celebrating the jiggle. There's definitely a lot of things that did it. Fucking Sanity's out here. Maguiring this shit. I'm not shitting. Look, guys. Like, I'm not shitting on it. Hello? Look at the character I'm playing. I'm just speaking facts. Right? Like, all I'm doing is saying the truth.
Hey!
What up, Barry? Like, all I'm doing is saying the truth. You think lag rubber banding after the update can't handle the speed? I haven't played with anybody that's that speed. Beats, like, I haven't messed with it yet, but there's definitely going to be some sort of latency issues, depending on who's hosting, that could cause really bad rubber banding. Can we get back to gaming? Maybe at some point. Make it similar to Gacha, yeah. Talk about the game, they would lean. I agree, the devs made a big deal out of it. I mean, the devs leaned into it. The devs did it. New Valby swimsuits fire, dude. I thought about buying some of the new ones. Oh yeah, it's bad lag. How bad? Like, how bad is the lag you guys are seeing? Gooning max? Definitely. So that's just like, I know some people don't like that I just tell the people the truth, but you're just gonna hear the truth from me. Don't change the word gooning, just change its definition. Crack kills, you don't like it? Well, look, Sigma, lots of rubber banding. Damn, dude, that's gonna be rough. Because of the move speed and their servers just can't keep up. Because it's gonna be whoever you're connected to as the host. So if you're moving so fast at the game, you're moving faster than the game is placing you, then that's either an issue with their netcode. It's an issue with their netcode. So Plop Plop got an increase. This is going to be nice, but it's not going to be the major. Skill cleanup. That's where we're moving around. I mean, you might be able to use cleanup for some dumb shit. We could maybe test a cleanup build. I think you're still going to be better off using Plop Plop or something. Tidal Wave. I kind of want to make one of these, but Tidal Wave is the one where you just do the uppercut, right? Fixed move speed 100 or 1,000. Did anyone check out 10 different maps? Yeah, there's people playing it now. It seems like it's some of the maps are super fast. Thought this was gonna happen with a speed buff. Oh yeah, I could see it. Today's map is the same one. It's the big circle, right? It's like the big open circle. You see your post in the Discord? I looked at it, but I didn't have a chance to reply to it. Yesterday and today have been really bad for me. Like really, really, really fucking bad. Just because I'm like literally nonstop busy outside of streaming, so I'm like so behind on shit. Have sub-minute. You think you'll get a sub 2-minute ice challenge mode? Were people already close to it? Just spamming bubble bullet, I assume. Supply moisture, increase firearm attack. Or were you guys just, you wouldn't use firearms? It would make no sense. Does cleanup speed stack with weapon core speed? It's so cleanup speed, this goes off your move, not sprint. So what they've started to do is they've started to affix things to your move speed and not your sprint speed. So things being affixed to your move speed, sprint cores don't really affect them. Right? So you're going to start seeing, because a lot of this was already attached to your move speed, but they're probably going to start doing this more. That way your sprint speed is just you running around not skilling. It's just been busy. Like, and then today's not going to be any better. Today's not going to be any fucking better at all. Weren't you having issues with the Ironheart particles, Barry? Because if you were having issues with the Ironheart particles, I thought Hunt explained what happened, but it's fixed now because of the bug. If it was the Ironheart particles thing, I thought Hunt explained it. But yeah, so like for her, like it's going to be based off of her move speed, and her move speed's going to be hard set. So you don't have to worry about it now. So no matter what gun you're running, you're going to hit that 1K on her 3. So this is just going to be faster. So, I mean, like, honestly, looking at all of these buffs. Someone I got a 2 sub-minute challenge on Valby. There's going to bug around some of these clear times, so it might not be legit. Depends on the gun. You think you'd be even slower than before? Well, for cleanup, it's not going to matter because it's fixed at 1,000. Right? So cleanup, it's going to be fixed at 1,000. What are they for? Your Ironheart particles? Couple male swimsuits on your server. Your Ironheart particles are for your inversion reinforcement. Basically, it's the experience you need to unlock these. So most people have this whole board unlocked, so they don't matter. If you've been playing the game for a while, you have them all unlocked, so it literally doesn't matter. Yeah, but this is being fixed at 1,000, so it doesn't matter what gun you're running. It's, I mean, unless you were somehow getting your move speed over 1,000, but move speed is not something that was, like, flexible. Yeah. It's not like flexible. Like sprint speed is. Like, it's going to be hard set by whatever weapon you're carrying, so it should have been 1,300. Is that how you're reading this? Fixed at 1,000, move speed increased by 300. Let's just go back into it. The way I read it was that it was fixed at 1,000 and that was an increase of 300. Easiest way to check it is just going to be to do this. Go like this. Move speed 984. It's actually being nerfed by something. It's actually being nerfed by something. Because it's not actually doing what they said. The way I read it was that it was being fixed to 1,000, and that was an increase of 300 off of what it used to be prior to the patch.
Well,
that's the way I read it. You want to listen to you out of the new buffs? Which characters are much better? The character that got probably the most out of it, the character that's probably going to be the most useful from this, if you play Sharon with area suppression, this is going to feel a little better. And if you play Bionic Bunny, her sprint speed is going to be pretty fast. Like, these are probably your biggest ones. The Haley thing, like, we haven't tested it, but more than likely this isn't going to add too much. Because, like, Zenith is out of meta, so you're not going to use it. The cryo rounds, you were never really doing damage with them. Like, they were just there to help you with other damage. Like, these were there for debuffs to help you get more damage on other things. So more than likely, this isn't going to add that much. The Kuiper rounds, this might be interesting. This might be interesting, but we haven't messed with it too much. Enzo, this is, like, none of this is really going to matter. Sharon, like I said, this might be somewhat useful. This is nice for shock nuts, but the radius on shock nuts is the problem, not the damage. The move speed, all these move speeds are nice. This is mainly a move speed change. Blair, this basically did nothing for you. There's, like, actually quite a few nerfs on here compared to buffs. And they didn't add any range to his, like, next level chef or whatever. And this isn't really changing much so far. I mean, if you were to use the firearm from supply moisture, maybe, but again, this is a 25% multiplicative increase, which isn't going to be that big on your numbers. Is it a buff? It's absolutely a buff. But because it's multiplicative and not additive, it's going to go off of your base firearm attack. So while it shows, like, a 25% increase, that 25% increase isn't going to show up to a 25% increase to your net damage. It's going to show up to a much smaller number. So this isn't real big. This isn't real big. This isn't real big. This isn't real big. We need to check a couple of these. This is just going to make your bunny move faster. That's a leg crosser. Yeah. And then this, I mean, they definitely, like, remove some of the movement speed decrease from Glay, so you can get around the map faster. That's basically it. This right here, this 15% increase is probably only going to net you, like, a 7 or a 6 or a 5% increase on your damage. And because she's out of the meta, like adding 5 or 6% damage increase to her isn't going to make you switch over to playing Glay over Serena right now for gun descendant content. These don't really add that much to you. The move speed decrease, like, that's nice. Most people aren't going to use Predator Instinct unless you're doing Colossus. Even though this looks like a big number, like, you're still, like, Restored Relic Serena is going to do much better than Restored Relic Glay at this point. So you're not really, like, you're not netting anything here. You think Valby's move speed's tied to the gun? There's definitely something there. I mean, it's definitely going to be tied to your gun, but it says that it's fixed, which is where the problem is. Like, when you read this, you have to read the words. When you read this, you have to read the words. Move speed application fixed at 1,000, which means her move speed should be fixed at 1,000. This part is where it gets a little confusing. Move speed increased by 300, increased by 20%. This, to me, implies that this number is 300 over what it used to be, which was an increase of 20%. But other people are not reading it that way. See, and that's what I'm saying. Like, other people are reading it the other way, which is, no, it was fixed and got changed to the thing after the arrow. Right? So then, like, Cindy and other people are reading it like this doesn't matter. And what they're saying is move speed increased by 300 is what happens after you do it. And that should be an increase by 20%, right? But even still, I'm at 520. Right? I'm at 520. So if I hit this and go into it, I'm at 984, which still doesn't math. Unless you're getting both of them. Unless you're getting 300 plus 20%. It's a bug. Should be both. All the changes are after. Well, then, like I said, it's either wrong or it's, so, well, where's my calculator? So if I was to take 520 times what? What did it say? 0.2, 0.3? By, let's go like this. 520 by, clear. Let's go 520, right? Plus 300 times 1.2. Damn it. 520 plus 300 times 1.2. It's going to give me 984. Yeah. So it's 984. So that's how you're getting it. So the weapon you're using is going to change it. So the people that are going to benefit from this are going to be people that are basically, I mean, everybody's going to benefit. Well, actually, the only people that are going to benefit from this are going to be people that are running what? Peacemaker? You're going to need to run Peacemaker instead of Blue Beetle. So non-crit is going to benefit from it. But non-crit is only going to benefit when using like what is cleanup or whatever. So the only people that are going to benefit from this are going to be people using Peacemaker or non-crit Valby. What? Let me look and see what the move speed is on Peacemaker, because I might even be wrong on that. Dude, just... yeah, so Peacemaker's going to benefit from this. You're going to be able to hit 1100. So if you're running a non-crit Valby, then you'll get some benefit out of it. if you plan on using her water like that, which most people aren't, so yeah. So I mean, that's probably the biggest there. And then cleanup boost over yesterday. Yeah, so that's going to be where you're at. Tidal, if you're playing Tidal Wave, like the Tidal Wave mod, boop, 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 boop. Does not leave watery trail when moving. I've never used this. Interesting. I don't think I would swap to this mod. I don't know. Does anybody think they would use Tidal Wave for anything? Because you basically have to go directly through monsters, and you're not going to be able to leave a dot on the ground to kill them. So I think this is just going to slow your move. This is going to slow your kills down. Like, it's just going to slow your kills down in general. That's the one you use the level up or Evo skin. I feel like it's just going to slow you down. What up, Hangy? I just feel like it's going to slow you down because you're not leaving dots on the ground. You have to literally run through every enemy. So if shit spawns behind you or whatever, like you can't dot the ground and just clean up the entire room. Is when it was bugged and deals like abnormal damage. Yeah, that makes sense. I just can't see using Tidal Wave. So like most of these buffs are like, they look good on paper, but most of these buffs aren't really doing anything. I mean, if you wanted to play, again, if you wanted to play a firearm Valby, this might be nice. Again, but it's multiplicative, so it's a much smaller bonus. What up, Fresh? Than you actually think it is. But again, there's Serena. Like, it's definitely an increase, but like it makes Valby better, but it's still, you're still not going to be doing a whole lot with it. Some jank texture with a 3 now after this update. What do you mean? Like on her body? Like only part of her is being water? Didn't she used to fully go water? You don't know, Valby just feels a lot better than the numbers show. It looks off. Didn't they used to do her whole body instead of the bottom half of her? Valby just feels a lot better with the numbers. No, my water bottle. I mean, what I'm gonna say about the Valby thing is, again, like if you play Valby, like this is just gonna make her plop plop do more damage. I use her plop plop in my build, so this is just a net positive, but it's not gonna do anything really like crazy. I never use cleanup. So if you play a build that's built around cleanup, then this is probably gonna feel decent because you're gonna feel faster and you're gonna be doing more damage. But like, I just don't use a cleanup build. And then supply moisture, again, like I'm just not using guns. Like if I pull out my last dagger, then this is gonna be a benefit, right? Like if I pull out my last dagger to burn and I'm on water, but like nobody's using cleanup. Like just nobody's using it unless you're farming reactors, right? Like, just nobody's doing it. I feel they balance based on usage of skills, not the power, because she still feels strong. But since she's been nerfed in Colossus Farm, it's just used less. That's true. Need a dimensional reactor for cleanup. Use cleanup. So yeah, if you use cleanup, then this is gonna feel better. Like I'm not really caring about the damage because like my reactor, right? Like my reactor is not spec'd for cleanup. I play crit Valby. If you guys like play crit Valby, then this is going to make sense. If you play non-crit Valby, then you might be using supply moisture to move from zone to zone instead of like plop plop. But you know, for me, I'm just going to use plop plop to move around, and then I'm just going to spam bubble bullet when I get here, and I'm going to dot the whole area, and then I don't have to worry about it, right? And then we're just killing all sorts of shit. So, no, I definitely think they balance based on usage of skills and not the power. What up, Sasquatch? Yeah, me personally. But there's nothing wrong with playing the builds that you guys want to play. And if you play some of the more, like, off-meta, like, obscure builds, like, these are going to be net positives. But overall, I'm not seeing anything that's, like, going to move somebody out of the meta. Like, move somebody into the meta. Right? Like, I just don't see something that's going to move somebody into the meta that's out of the meta right now. My main issue is that they start patch notes with them saying they want to reduce the gap and put all these numbers, and they're just smoke and mirrors. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, they're just, they're doing sort of like what Hunt said, where they're looking at things and they're saying, these skills or whatever are underutilized, and instead of realizing why they're underutilized and making, like, substantive changes to bring them on, like, in line, they just add numbers to them, thinking that just increasing damage is going to make them useful. When increasing damage numbers isn't going to make them useful, because there are issues with either playstyle, cooldown, duration, range. Like, there are other issues with these suboptimal skills, and that is why people aren't playing them, is because the playstyle is just not fun. It's not engaging. For whatever reason, the playstyles just aren't good and people aren't playing them. So if people aren't playing them, adding more damage to them, especially if that damage doesn't exceed the other builds, is never going to work. Right? A lot of builds are solo viable, just less in group play. Absolutely. Maybe Nexon needs to rework some of the skills. I mean, they're going to have to, because if they want to make them better, that's what the patch, like where they said they're going to do balance patches every month. Effectively every month, they're going to have to rework red mods for different descendants to make them viable. Because just adding damage to them isn't going to make them viable. Because it's more than damage that is causing them to not be viable. You must be talking about Jaber, basically. It's the only guy we talk about. So, I mean, I'm happy that we got these buffs. But honestly, and it sounds like quite a few people in chat are messing with these. It sounds like Hunt might be in messing with some of them, seeing what he thinks of them. We got like Cinity that's messed with them. Markov was in here in a while. He's like looking at numbers. We've got quite a few people that are like running these numbers and trying them. And almost everybody that's tried them has not really found something that feels insanely crazy. Or like a major change, other than possibly Bionic Bunny. Maybe Bionic Bunny. And I haven't messed with her yet. What you been saying for years? I was surprised 1600 caps only for Bunny. We're gonna get a jogging simulator complaint all over again. Was it only her? I thought it was for everybody. Did I misread it? Is it only for her that it got increased? She's the only one that can hit it. I think it was increased for everybody, right? Everyone else is 1440 cap. Or it's bugged and it just doesn't work intended. Messed up some external component sets. What happened? Only way Jaber can be useful is if his turrets follow you around like Enzo's fourth, but then you're encroaching on Enzo. That's why he needs an entire rework in a way that gives him a unique identity. All right, guys, I'm gonna use the bathroom really quick and get some coffee, and then we're gonna look at Bunny. I think Bunny is the only one on here that's really going to have much of a change, but it sounds like it's causing lag issues and latency issues, so there's that as well. So give me a second, guys. What happened to Purge 30? It became Purge 10. Yeah. It became Purge 10. It became Purge 10 to make your life easier. And it rotates 5 stages. Let's put on Haley really quick. Put on Haley. The regular leaderboard is gone too. I thought that was interesting that they took it off. The 1/3 purge. So if you were on stage 30, you're on stage 10. If you were on stage 20, you're on stage whatever a third of 20 is. Right? You're on like stage 5 or whatever. If you're on stage 15, you're on stage 5. 6 or 7, yeah, somewhere around there. It's going to do some rounding. So let's look here. So basically, her cryo rounds do additional damage. Zenith is not really going to matter. Let's look at the Kuiper rounds thing. Let's look at the Kuiper rounds thing, right? These are going to do more damage. That's good. It might save some of the brain rot. I mean, hopefully. Hold on. Wait, what? The negative sucks. So we're going to look at it and see if it's even worth it. I mean, this was only on there to get your crits to where everything else did more damage, right? Like the only reason to use this is for the buff that you're getting from it. Even though they're my friends, it still worries me that they're running for milliseconds. Oh yeah. Dude, I thought we didn't get anything to help out this. Hold on. She didn't get anything to help her out? I didn't even realize that in the patch. I didn't realize that in the patch notes. I know, Kennedy. I fucking missed it. I missed you saying it. Well, that sucks. Man, that sucks. They literally made everybody faster but her. Man, so that basically just holds her back. Won't get you maximum sprint speed only if you have another source. Oh yeah. She's really strong. It's kind of warranted. I'm not saying she's not strong. And I'm not saying that I don't understand it. But when you're moving, she's just not going to be there. Like, even if she's strong, everybody's going to be like 3 states over. Right? Like, I understand. I understand where you're coming from. But, I mean, fuck, dude. No damage increase and a 50% reduction from the original value. She just needs to be able to move, man. For the speed penalty, yeah, we got to be fair. So what's fair? Very least they could have removed the stack loss on grapple. They could have done something. Man, that's interesting. Yeah, you could have at least done that. Maybe move speed to her ultimate. Stack loss is very minimal. Maybe sprint's tied to her ultimate. I just think that... Let me look at this Kuiper rounds thing. Or well, hold on. Let me look at these mods again. Let me look at these. Her big ass is slower now. I mean, she got a dump though. Arm attack increase. So what's the Kuiper rounds mod give? What is this? What is fuck, dude. I don't even think I can put this on her. Not without upgrading it. Oh, bossing. I just want to see what it does. Can we put it on here? Fuck. I wouldn't want to take off. Shot focus. Shot focus. can take off this right now. I'm just looking. Just want to see what this does. Super cool Kuiper rounds. So does this only affect her? This only affects her zenith? Cooldown 27, reduction when skill ends 90. Boss damage, same as equipped launchers, takes it to 35. Number of bullets. And it punishes you for missing a weak point hit. 9.5 base stack, mace stack. The mod's probably not worth using. Math seems off somewhere. Well, because I didn't know what the, right? Like, I didn't know what the mod was because I've never really used it. I was just reading what it says here. Super cool Kuiper round, increased firearm attack. And I was like, oh, this could be useful, you know, without like because I didn't know what it did. What's the negative to using like the cluster? I can't even remember again. This has a negative on it. The stacks, you just get less stacks. Goes from 9 to 3. Is the positive going to be enough to offset the negative? It's less damage too, even with the buff. We'll just put that on right now. Max count 9 monsters. Additional damage, burst damage. Max stacks 3. Additional damage 200. Speed reduction 5 per stack. Max stacks. Wait a minute. Hold on. I'm trying to understand something here. Guys, help me because you're smarter than me. So the flash freezing you still get 9 stacks out of. And the flash freezing on Colossus Commander you still get 9 stacks out of. You're only getting 3 stacks on cryogenic. But it doesn't say you increase it. Well, the only thing it really seems like it changes, because like flash freezing and freezing don't really seem to change. Right? Like these don't really seem to change that much. 3-second delay. So let's do this. Right, let's do that. Let's take this off. Then let's pop this up here. And then let's go like this. Right. Let's, oh man, this is gonna be tough. Let's move it to like here. Let's move it over. It's hard to move to the right spot. Did you ever bunny yet? I haven't looked at bunny yet. Have not looked at bunny yet. Okay. So looking at this, like the cost and everything is about the same. Max fire count is 9. The one on the right, we're getting, for cryo, we're getting duration 15 seconds versus 12. Additional damage, we're getting 100. Burst damage is going up. The explosive radius on it looks like with cryogenic, it's you can modify it and get more radius. You can't do that in the base one. But I don't see where the max stacks are affecting anything. Bunny's just faster, basically. But then the flash freezing is essentially the exact same, and the freezing on the Colossus is the same. So in the cryo, it calls out there are 3 stacks. But it doesn't say, hold on, let me read what it actually says. Targets cryo receive additional damage and lose 1 stack. Okay. So that makes sense. So basically what I'm seeing here is that if you use the mod, you're going to get a little bit more burst damage when it drops off. And you can have a bigger radius, but you can only get damage on it 3 times before you have to reapply. Right? And each hit is going to apply 1 stack. Is it 1 stack or multiple stacks? Either way, I can see where people are saying that they don't like it. I can see where people could say it could be kind of an issue. The max stacks is what I meant by less damage for that mod, yeah. It looks like you get a stack per hit. So if you have a lot of enemies here, you're gonna like fucking mess out, maybe. Let's add more enemies and see. Let's see if you get 1 per hit. Max stacks is what I mean, less damage for that mod. Yeah. And then if your fucking shit is bouncing all over, you're gonna burn through them, so... Yeah. Yeah, I can see it now. Yeah, so basically they would need to remove the stacks, right? They would need to remove the stacks from this buff to make it... They would need to change the stacks. They would need to remove the stacks. Yeah, you need a spamming build also to make the mod viable. Right. Hold on. Wait a minute. Where am I dumb? Where am I dumb? Cryogenic cluster. Additional damage. Where am I dumb? I'm dumb here. Something's not... you're still slow as fuck when you're using them. Cryo rounds, additional damage. Okay, so you're getting 200% anyway. You're getting 200% anyway. So the base now is that you're going to be doing 200% more damage to enemies inflicted by cryo rounds either way. This additional damage is coming from... You're going to be doing an additional 100 damage, 100% damage, but you're only going to have 3 stacks. Your stacks are going to peel off before you could ever possibly get them reapplied. You're going to peel your stacks off before you could ever get them reapplied, right? Done that with Glay, got rid of the slow effect. I understand where, like, some people, you know, some people are like, hey, she's already super fucking strong. So if you get rid of her slow, she's going to be really, because she's already so strong. But, I mean, the change they made is definitely a net positive to her damage. I don't know that you're going to put her, like, on par with Serena, but it's definitely good. Like, she got a pretty good benefit by tripling that damage. Where it's like 100% additional damage. Like, it's pretty nice. Like, this is pretty nice. Serena's like millions per hit, yeah. Like, it's definitely nice. The biggest issue is just going to be she's still slow. Only Haley mains use Haley over Inez for mobbing. I mean, it's true though. Let's do this. Let's move this back down to 1 for a second. Spawn Vulgus. Okay. So if I shoot 1 bullet We're doing, what, 183? 152. There's going to be a little bit of variety. 156. $171. It added 20k per bullet. Added 20k per bullet. Added 20k per bullet times, what, 34? You're going to do an extra half a mil per mag. Just free damage. Like, literally, it's just free damage without making any changes to her. Right? It's just free damage without making any changes to her. So it's not necessarily bad. Oh, and that was on a small mag. So on a bigger mag, you're going to probably do an extra mil. Probably going to do an extra mil plus. So I mean, it was extra damage. I think where Haley's going to start to like fall behind, no pun intended, is her move speed. Is VT still bugged? I mean, I haven't tried it. I'm assuming it's probably still hitting random skills. I'm assuming it's probably still hitting random skills because they didn't say they changed it. So, go presets. All right. So far, I'm not really like crazy surprised by anything I've seen. Right? Her buff's mainly really strong for Zenith. It's 4x damage. Yeah, I mean, it's good for Zenith for the damage, but you've still got Serena with ATAMs, right? Like, you've still got Serena with ATAMs that's hitting for, like, hundreds of millions in a single shot. Yeah, you just wouldn't use her, but... like, this is going to help some. But again, this is multiplicative over the base. But still. They got rid of the slow effects on Glay. It's not. Let me go back to Haley. Let me go back to Haley. Because we need to look at her Zenith. Right? Base weapon, same as weapon equipped. Firearm attack increase amount by 200%. It's a separate multiplier. It's a multiplier at the end, so it's 3 times. Where it was like 1 and 1. .5 Cry, 1.5 Zenith. Okay. Because previously, like, your firearm attack didn't really add much to it. Haley will probably see other reworks through Ultimate, making her more appealing. They'll just add new red mods that make her change. Like, they'll add red mods that change her. I could see them at some point getting rid of her. I could see them at some point getting rid of... I could see them at some point getting rid of her move speed debuff. Kind of crazy. We haven't got any new red mods already. They're only adding, they like only realistically add red mods. They only really add red mods when they do new things. So it's 6.4 mil. 6.4 mil skill damage.
정조 중.
But the problem right there is that's like 6.4 million skill damage, right? And then if I was to go to like Descendant, it's like 6.4 mil. I'm not even gonna put a build. I'm not even gonna put a build on her. What did I have on? I think I had on the one that was like, I think I had this one on. I'm not even gonna put a build on her.
빛으로.
Hold on. Nice to see they turn Zenith into SMG. The more she shoots, the slower she gets for a period of time. That could be interesting. Sucks the developers don't really have a brain. Also, Haley's a sitting duck with how the current game is. Zenith, yeah. What up, Zinky? Animation buff still feels too slow. Feels too disruptive. I think for Blair mains, you need range. You need range. All right, let's check this again. Did you get the bikini for Serena? I did. I completely forgot to put it on. So what did we get there? 36 mil. I mean, it's just really hard to not use her over Serena, right? Or it's really hard not to use her over fucking... It's hard to use her, like, not to use her over Haley, right? Like, it's just really tough not to do it. Right? I would turn my wings off, but I don't remember where that is. I think it's in here, and then you have to show unique cosmetic and then turn that off. There we go. Oh, no, I didn't get the fucking $100. No, I did not get the $100 bundle. I literally bought Serena. Yeah, like 36 mil versus what you get on Zenith. I mean, it's not even comparable, right? It's just not even comparable. All right, let's look at this. This is the one that like everybody cares about. She's way less damage than every other. Yeah, I mean, I hate to like keep beating the same dead horse, but I hate to keep beating the same dead horse, but I mean, adding damage to somebody, like there seems to be a lack of understanding on why things aren't being used, and you can't just throw numbers at them to make them better, right? So how fast is this? So we're just max 1600. So I don't even need Bionic Bunny. I don't even need Bionic Bunny to hit the sprint speed cap. So like the net benefit of Bionic Bunny would be faster sprint speed, but you don't even need it, right? Because I was already hitting max cap. Like I'm already hitting max cap. I mean, you do get the benefits of using your HP over MP, so there is that part of it too, right? Where you're using HP over MP, but you're still gonna hit like the extra that you get from using Bionic Fuel, you don't really need. She only needs 120% roll to hit cap now. If she's using Bionic as well, right? If she's not using Bionic, then you still need additional? Or is it literally only the one? I mean, they didn't tone her pulses down, so you're getting the additional pulses out of it. Not sure on Bionic, but the others said it earlier, but switching shields so that you don't actually use HP, means you remove damage range counter. It's only HP. Hold on, wait. Switching to shields so that you don't actually use HP means you remove damage range cooldown, since you don't need HP mods on the current bunny build. Not a special. Bionic is not special in any way. It's the same buff to your speeds. Bionic isn't better. That's why I'm like, I think that I know a lot of people are really enjoying Bionic because of the fact that it uses, like, a lot of, we've talked about it before, but it consumes HP instead of MP, so you build into shields, right? You have move speed. I don't have anything on right now on the Arche Tuning. Well, maybe. I need to look, because I just turned them back on, but I don't have anything selected. But in using this, you lose this. So, to me, I still think Electric Condense is better. But the offset here is you can remove damage range cooldowns, since you don't need HP mods on the current bunny builds. I mean, I can take HP amp off. I could take HP amp off and put something else on it anyway. Because I don't have HP amp taken off right now for my condense. I could take HP amp off because of these, right? Like, we could take HP amp off pretty easy. My Arche Tuning, I've just got whatever, like, range and all of this, but I don't have anything selected right now. But for Bunny right now, I mean, where are we at? Skill power, electric, fusion. These are all straight boosts, and then skill power modifier. So, like, for her modules, you could take HP amp off and put Spear and Shield on, or you could put. I'm doing good, Lizzie. How you doing? She's got an attack. She's got a luck. You can run the Brave set on her. So I've got one where I run the Brave set on her. So I can use Electric Condense more frequently. And I put Decimator on here, but honestly you could put Spear and Shield and it would be fine. The question would be if you should increase this to be maximized power. But the problem is, like, anytime you use maximized power, it gets to be so fucking high. Right? Like, anytime we use maximized power, like, anytime we use these, it's like that additional 50% on the cooldown is, like, really, really painful. Got excited to see you there. Great question, Joe. I appreciate you. Happy that you were went back and watched it. What'd you think? Because we could put maximize skill on. How bad? Oh, it's an X though. I hate that it's an X. I could move it down here. I could move it down here. Like, if we took this off, right? And then we took this off, and then we put that there. Let's just see what it looks like. How bad is it? You're back up to 30 seconds, which means you need to get 30 kills with the Brave set to even be able to use it. Man, I just don't like it. For the additional skill power you're getting, Dangerous Ambush. I just don't like it because of how fucking egregious it makes it. Dangerous Ambush is one of those things that, because you're going to be the first person running into a room, everything is going to target you. So you're basically, in my view, there's no possible way you gain any benefit out of this because you're the first person in the room. You're already in time frame. Yeah, time frame to get those kills. Yeah. Yeah, I just don't see it. And then you're losing skill power on top of it to gain skill power, because you're losing skill power you're losing skill power from your from your Slayer set. So you're already losing skill power from your Slayer set. And then you're adding very little skill power back from your Slayer set into that increase. But then you're fucking the shit out of your cooldown. And it's just not going to be a net positive for you. Decimator's decent with her. That's what I had on her before. You could put a cooldown. Is there a cool... Can I put another cooldown mod on here if I want? You run Decimator and MP Collector. Is that good? I don't think it's a problem. What up, Thebe? How's the new update looking? For the most part, Veterans Tactics would be awesome if it worked. If Veterans Tactics worked, it would be awesome, but it's support tech. For the most part, it doesn't really seem to be changing anything. Most of the stuff that got buffed was shit that nobody was using anyway. And the buffs aren't really enough. Like, the buffs aren't really enough to make it worth it. Does that make sense? Oh, there's a control mod there. Do I have a cooldown mod on? I mean, that's sort of like the biggest issue. Is most of the stuff, like most of the stuff just doesn't matter. We've got nimble fingers. Duration, which isn't really cooldown. I don't know why this isn't a duration mod instead of a cooldown mod. Kind of irritating that they do that. I don't really think there's any additional cooldown we can get, right? I don't really think there's actually any additional cooldown we can get. Yo-ho, thanks for the follow. The only person that really is going, like, there's an improvement for Sharon, and if you're already playing Sharon, then it's just a nice little buff to Sharon. If you're already playing her, like, spin to win. If you're for some reason playing Haley, Haley's buff is a nice little boost to her damage, but most people aren't playing Haley. And most people aren't playing Sharon. And then for Bunny, I mean, she gains additional move speed, which is nice, which gives her, like, more damage due to her pulses. So you might see more people running her just because she's insanely fast and she beats everybody else to the room when it comes to mobbing. But once Inez sets up in a room, then Bunny's kind of going to be going up against Inez. And I'm a Blair main. His buff animation still feels too slow. It still feels too disruptive. Yeah. So, like, a lot of these descendants didn't really gain a whole lot as a positive. So I think that for Bunny Component 2, Plague set and 2 Mage set, or going Slayer would be better. I mean, I'm going with Slayer over, like, 2 Plague and 2 Mage. I don't know what you're gonna gain from that. 2 Mage, you're gonna get 6% skill power, and then Plague, you're only gonna gain 10%. You're gonna put 5% in one bucket, but you're gonna lose 16% overall. You're gonna lose what? You're gonna get 5 and 6, which is like 11, right? 5 and 6, which is 11, but you're losing 15 points. Even though you're putting it in another bucket, it's a net loss. Yeah, 5 plus 6 is 11 versus an overall of 26. So you're losing 15 points. Even though you're putting 5 points in a very underutilized bucket, you're still losing a shitload off of the top. Really didn't see how it brought the skill users closer to Inez, at least for mobbing. It did. It brought their... It brought the skill users skills that nobody's using closer to Inez, but it didn't bring the skill users themselves closer to Inez. Does that make sense? So if you were using one of the skills that nobody uses, then that skill is now closer. Similar to Inez, to Hunter, that's cooldown though, right? You could for the cooldown. You could to get a little bit of extra cooldown off of here. I think that for the EC, I think if I was going to run that, though, I would run Bravery. I would just run Bravery, and then I would put, like, Spear and Shield here. From the more MP cost from Slayer, yeah. But if you put Bravery on, then you're going to have this off of cooldown all the time. Like, your EC is off cooldown all the time. And you're going to lose a little bit of damage on the top end if you were to put, like, Spear and Shield here. You're still going to lose, like, 14 points. You're going to lose 14 points, but you're going to have EC up the whole time. But not Inez strong, yeah. You're not going to get it to be Inez strong. Like, no matter how you do it, it's not going to be Inez strong. Because she can utilize the increased movement cap. That's true. To some degree, right? You have focus on electric, focus on singular, and I think no power increase. You're running this without power increase? Where are you getting your skill power from? Like, where are you getting your skill power bucket from? I mean, you're getting some from the Slayer set, but you're not getting enough. Skill simp plus MP conversion. How do I not have this maxed? Oh, I have it on right here. I have it on right here. I was so dumb. That's a bit harsh on MP. You can't. I mean, I'm fine with it. Well, here, I'll show it to you. Let me put Dangerous Ambush on.
Well, hello there.
Thanks for the follow.
Yo, thanks for the follow. We do keep anonymous if you're just hanging out, chilling, and relaxing. No, I appreciate you. If you want to speak up and get to me in the community, have a good night. Thanks for the follow. Here, I'll show you. I don't think it's that bad, but they buffed underused skills, but not Descendants outright. Not a huge fan of the patch. Basically, did I put DA on her? Did I put DA on her? If I did, I put the wrong thing. Yeah, that's not right. That's not what I meant to put on her. That was not what I meant to put on her. Because I literally just said don't put DA on her. I literally just said do not put DA on her. Let me go upstairs really quick. Just saw Reddit post, but the core crafting cost reduction wasn't this patch, even though those upcoming changes. New braids on Bunny's hair fucking way long. I don't know when they're gonna do it. I think right now it's just sort of like milking, right? I do like that you can run 400s, yeah, but the cost, like, you're getting very little from it, right? Like, you're getting very, very, very little. You're getting very little cores, so it's super inefficient, but they're still there. What up, unit? I mean, it's nice that you're getting them. The change you want is to make her overpowered. I get that. They're not going to make that. They would have to make a completely different... They'd have to make a completely different red mod for her. If they made her to where she was... If they made her where... If they made her where she was a crit descendant, then it would change a lot of things, but it's going to do it in a way that's crazy. You don't play this game, you just enjoy listening to me chat about stuff. I appreciate you. Appreciate you, Metka. The biggest issue is going to be running from zone to zone right now on my MP, if I'm honest. But yeah, you can see, like, as long as you're playing solo, this doesn't fucking matter at all. Like, your MP is negligible. Right? Like, even with this build on, the MP is negligible. You hit cap? Yeah, I'm at cap right now. Pretty easy to farm with Valby. Are you using her like water build? And then on top of that, you can just use your 4 whenever you need to, right? So like if you run into something that's hard to kill, you just use your 4. But you can see right now, yeah, she fucking cooks. I mean, honestly, I use Valby a lot just in general. I think Valby's really good. I think Valby's in a pretty good spot. The buffs really did nothing for her, but I think general Valby is in a good spot. You can see, like, I'm not having any issues with MP. Even with the Slayer set and everything on. Like, this build just fucks. That right there is probably going to hurt me more than anything. Was using EC at like a bad time. What a basher. But yeah, like just using this to speedrun with, it's perfectly fine. That's why, like, I know there's a use case for Bionic Bunny, but like for me personally, this is just fine. Biggest issue I got right now is that that I cannot I can't get kills to get EC off cooldown. Right? That's like the biggest issue I have. But yeah, like to me personally, it doesn't cause any issues. Check what cores you get when you're done. Whatever it showed down in the bottom corner under my chat.
Drinking out of cups.
Recovery, augment, firepower cores 1. Like, I'm waiting to see what cores show up, but it's probably going to be super low. It actually started showing them when it switched my screens. Thank you, Asher. Yeah, it's still fucking dropping shit down there. Like, it's still just dropping a ton of cores. You guys can see them. Like, it's still just dropping shit. I like this patch. It's small incremental changes, some QOL, nothing overpowered or game breaking. It basically didn't really change anything for a lot of people. For the most part, I got like a level 7 core. So there might be some other issue. It sounds like something weird. It's strange I had to go to the Steam support like you guys said. Receipt for a $100 bundle. So I couldn't get the bundles, but I can't buy them. But there might be another issue. Then if you've got the money in your account, you can try to buy it again and see if it goes through. And see if it goes through. There was an 8. You can try buying it again if the money's still in your wallet. Then it might be okay. I mean, there's definitely a lot of shit that drops from this 400. They definitely need to speed up that drop window. They need to speed up that drop window. Dude, we're going to auto transfer to Albion before it's done. Like, we auto transferred to Albion before it was done. Was there anyone majorly buffed, or was it only mini buffs? I mean, some people had a little bit better buffs than other, but it was to like skills and descendants that are pretty underused. So there was nothing that really changed. Bunny's probably the greatest benefactor. And even still, it doesn't really change much. Like my current Bunny build that I use, it just does load the purchase. That's interesting. I would ask Steam. Yeah, you're going to have to talk to Steam support. Because basically what it sounds like is it thinks that your account is like bugged or trying to hack, so it's just not letting it go through. If you leave early, do you lose the drops? I don't think so. Because I think you already got them. It's just displaying them. There's a chance you get no good boss cores from the drops. I need somebody to like data mine it and find out, because like what it shows here, right? Like what it shows here from the 400s, or was it? Here, right here, 400s, you're going to get tiers 2 to 4. You're going to get 15. So, I mean, like based on this, you shouldn't get anything really crazy, right? Yeah, more than likely the item's already in your inventory. The display is just the display. But yeah, it could data mine it, but tell you off the bat you're not getting hierarchy. Yeah, I mean, honestly, Purge is going to be the best place to farm. You're going to get them passively, but... You looked at them earlier, but it's pretty bad. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing there that seems like it's going to do anything really crazy. So, it's just going to kind of be what it is. You're adding lower tier cores to make it more accessible. Basically for newer players to be able to core some lower level weapons. So is this going to be your final build for Bunny? I mean... Decimator is the only thing I'm not... Just more money to convert them all? Absolutely. Thank you, Lux. Honestly, I just don't know how married I am to Decimator. I don't know how married I am to Decimator here. I kind of feel like I might just want to switch this out to Spear and Shield. Either Spear and Shield, which will give me a little bit more defense. I would probably put it on Spear and Shield because getting the electric skill power from a Fortitude mod is only going to... It's going to net me a little bit more, but this bucket's already just minorly overfilled compared to this one. So Spear and Shield's going to net you a little bit of, like, defense to help offset your, like, squishiness. So... I mean, like, this is giving you more skill power, but that skill power doesn't really matter in this bucket because you see how the damage here is, like, damage, skill power times 4,700. Like, your skill power bucket is so fucking overloaded. Like, your fourth bucket is so overloaded here that adding 50 to this versus adding, you know, 10 to skill power, you're probably going to see a larger net benefit here. I mean, I could check them to see, but yeah, and it's a skill power modifier, right? That's what I mean, because this is like in your fourth bucket. So your skill power here, this is its own thing that's being added into your bucket. So this bucket is just fucked. Versus, because this is a skill power modifier. Versus if I was to use Spear and Shield. But the base honor 3 isn't as high. It's not near as high. But I don't really think that you need that much additional damage here versus being able to add the additional damage here. You see what I mean? So, like, this is already one pulsing everything. So, adding 10 more to your first bucket is going to probably give you more benefit here. It's a bit better. The question is it a bit better? Do you... The question is... So, like, it's a bit better, right? So, here's my question. Without looking at Alyssa's build, because I haven't looked at Alyssa's build. Okay? If this is the damage threshold you need to kill things, he uses Skill Simp, which is what this is, and Singular Master. Hold on. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I wouldn't. That's why I'm like Markov. I'm like, absolutely not. If this is the damage you need to kill things, and you're already doing this much damage, it's much lower damage. There's no possible way it's higher damage. There's no possible way.
어서 오세요, 계승자.
There's no possible way. On what? On what skill? On what skill? On your pulses? On your third skill, you went from 700k on your pulses against what? Against level 1 enemies? Alright. There's no possible way, right? Let's go darkness so I don't have to worry about it. Level 1 truth by the look of the numbers. Those numbers are just too low. So has no electric, so it doesn't matter. All right, so we're gonna do it on darkness just because it's gonna give us like a good number, right? So what are we getting here? About 120k. About 120k. Right? 120k. We're getting 120k. And now if we put on dude, I'm gonna have to copy this. I'm not wrecking this build. Paste. So we're gonna take this mod off, and we're gonna take this mod off, and then we're gonna put on singular. We're gonna put on singular master, which is a battle mod. And then what are we gonna put up there to? What up, Judge? Or what up, Isham? Crit Bunny's still the best for you? Crit Bunny, like, Bunny's critical rate's so low that being on a Crit Bunny isn't gonna help. And then we need a luck mod. So let's find a luck mod. Just to try to make sure that we're doing the best we can here. Let's try to find a luck mod. We'll go with singular, even though we're not really built into singular. I don't even know if we can. See if I can move some stuff around. Let's see. So we'd have to go with like singular, probably singular integration, right? Singular amp. We'll go singular amp. We're gonna have to take a build, or I'm gonna take MP conversion off because it's not gonna matter. Let's put this on, right? For the most benefit, like for the most benefit. So we were doing 120 earlier. I'm doing 120 right now. I'm doing the exact same. Singular reactor. That's different though, because now you're not comparing the same builds. Because that is a build that is specifically designed to make your pulses do more damage. And mine is a build that's going to make your energy condenser do an insane more damage. Because you don't need the extra damage on your pulses. Because your pulse is already overkilling. So we're built into our electric condense to make sure we're like phasing bosses. That is a different thing, because I'm running. See, that changes everything, because what you're saying, but what you're saying here is like I'm running a right, like this is fusion and not even singular. Is no different. It still benefits both builds. You're just getting less benefit on the pulses, right? But the numbers shouldn't change. So in theory, the numbers shouldn't change. Because I'm just doing less base damage, but I'm still doing the same effective thing, right? It's just my base damage number is different. So in theory, if you were to put this on, wherever it went. If you were to put this on, yeah, numbers will be much lower. Singular isn't the number, but it's not about the size of the number. It's about if the numbers are the same. Do you see what I'm saying? Because the point here isn't that this build is doing more damage than the other build. It's that they're doing the same number, but you're losing all of the benefits that you gain from EC. That is what I'm saying here. Because in this one, right? This is basically the same build that you're saying. And we're hitting 120 after they're already shocked. But then if I go here, as soon as this lets off, as soon as I can swap it, it's better to go for more on your 4. That's the way we looked at it when we did this build. And then if I go here, I was hitting 120 on this earlier. I don't know what happened, but oh, there it is, 120. So we're hitting 120 here, which is the same thing we were hitting on the other one, right? So that's on spam your skills so the inversion's not affecting it. Is the inversion affecting it? Yeah. Because I have all of them turned off, but there's definitely the one that'll like... just to ensure that everything is the same. It's just as soon as you started pointing out which mods, I was like, bro, I mean... I think we're capped, right? We're capped. You're using my build with a singular reactor. You can use the singular reactor if you want more damage on your pulse. You just don't need the more damage on your pulse, right? So we're doing 140, 143, 143. Trying to see, because it like does have some fluctuation in it. Because see, we're only doing like 111s right now. But we were doing 140s earlier. See, like that was an 80. See, there's definitely a little bit of fluctuation in this, but the inversion's causing it. There. Now there's nothing, right? The one in the top row. Yeah, well, I thought that because we stacked it out, it would fix it, but we'll just do it this way. Your damage scales with our custom resource. Yeah. You have to keep moving to keep your energy multiplier. Top row, not the bottom. I could run, and it's like... That was really bad rubber banding. The hard part is trying to get the numbers, but... We're like 121, right? Like, so we're at 121. You need to keep your electricity at max to be fair. That's what we'll do it. So 121. Because, I mean, there's a slight chance that this might give you just a little bit more on your 3, but you don't need more on your 3. By the way, you do testing on the order of truth here to give you more consistent numbers. We can always switch them over to truth. But you can see here, we're hitting 120, 121, and we were hitting 121 before, right? What up, crazies? But we're hitting effectively the same numbers. We're hitting effectively the same value. So, but in this build, in the other build, you're going to do more damage on your energy condense. Until you, so basically, Synity, there's a build out right now where instead of using power increase and singular amp, like power increase, singular amp, skill simp, and electric amp, they're using something like singular master, electric amp, skill simp, and singular amplification. And this is supposed to be doing more damage. Like on your 3.
Well, hello there.
Thanks for the follow.
Like with everything else being normalized, it's supposed to be more damage, doing more damage on your 3. Yo, thanks for the follows. The The Glay gun build's nice. It's definitely... Basically, that's the main change. I mean, that's the main change. Everything else is just kind of like what it is, right? Because you're dealing with modifiers and everything else. But basically, power increase versus singular master is the big change. Singular master just seems wrong. It just, something about it doesn't seem right. You can test fusion master. It's possible you're getting maybe a 3% more damage increase. But you're going to be losing. You're going to be losing on your electric condense over that. Have you someone doesn't understand the damage formulas in chat? Yeah, power increases in the battle group. Power increases in the battle group and singular masters in the battle group. Both of them are in the battle group. So you're losing power increase. No way singular master is better than power increase. In my mind, I cannot physically see a way for this to work and be better. Now, if somebody has a damage spreadsheet and they can run it, but everything we just tested shows... but only for 3 and not running a singular reactor. So it's a 0.075% increase. So it's it is a slim margin, but you're only getting it off of your 3. Try focus. What's the focus mods for? Just to do whatever? You're overestimating. I didn't even think it was going to be an increase at all. Welcome back, Granola. It's all good, mate. I didn't think it would be an increase at all. It's not massive, but singular focus build. Well, yeah, I mean, like, if you're putting on a singular, like, reactor and stuff, again, if you're putting on a singular reactor, you're gonna see maybe, like, a smaller. Is that due to continuous damage also being focused in? Well, I don't know. Yeah, in my mind... This is still a better build because of this. Because, like, we just ran a 400 and you could see that nothing mattered. Yeah, it's not a fusion. I think Judge is saying that the build is going to increase damage throughout. Yeah. This is going to give you a better net benefit across all skills, and your 4 skill is the one that matters more. Because we just ran a 400 because Markov, when we were talking earlier, Markov was like, hey man, that's like really heavy on MP usage because you're using skill scent plus Slayer. And he was like, yeah, I'm a little nervous about that build. Right, like I'm a little nervous about that build because it's so heavy usage on MP. And I ran a 400 and it didn't even matter. Because you're already ever killing everything in 1 to 2 hits. Oh yeah. But I mean, if people want to run it, they can run it. I mean, you can run whatever you want. Haven't hopped on yet with like 10 minutes. Who benefited the most from the buffs? Bunny. If you want to say it was a benefit, maybe Bunny. Bunny or Serena. Or Bunny or Sharon. Probably. So Condense will net you more against... Yeah. Condense will net you more against most things. Prefer looking at as a whole build and kits. No, I'll agree with that. To me, I think the whole kit is more important to me. And I think that this build as a kit, in my view, is going to net me more benefit than adding a little bit. It's subjective. Well, back to my thing here, right? Boo, 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 boo. Back to this. Clay doesn't feel like a turtle. It helps, Nips. Back to this. If this is the amount of damage you need to kill something, and you're doing this much damage, doing this much more damage, didn't feel like this right here just doesn't feel important to me. Why Peacemaker on her? I just put Peacemaker on her for sprint just to move her around. I did it in the past because of the 3 sprint cores. You don't really need the 3 sprint cores anymore, but like you're not shooting with her anyway. So what's it like? What gun would you put on her, Crazy? Like, just curious. Like, if there's a different gun, like, I'm always open to it, but it was literally just for move. It was literally just for move speed.
좀 비켜줄래?
But she hits the 1600 sprint speed max now, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, like for me, definitely being able to like hit those big EC numbers is important. Bunny seems to be the most benefit. Out of all of the buffs, Bunny seems to have got the most benefit. And I wouldn't even say it was a huge benefit. Like, realistically. Since 500 before, yeah. I wouldn't say it was a huge benefit. Like, her move speed decrease was nice. Like, the move speed fix here was nice. This is nice. This is negligible. This is nice. Haley, this is nice, but it doesn't really matter because she's still slow as fuck. Enzo, we didn't really mess with Enzo too much.
Well, hello.
Sharon, this is nice. Yo, what up, Z? This is nice on Sharon. You only need 1 core, right? That's what they're saying, is you only need 120 core to get her to max. That's what I keep hearing, Rogue. This is nice. Some of these move speed buffs are nice. Blair still kind of feels like shit. Because they didn't add any range to him. So they gave him some like cooldown, like they increased his animations, which helps. But like his lack of range really hurts him on a lot of his stuff. And then he got a slight move. He got a slight debuff to his move speed, which kind of sucks. Valby's cleanup, like if you're somebody that uses cleanup, it feels a little bit better. It's a little bit faster. Most people aren't using cleanup unless you're reactor farming. And this supply moisture weapon thing is nice, but again, most people, if they're going to use a gun descendant, will just use Serena. So like the net positive on these is very minimal. It was like one of those, they missed the forest for the trees by buffing stuff that like this did not make my Valby realistically like that much closer to Inez. It's an opinion. I mean, it's just an opinion. I mean, some people might take it a completely different way, but in my view, like nothing here was really that crazy. Like nothing here really made me go, okay, you know what? Haley is a viable alternative to Serena or to Inez, or Glay is now viable to Inez when it comes to mobbing. Like I'm gonna start using my restored relic Glay over Inez. Like that's not gonna happen. Or where I just look at this and go, you know what? Valby is just as fast or faster at mobbing than Inez now, so I'm going to use her. I'll use Valby if I want to, but she's still not going to be as good as Inez. And whose view is something? What happened? I think her 3 isn't too bad in something like 400s. I mean, you can still do it. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, you can use these things. But, like, honestly, if I was going to run a 400 right now... No, it's not a we're back. Right now, what I will say about this patch is running 400s, I'll run them solo with Bunny. Like, running 400 solo with Bunny is nice. Unless it's a really shitty 400 that's, like, super long. But if you're running, like, a normal 400, run it with Bunny. It's just going to be faster. Well, I say that, but I haven't even messed with Inez. Like, let me look at this. Yeah. I mean, if you're pubbing and Valby with randoms, yeah. Working on Enzo, don't really do anything because skill power increased by the max shield. Yeah, we noticed that instantly. As soon as we saw what it was, we were like, this isn't, you know what I mean? This isn't something crazy. You hit 1440 sprint speed. You're only a little bit slower than Bunny. Honestly, I mean, I haven't ran Inez through a 400, but I mean, if you're only 180 move speed, like shallow on Bunny, running Inez with the Brave set, I honestly, you might even just run Inez with the Brave set. Like Bravery. I mean, I don't know. Is the pool invaded by Gooners? It definitely is. Bunny's way faster. You got Brisk Walk on? I mean, I don't. They removed it. They upped it. Brisk Walk is for move speed, not sprint speed, though. Right? And since, like, Inez is using sprint speed, it's going to be different. Because, like, let me do this. Return to Albion. The reason I say that is Bunny's probably going to move faster, but Inez clears the entire room. Inez has the speed buff from her 4. That's exactly my point, Markov. Is that Inez has the speed buff from her 4. So if you take Inez and you swap all of this out for the Bravery set, right? Like here, I'll show you guys. Let me just make sure nothing's too fucked up on here. I need a skill power modifier. I need a skill power modifier. Give me a second. Oh, something's fucked up here, guys. Oh, Brave set. Here it is. Emergency measure. Focus on tech. Sill, mate. Thank you for your prime, brother. Thank you for the support. Thank you for supporting me, and thank you for supporting the channel. I definitely appreciate you. Thank you very, very, very much for the support. I put something. There's something that changed. I'm missing skill power on here. I need skill power on here. I need skill power on here. We might change this out to... we might change this. Because I don't actually have any skill power on this build right now. Right? Because we don't get skill power from Secret Garden. Secret Garden goes directly to your base. Be rubbing your butt. Yo, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Lizzie, thank you for your prime as well, guys. Thank you guys for your primes. Thank you for the support.
Tsunoday just subscribed with Prime.
400s, just use whatever's your mod. Clears, it's inconsequential. Yeah, I think that, why these external components, you'll see in about 3 seconds why. What up, Biscuit? How you doing? What up, John? What up, guys? How are you guys doing? Is everybody having a good day? What up, Biscuit? How you doing today? Blah. I want electric. I know what I want. I just can't remember the name of the mod. I know what I want. Let's go with Electric Master. Let's do this. This'll fix it. All right, let's do this. So this is why. This is why these mods, right? Because like I know everybody's like fawning over the new bunny skill increase. 400's kind of low. It is, but that's what people like. That's what people are gonna test, right? Like I can do it on 400s. I can do it on whatever you want. Anything short of purge is where these things are gonna matter, right? Like you can say it's a low bar or the bar is on the ground, but it's an even testing site, right? Like, what do you want me to go run Sigma? Sigma's no harder than 400s. 400s is just concentrated and it's linear. So when you're trying to see like who clears content faster, it's easier to check in a linear run where there's less RNG on if enemies spawn in fucking Timbuktu and you have to run an hour to go kill the one straggler. What are you up to today? What are you up to today, Biscuit? So here, I'll show you. Like, because we were talking about Bunny being, like, really cracked. Like, not that she's cracked, but she's the one that benefited the most from the changes, right? Just saying no offense. Oh, dude, I'm not offended. I'm just stating, like, what I'm doing, right? Like, what I'm doing is a sanitary test. Right? So, like, we're just doing a sanitized test. So, like, Bunny runs definitely a little bit faster, but once this is moving, now it's not going to matter, right? So now at this point, nothing's going to matter. Rock and Glay in today's Purge, OP. Just because of, Rock and Glay and Purge? Why? What's making the difference? You can see we're only running like just a little bit slower than we're only running a little bit slower than Bunny. It's not even a whole lot. The open circle. Yeah. That was unfortunate. I probably shouldn't have used my 4 there, but the difference right here between this and Bunny is going to be that, like, clearing rooms like this are going to be instant, right? The open circle. Purge 10 has been a big open space. It rotates right on the map. Yeah. Like, Purge 10 is going to be much, much easier. It's just a different map, and it's going to rotate, so... I mean, I think, honestly, probably anybody that can kill quick there. I still think Serena's probably going to fucking smoke. As long as you have a decent build, because it's going to be super easy to fly. You're mathing? What math are you doing today, Biscuit? Anything good? Basically, from what I can see, most of these buffs don't really matter. There's, like, some small use cases, but you're buffing shit that's, like, underused or doesn't really matter, and you're adding, like, very small percents, right? You're adding, like, very, very, very small percents to skills that are either underused or don't really matter. So it's not making any massive, massive changes. I don't know. I mean, this actually might be faster to run with Bunny now. It's hard to tell. It's really kind of hard to tell because Inez drops out of her 1400 sprint pretty often, even if you're using your 4, just because you can't use your 4 as often as you want. So yeah, like Inez might, or Bunny might definitely be like a mobbing queen when it comes to speed mobbing. Bunny's DPS output's high. Math is just adding the modifiers to prove your existing counts. Yeah. Cooldown reduce. Yeah, like using this is just for the cooldown reduce. I mean, her DPS output isn't like as high as Serena's, but it's definitely good. It's just the speed, like if the speed makes sense to use it or not. With Bunny, you did the 400 in like 2 minutes. Yeah, you can cook through them. Especially if you use like energy condense and you do it right. I think Bunny's probably the biggest benefit. Inez has better control over her abilities. Like, would we end up? Pretty slow. 2 minutes, 57 seconds. 2 minutes, 57 seconds. I think if you pay attention, you can probably time it and do it a little faster. You can do it a little better, right? But, like, move to Albion immediately. But Bunny can just move faster. No matter the speed, everyone's going to drive Spider. What do you mean? Looking at everything, Bunny's definitely the biggest win. And it's not even a big win. The bike? Yeah. Bunny's probably the biggest win, but it's not even a real crazy win. Rather have Bunny having higher skill damage modifier than run speed. I mean, her skill power modifier is already pretty high. Especially on something like Condense. Like, you don't really need more damage on her 3. Unless we get like enemies that are like harder, you know, have like more defense. The other thing too, remember, is I did all of that with like, you know, basically no inversion reinforcements. So what happened to Bunny? Basically what happened to Bunny is her sprint speed just got increased. I hate this. There we go. You play Val because you like her more than others. I think that the game is in a state right now where unless you're doing very, 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 very specific content, and you're trying to do it at like super, super breakneck speeds, you can basically play anybody other than Jaber and Kyle. You can basically play anybody other than Jaber and Kyle, and it'll be fine. Yeah, I think you just take... Man, it's just tough. I mean, you just run Decimator or Skill Power. You hate maths, you can't number. It just depends on if you got good spreadsheets. If you've got good spreadsheets and you've got everything set up, then it's definitely a lot easier to math. But yeah, right now, this is the only one I'm thinking. What's happening? You're moving faster than the server's netcode. So what's happening? And we've got people here who are like, that deal with like IT. But basically what's happening, in my view, is you're moving, right? You're moving from point here and you're moving to here. But the server is updating in ticks. Tick, 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 right? So the server's updating this frequently, right? So tick, 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 tick. The server's updating during this time. So while you're moving, what is happening is you are moving and you're getting to here, but then the server is updating and the server thinks that you are here. So then on your screen, even though you're here, the server, which is like the master, right? The server is the one that dictates what's actually happening in the game. The server, by its math, its calculations, and everything it's seen, says you're here. So when that happens, it moves you from here back to here, and then you keep moving forward. And then it's tick, 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 tick. And then all of a sudden, you're all the way over here, but the server still thinks you're here. So then it resets you back here, and then it starts going again. Do you see what's happening? So I don't know if that could be your connection to the server. That could be the server's connection to you. There are a lot of things that will cause that type of rubber banding. But what is happening is the server is the master, and it is going to decide what's actually happening in the game. So hopefully that explanation makes sense, but that is what rubber banding is. Rubber banding is the server who is the one that controls what is actually happening in the game, justifying with the client because the client and the server are out of sync. So when the client and the server are out of sync, server supersedes client. That way you don't get people manipulating the client or modifying the client in a way that is malicious and sends wrong information and allows people to like cheat. It's live service. You're always going to have that. After Bullets Ghost, it's Step Ghost. Yeah. Do you think they're going to be up? So here's what I think is going to happen, Deadshot. Server rules, client rules. Yeah. Oh, man. So here's what I think is going to happen. I think there are going to be some people that put out really good guides. They're going to run the numbers and they're going to look at the like 8 or 9 descendants that were changed. And they're going to say, out of all of these, how do you resolve it? Better netcode, or better connections. When you're moving so fast, so your servers are set up on ticks, and those ticks are just like once you start doing inputs. I'll get back to your like, I'll get back to your point on like the builds in a second. But what ends up happening is once inputs supersede the client's tick rate, you're always going to have this happen. So as things happen faster, as you have faster fire rates, as you have faster move speeds, you're going to encroach on the maximum amount of like transferable data that is being refreshed on your servers. And the only way to fix that is to tell your servers to refresh more frequently. Because no one struggles with their frames like Gauze or Volt. Yep, because they've set up their game to support those characters and those changes. But like that's why they had to put a limit on the amount of fire rate you can get in this game. Because once you supersede, the server itself just says it is impossible for you to be able to hit these numbers, and we're not going to refresh them, so we're just not going to make them count. Thanks for the follows, by the way. So when it comes to like guides, I think that in my view, and this is where things are going to get kind of weird. In my view, none of the changes themselves did anything to a current playable build that would cause you to reevaluate or rechange your build in a way to take advantage of the increases. So you will see some people that update guides, and you will see some people that update guides, and I think Bunny is probably one of the most justifiable ones. And it is to explain how the increase sort of affects her numbers at the top end when you're at full sprint, when you're running and pulsing, and show that this was a net increase of X amount to Bunny, but I don't think most people are going to modify their build around that. You might have some people that create builds because of the increase and say, if you build into this, you're going to get like a net benefit in damage, but you're going to be sacrificing something to gain that increase in pulse damage. So there's probably, Bunny is by far probably the only person I could see you making a build that made sense based on these buffs. And even still, without running the numbers down like to a T, I cannot personally see that this increase for her move speed is going to make it worth you building a run speed Bunny where you completely neglect energy condenser. So this is a passive buff to Bunny in my view, and I would not change my EC build to build more into Bunny's 3. Like, I would not take damage away from my EC to build into Bunny's 3 because Bunny's 3 is already killing things. Yeah, like EC is still going to be your primary source of damage. See, I know that I can, like, Biscuit and me, like, I need to fucking Biscuit, I need to DM you about some stuff at some point, but so we're kind of like definitely going to be on the same wavelength here. So she is basically the only person I can see you making a change to. But I think that this man and his fucking hats, dude, it's because my past 2 days, I'll DM you after this. I'll message you today, Terea. My past 2 days have been fucked. Not in a bad way. They're just like, I've literally had like no time to sleep and I'm like so behind on content because of real life. And then they like dropped a bunch of shit, but it's just been busy. Like, I just got up, started streaming early because shit didn't make sense. I'll explain that later to you as well. Just remind me to explain it to you. I think that you'll see videos on YouTube that are super clickbaity and they make it sound like you should change your build or you should build some of these other descendants, or because some of these buffs came out, you should now like build these descendants because they're broken. But almost everything that was showcased was a net positive to things that don't matter. And what do I mean? They were to skills that are underutilized, and they're underutilized for a reason. They were to red mods that aren't used, and they're not used for a specific reason. Or they were to specific builds that even if you build into them, it's still going to be suboptimal. So, in my view as a content creator, why is she raging about your hat? She doesn't like the way it looks. From now on, just play different characters to get new feels for them. Yeah. To get new feels for them. And I think there's nothing wrong with trying new characters. My concern as a content creator is for the community. And like for the community, in my view, I dislike when like certain builds are proposed. Because people that don't know things. Yo, Venom, thank you for your Prime. Thank you for the support. Thank you for supporting me, and thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you for your Prime, mate. I appreciate you. Thank you very, very, very much for the support. You guys that are giving me your Primes know that it goes a long way. I do this as a full-time job, so your guys' Primes, any subs, any bits go a long way to me eating. So thank you guys for the support. My biggest thing, if I'm transparent with you guys, as a content creator and a community leader and a thought leader and somebody that cares about the community and knows we're going to get an influx of new characters, my biggest fear, and it might be unfounded, and I know there are people that are going to disagree with me, and that's fine. Obviously, we don't always have the same opinions, but is that some builds get put out there, and they get put out there in a way to sort of explain that they're good. And what ends up happening is the build is actually not good. And it's not good, not because there's like a lack of understanding.
Oh my.
But because it's just...
Kennedy
it's so far like... Kennedy, thank you for your Prime, mate. Thank you for the support. Thank you for supporting me, and thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you very, very, very much. Thank you for the support, mate. How do I want to say this? There are going to be new players that come to the game, and they're going to try to find builds. So say you're a Ajax main, right? and you still want to play Ajax, and nobody wants to dissuade you from like playing Ajax, right? It's reinventing the wheel for no benefit to players. That right there. What ends up happening is you make something that is bad and suboptimal, and it hurts new players that don't understand why. And then they make the build thinking that it's good, and it doesn't net them anything. And then what happens is, because people, you only watch a few CCs, yo, I appreciate. Trey, thank you for the 100 biddies. Thank you guys for the support. Bessie's for like 4 years. Yeah, hairstyle normal. Yeah, I'm just lazy. The problem I have is these people are just farming. Yeah, they are. They're definitely farming. That's why I've been quite vocal in the past about misinformation. And that's why I like when you guys hold me accountable. Like, I am one person and I am fallible, right? Like, there are going to be times where I forget things, or I don't see things. Or like, it's been a while since I've played a Descendant, or it's been a while since I've played a build, and I just can't recall why it was set up that way, and it takes me a minute to like figure things out. Rhea, thank you for gifting a year's worth of subs to Ecto. Thank you for the support. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for supporting the channel. Can we get some W's in chat for this hype train, for all of the bits, all of the subs? Can we get some W's? Maybe like a couple people with some W's. Maybe like at least two. Can at least get 2 W's. Like, can we get a couple? These are big W's, man. I wanna make sure that people that are supporting me are getting a little bit of recognition for supporting the channel. Thank you guys for the support. Thank you guys for supporting me. Thank you guys for supporting the channel. These are big W's. This really helps me eat. And I cannot stress how important it is to me. So thank you guys for the support. Thank you guys for the subs. Thank you guys for the pribes. To Rhea, thank you for the years worth of bits or subs. To Ecto. John, thank you for the biddies. Thank you guys for the primes. Thank you guys for all the love. Thank you guys for all the support. This meat is not going to beat itself. I need your guys' help. So thank you guys for the love. Thank you guys for the support. Seriously, thank you guys very, very, very much for everything you do. Big W's? I think so. So back to what we were talking about before you guys were like crazy awesome. To the conversation we had, singular fits singular master, but the builds, tune, specific content won't fit in 99% cases. Exactly. My point, we don't like false information. That's why you should pick Jabber now, maxing with 60 cats. Sonic, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, Sonic. So my point is that we're getting ready to get an influx of new players. And like I was saying, there are definitely times I fuck things up. I forget a build. I have to look at it. I'm like, why did I do this? I have to thought process through it, right? Like, I have to do things. Rusty.
The Rusty Squid.
Thank you for the sub, you nerd.
To the community.
You need frog, please. So there are times I fuck up, but I ask you guys to hold me accountable, and you guys always do. You guys are always like, Judge, that's wrong. Judge, you're not thinking. What the fuck are you doing? Judge, you're retarded, right? And then I'm like, guys, I don't pick it up. And then you guys tell me and you remind me of the good thing.
For the follow.
So you guys hold me accountable, and I appreciate it. Girl, we getting wild today? Do I appreciate you guys? The problem for me... Yo, Snow, thank you for subbing for a month, Lucky Snow. And
what's a sub?
Canero?
Lucky Snow,
thank you. Thank you for the 100 biddies. Thank you guys for the love. Thank you guys for the support. You guys are absolutely cracked. Thank you guys for the love. Thank you guys for all the support. Thank you guys for everything you do. Am I gonna get? Dude, it says it should fucking. I've quintuple checked it, and it says that should fucking. That should say it, and it doesn't. So, just got back for playing with best character, Robert. Get Inez and Serena. Inez and Serena are the two that you should farm. But where it gets to be problematic is people put out clickbait videos and clickbait titles, and people that don't know what they're doing don't understand what's going on. And then they take the time and the effort to build these descendants. They use their catalysts. They use all of their resources that are very precious to them because they're new players, and they build something that's suboptimal in a bad way, and they don't understand why it's suboptimal because they think it's good. And then they go out and they try it and they find that they struggle in certain content, or that build doesn't work for certain things, or they can't take it into Purge, or they can't take it to wherever, and they don't understand why. And then they quit the game because they're still new and the honeymoon phase is over and they feel like they've wasted time and effort and they don't want to do it again. Even if Jaber becomes most OP character, I won't put one single catalyst into him. Hold my beer. Fucking Lamau. So that's my concern. So when people ask me like about this update, I know that we have some friends of the channel that are probably going to put some build guides out, but the friends of the channel that I have, I trust them. I appreciate that you're providing genuine, honest feedback. You're always going to get me to be honest here. I'm not going to fanboy on the game, but I'm also not going to shit talk it. And if we have conversations, we'll have them from both sides, and I'm not going to like ban anybody for having a different view than me. Because at the end of the day, we all want the game to do the best as possible, and that involves being able to have honest conversations. So, there are only a couple CCs that you trust. I mean, I don't blame that. I have like one. I can think of a couple content creators, and Biscuit's in chat, so I'll say Biscuit's one of them. Where I can trust that they're not going to clickbait people. Like they're not going to clickbait people. They're going to run the numbers and they're going to tell you why it's what it is. But I've seen other people that do like really quick clickbaity things. Are they here? They're probably not right now, and if they are, they're lurking. But like I trust certain people. So but I've definitely seen some clickbaity videos use a lot of Biscuit's builds. I think Biscuit has really good builds in some cases. They're mathing. The fact that they come into my chat and say they're mathing is already a good thing, right? Like, I'm a little bit different because I'm not going to math, but I'm going to use my understanding. Z, why you breaking shit? Why you breaking shit, Z? I'm not going to sit down and like run spreadsheet numbers to like the nth degree, but we're going to make sure that we use a solid understanding of what we're looking at to give you the best thing, and then we're going to go test it, right? I don't know how Z broke that. Please help me with my homework. Yeah. I don't know how people break shit. It's dumb. It's dumb, but the water animation looks good because it's UE5. The problem is it has like no effects on it, really. Like this like water movement thing is part of UE5. Like the way it moves around you is just part of the UE5 engine. The texture on it and the distortion looks decent, but the water movement looks fine, but they don't add any splash, right? There's no splash. Not just the ETA area. Yeah, it would have been nice if they would have put a little bit more some other places. Seriously, guys, thank you guys for the train. Thank you guys for the level 5 train. Thank you guys for the 16 subs, 400 bits. Thank you guys for love. Thank you guys for the support. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for enjoying the content. So I need to use the bathroom, and then I think we're gonna mess with some stuff. Should give some buffs to swimming. You think so? It's very nice. I think it looks nice. Like, as much as I meme on like the gooning thing, I do think it looks good. Z, thank you for the 100 biddies, mate. Thank you for the support. I mean, it looks good. There's like the ability to swim, and like there's, you know, there's people that are definitely playing this game with no hands right now for sure, but I think they did a good job on like the design of it. So I think they did a good job. Are you making me ice cream still? So guys, let me use the bathroom and then we'll get back into it. We'll mess with it. We've kind of tested the Descendants, and I think I can give my view on the update. I think I can give my view on the update. Not just gooning. Yeah, I think definitely running a mix. I just think that like the update here is, it's nothing major. This is nothing major. The biggest W on this entire chart is the fact that they moved Purge from 30 to 10. And that's something I was advocating as soon as they nerfed it. You can go back and watch my old VODs from like 4 months ago. As soon as they nerfed Purge, I was like, you need to get rid of 20 levels because it's just a time waste. So the change, right, from like VP 30 to VP 10, that's about the biggest win in this whole thing. So give me a second, guys. I'll be right back. I really have to pee. Yeah, it's just because it's been a while since you've stood it up. All right, guys. Are you guys listening to the original soundtrack? I keep hearing that it's actually good. Oh, who is this? Somebody named Cobra? Greetings. If anything, the update is a reflection of what we expect to see season 3 with their monthly updates. I'm curious because I think the monthly updates in season 3 are going to be specific to certain descendants. So I think that like the monthly updates are going to be, they'll pick a descendant that's underutilized and they'll make some changes to red mods and stuff. The main theme was awesome. I'll have to check it out. I'll check it out today, like while I'm out. The Luna song's pretty good. I might check it out later on today when because I've got to drive like an hour later on today, so. You got the whole album? I'll have to check it out then if it's actually decent. Just scan the QR. I'll mess with it later on today before I leave. So let's look at this again. We're listening to 3 of them. Nice. Valby we've looked at. Blair we've looked at. Sharon we haven't looked at. The biggest thing here is going to be this area suppression. There are going to be people. How's the new controller? It's fucking amazing. I haven't got to mess with it very much. It's fucking amazing though, because it's got the paddles on the back. It's heavy. It's hefty. I was surprised at how good it is. Thank you very much for the controller. I'll show it off on stream when I use it, probably later on this week. This one is one where I think people are going to get debated because I think people are going to make shocknut builds. I think people are going to make ambush shocknut builds. And I'm not saying this is a bad build, but the radius on shocknuts just kind of sucks. So when you're using this in like general content, it takes forever to clear it. Like, it's not bad. It just takes a while to clear it because you're not clearing entire rooms. So you're just like basically running from like pack to pack because you can't group them. So I think you're probably going to see some shocknut builds. Because of this number. But at the end of the day, this build kind of feels really bad. Just because there's not enough radius on it. Enzo we didn't really mess with. This we looked at. This we looked at. This we looked at. Okay. I don't think there's really anything else to look at. Oh. Why Luna is there? She came out as a Descendant after preseason. What do you mean? It's a fun build. It's a fun build. Well, here, I'll run mine. I have one. I think I have one. I don't know if I have it fully set up, but I'll run it.
My.
Yo, Robert, thank you very, very, very much for the support, friend. Thank you for your Prime, mate. Thank you for your support. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for supporting the channel. We said it before. It goes a long way. These things go a long way to helping out. So thank you very, very, very much for the support, friend. Thank you for supporting me, and thank you for supporting the channel. I think this is for Shocknuts. It's Fusion. Is this Fusion? So this should be... This looks like this would be a Shocknuts build, right? We've got Ambush on. We've got Dangerous Ambush you can't see. We've got a bunch of skill expansion. Cooldown's 3 seconds. It's going to be reset. Skill power. We've maxed range. This looks like Shocknuts, right? This looks like a Shocknuts build. And then it's a crit build, right? So we'll go run this. I'll show you why I personally remove ambush. I thought you ran it with ambush. Oh wait, hold on. Descendant mods, ambush. I thought you ran it with ambush to keep 100% uptime on your Like I thought the goal was to run this with ambush, so you stayed 100% uptime on your camo. You guys don't run it that way. You just take ambush off. Maybe that'll make it feel different. But the skill name isn't Shocknuts. It's Fragile Rounds. Yeah. Versus Shocknuts. That's fair. That's fair. This is what I was thinking. Oh, yeah. So then, fuck. That makes a huge difference. Hold on. That makes a huge difference. That actually makes a huge difference on reading this. I don't know. Area suppression got a good buff. Area suppression I like. Actually... Oh, man. I don't know that I would use this. Because the reason I say that, I didn't even like it when it was this. When I thought that you were going to be able to run active camo the whole time and be able to use the frangible rounds due to the rest of the other damage buffs applying on area suppression too. Yeah. Yeah, I actually really... I mean, you could maybe build around this, but I wouldn't do it. I mean, I can run it real quick and we can see how it feels. All right. When in ambush state, killing an enemy by using a skill resets active camo's cooldown, so you'd have to recast it every time. Active camo, interactive camo, attacking an enemy or ending active camo triggers ambush. Using a firearm skill while ambush gives you damage output. Oh, I'm bored. You don't have Freyna, SMO, Blair, SMO. SMO's a lot. Alt Freyna is not bad, honestly. Alt Freyna is not bad. I would probably say Alt Freyna and then SMO. I'm going to go look at this, but I can tell you that I'm not going to like it. Will runner with no red mod? I'm going to tell you I don't like it. I can already tell you I'm not going to like this build. We'll try it, though. I would still go with Haley. Or I would still go with Freyna. I would get Freyna, alt Freyna first. I don't think I'm gonna like this. We'll have to see, but I'm almost positive that I'm not gonna like this. You're leaning towards Freyna. Alt Freyna will be fun. She's halfway decent. Esmo's good for certain things, but if you don't have alt Freyna, I would get alt Freyna. Hello? See what I mean? Like, do you see how there's like no radius on this? To me, that's where this kind of fails, is there's no radius. Like, see, everything's still in there, and I'm on cooldown now. I just shot that into Neverland. That was my bad, but... Because if you're using this is to get you ambush, but... Like, this just takes too long to clear a room. Like, it just takes too long. Yeah, like, I could be going into ambush to get the extra damage, but, like, you're not resetting skills. It's not good for the cooldown. I mean, I could maybe try to see if I could lower the cooldown some, but the range is so bad. Gotta stay invisible. I mean, you don't have to, but it's gonna give you more damage. But... So, like, if I return to Albion, right? And maybe I'm playing the build wrong. If you guys actually play this build, just tell me, like, hey, you're playing that build wrong. But it just, like, the radius and everything just doesn't feel good. You can switch it from shock nuts over to, like, the charge or whatever and use ambush to stay invisible, but you still have next to no radius. And the radius is the problem for me. Like, the radius is what makes that feel so bad. Used to play it, but I feel like it's too much effort. I just feel like, yeah, I feel like you're putting in a lot of work to get very little kills. Is that the big electric thing? Yeah, that's her 3. Can the radius go to 300? Goes to 200. Which is terrible. Even if you got it to 12, it still wouldn't feel good. Need cooldown in area. Yeah, but it's capped at 200. So, like, that needs to... Instead of adding damage to it, they should have added range. And that goes back to what I was saying earlier, which is that they don't it's seemingly... Somebody doesn't understand why it's not being used. To me, why I would not use that skill is because it takes too long to clear a room. It takes too long to clear the room, right? As compared to this. Because if I could deal with it being like a 3-second cooldown, you could maybe put on the bravery set and sort of like offset it with the bravery set. That way, every time you got a kill, basically you got one back. But even if you do that, it's going to take you forever to clear a room. Just doing it in those like 8-meter circles, right? Because you can't do any grouping. If you had somebody to group for you, then it's not going to be as bad. When you can just do this, right? And I don't even need to be invisible. Yeah, the cooldown's way too high and the area is not good. The area is what makes it so bad to me. You could have left the damage alone and just put more area on it, and I feel like it would have been okay. But, like, look at that. So why would you run... You see what I mean? Like, why would you run that over this? In what world does it make sense? But then the downside is somebody's going to put a build on YouTube talking about how it does an insane amount of damage. And how you should make that build. Right? Because Ajax's skill would help a lot. I mean, I think Ajax's skill could honestly use a little bit of love on the range. I'm not gonna run this whole map, but you can see how this is just much more effective. And then with like the extra radius on the swords, well, you can just see that this is just so much more efficient. As long as they keep the stance of not nerfing good characters, lock fully rework everything with numbers that, yeah. I mean, honestly, yeah, if they're going to continue to do not a no nerf policy, but if they're going to really stray away from nerfs and try to lean this into like a hack and slash, speed is king, kill things as fast as possible, then what's going to matter is going to be area coverage and cooldown, right? What can you hit the most things for the fastest? Because doing single target damage and like actively trying to like have gunplay and have skills isn't gonna matter. So, and like one of the big reasons that I think one of the big reasons I think Sharon's 4 isn't more utilized is because of the it has good coverage in a ring. But the problem is when things are multi-level like that, you don't hit them. And because the game spawns things like on multiple levels and it uses verticality, it can create a situation to where your skill is on cooldown and you can't use it because of verticality, right? Like right now, I can't just nuke this entire area because there's a level of verticality that I can't hit. So then I have to jump around and move around, and doing that slows her down. Colossus and Shaknaz likely isn't going to get you Colossus single target. Yeah. So it was good in a different version of the game. In a different version of the game where you weren't speedrunning things and you were working on specific targets and you needed to be able to like stun or stagger them, it made things a lot different. But as it stands right now, the only thing that matters is how many targets you can hit and can you kill them in one shot. Dope ass explanation. I was very good at shock nuts with no damage. You could say, yeah. And because they don't play their own game, they don't actually know what's going on, which makes them stupid idiots. I just think that even if they do play it, I honestly think that they're like CM and stuff. Here's my view. I think that their community manager should be spending time watching YouTube videos, spending time on Reddit, spending time on Discord, spending time in YouTube and Twitch chats. He should be managing the community and understanding what's going on. And in doing that, he would personally have a good idea of why people are doing things. And then he could take that feedback directly back to their team and explain, like, you could say like they're not playing their own game, right? How they I think they can fix that. Like, I think the guy that does like their emceeing does okay. He speaks English fine, and if not, they can hire somebody that speaks better, like that speaks fluent English, that is like good in Korean but not fluent, and then they can do the translation. Like, that is not a big deal. But my point here is, say you do play your own game. You only get your perspective. So why not crowdsource 100,000 people's experiences? Plus he plays the game, which is very important. Yeah, I think that you need to have more experience than just your own. Because you have people that are putting in a lot of different times and a lot of different perspectives. So I think you should be utilizing that. Because even if you do, like, quote unquote play your own game or whatever, your experience is very limited. So why wouldn't you use the experiences of other people? Because in your mind, you don't have the time to play every character. You don't have the time to do every build. You don't have the time to know life it because you have a job. So there's like a level of using other people's experiences that is important. And if you're refusing to do that, even if you do player test internally, there's like only so much you're going to be able to do. So like utilizing other people's experiences is just a nice thing. It's going to help make you're going to be able to provide better feedback and understand. Because like I said, right now the question is like, why are certain things getting buffed that literally have no, they don't matter. And it's because they don't understand why these things aren't being used. They think it's just a damage number, right? They're like, well, it's just a damage thing. Because of like X, Y, or Z, it's not being used. And it's just a lack of understanding, and you can gain that understanding from your community. I got really convoluted in that, and I mumbled a lot. But hopefully it made sense. Because I think that you have a lot of experience in your CMs. Like, I think of DMG. I think of DMG or Destiny 2. DMG consumes content. DMG watches YouTube videos. Not just from the top content creators. He watches a lot of YouTube videos. He watches a lot of Twitch streams. He's always on Twitter. He's always on Reddit. He's paying attention to what players are saying. He's playing the game himself. And then he's watching videos to understand where the issues and problems are, especially critical videos, like videos that are critical of the game. And then he uses that to take that feedback in a constructive manner to the Destiny 2 team. Whether they use it or not is irrelevant. That is what he's doing as somebody who is managing the community. And then he is doing the opposite when it comes to things not working. He's explaining to the community why things are the way they are, why they're not getting what they want, and how things that people are asking for might impact or influence the game negatively that they didn't think about. So even if you're not like testing the game, or you are testing the game, you need all of the additional info because it's just going to help make things better for you. And the fact that I've never seen their CM in any Twitch streams or basically any real YouTube streams or commenting on YouTube videos or doing any of that, to me, even if he is watching them, it makes it really hard to tell. Because if nobody's like, if they're not watching, then it's going to change the type of criticisms you levy. You don't even know their CM's name? Wasn't it like Joe or John or something? James? Joaquin? I don't know. I thought it started with a J. Jason. I knew that. So he couldn't wait to play the new content in the game. Actually made you think he's never played the game. There were certain people that did not like the level of glazing he was doing. I read and heard, don't worry, the unofficial CMs got me. I know, Hunt. Now, if you could just take this criticism forward, I would appreciate it. If you could just take this to their team, I would appreciate it. All right, so should we go check out the new level 10 in pubs? Should we take Inez in? Should we take Inez in and see how she does in pubs? If it's an open map, I'm wondering if Inez with Brave isn't going to do decent. I mean, she's not going to be the best. I didn't know what his name was. She's still designed. She's designed for something that is completely not in the game, right? They need to turn a lot of multiplicative multipliers to additive, increase the damage, or even design Inez. If you want to get them on Inez's level, you do have to make them additive and not multiplicative. Because of the way that Inez and Serena are, the only way you're going to catch up is to make them additive and not multiplicative. But even making some of these additive isn't really going to move the needle, because there are some things that are just wrong with these characters that need to be fixed. You're using it in VP on pubs. Yeah, the map rotates now. So hold on. The element stays the same, but the map is going to rotate between 5 different maps. But some of those maps are very wide open. So having like a flying Inez on certain maps is going to be much easier. Especially like a flying Serena with like restored relic, which is just like super lazy, is going to be good on certain maps. The problem is that the ascending armory set is bugged as fuck,
Being a bitch.
right? And you don't get ammo back now, which kind of makes it worthless. Thank you, Ecto. So while like a restored relic Serena would be really good for certain things, if you can't get ammo back, it sucks. Currently, it's an open map. Sin was running three Serenas and an Enzo. So, yeah. So where do I get that, Smokes? Like if I go to my inventory, so if I go to my Descendant, right? So if I go to my Descendant list, where do I pick three Serenas and an Enzo? Because like that's great for like a content creator or somebody that like has a team. But if you don't have a team, like I can't just pick Serena plus Enzo. You know what I mean? Sorry, it's just funny. Because like I've seen, it's good that, I mean, I'm sure it works really well for speed running as long as you have a team. Like it's going to work really well. Yeah, no team, you're forked. Yeah, if you have no team, you're not going to be able to run that comp, right? Like I could run it. But if you don't have a team, you're kind of wrecked. Loves feeding restored relics with his Enzo. He kind of does. He kind of does. Let's leave the HP on here. I just want to see if with the HP on here, she still feels okay. Place can feel kind of bad. You've been having to scrounge from a level and ammo on the ground, and ascending seems to be screwed. It's like back before you had your ammo dog. Do you know why it's that way? Do you know why it's that way? I can tell you 100% why it's that way and why it feels bad. I can tell you why it feels bad right now to run Malevolent, Restored Relic. I can tell you 100% why it feels bad to run anything that uses ammo. Even minus the fact that the Ascending Armory is not working. Those were the days, dude. They were absolutely fun. This is why. This is why it feels bad. Okay? Oh, yeah, you're not getting aerial reloads right now. You guys use ammo? On Glay you do. Or on Serena you do. Why it feels so bad? I want to draw this and not make it look like a boob, so give me a second. So why it looks bad is because, like, this is the arena. We'll make it look like a bullseye instead of a boob. Why it feels bad is because you're standing here, and then you're killing enemies here, and then you're killing enemies here, and then you're killing enemies here, and then you might move over here, and you're killing enemies here, and then you're killing enemies here, and then you move back to here, and you're killing enemies here, and you're killing enemies here. All of the ammo drops are here. That's where all your ammo drops are. But because you don't need to actually move around the map, it doesn't matter. And you're killing enemies here, and you're killing enemies here. Where that changes is like in the old Void Erosion Purge. You would be doing like this. Right? Like you would be doing something like this. Where you're like moving, and then you're here, and you're killing enemies here, and then you're moving through here, and you're here, and you're killing enemies here, and you're literally running over top of the corpses of the things you've killed. And that's why it feels so bad. Is because you don't actually need to move to the things you're killing. Yeah. So, low-key missed the old Purge layout. I haven't played the new one. We're gonna mess with it really quick. We're gonna pub out with Inez because we hate our life, and we're gonna see what it feels like. Start public. But that's why it feels so bad, in my view. So because of that, you are, didn't those used to say 7s? Didn't these used to say 7s for level 30, or I'm just probably dumb? I thought they used to say 7s and not 6s for level 30. I'm probably dumb. I don't pay attention to Purge, so. But I think that's why it feels so bad. Like, I think that is why it feels so bad. You could probably get away with Viessa in here, honestly. You could probably get away with Viessa in here. And like, no, like, not have any real issues. You could probably get away with it, honestly. Viessa and a 40. I mean, like, I think if you put like Viessa in here with like Bravery set and just spam your 3 and 4, you could probably do pretty good. I mean, not that this feels really bad in any like way, right? Viessa works fine in 30, no problems, especially in a map like this. The only thing that hurt me right here is I'm on cooldown, but. Dude, the times on these are going to be insane. I could probably even mix in some 3s. Oh, that was my bad. I wasn't paying attention. That was my fault. I didn't realize that dude was up here hitting that hard. You're using Viessa, can confirm. You guys are just fucking slapping ass. Fucking slap ass. Did you guys see that Key and Peele skit? The slap ass skit? Tell me you guys saw it and I'm not the only one. I prefer the Korean. Even though I can't speak it, I just prefer it. Is anyone else? Yours aren't completing? Is anybody having issues with the daily challenges not completing? The baseball one? I mean, it doesn't... Key and Peele or GOAT? I thought so, personally. Are you guys having issues? Got yours completed, no problem. Which one are you having problems completing? Key and Peele's what you're referring to? The baseball one? Yeah, the baseball one, the slap ass. Where like they get all shitty because he just fucking runs around slap asses the whole time. Yeah, that one. That's the skit. I fucking love Key and Peele. Is a front hand or backhand? Dude, front hand backhand is a really good skit too. Oh, dude, I'm gonna get wrecked. I'm reading chat, but yeah, front hand backhand is really good too. I'm gonna wait for this to like. Here. Definitely the biggest issue here was just using like Inez just being slow on the clear at the end. That's basically the only downside here, is that I'm just slow on the clear. The clear definitely slowed that down at the end. Super easy though, like literally super easy. The zombie one was good. Front and backhand's good. Any other skits you guys like from them? Seen the African Warlord skit? I've basically seen all of them. The country music one. The country music one makes me laugh my ass off too. Some folks hang their hat way off to the side. Dude, yeah, all of Key and I love when comics can just make fun of everything. I love the zombie one. I said, bitch. When they went to space. Dude, so good. Literally so good, man.
Thanks for the follow.
I love just putting up Key and Peele skits and just fucking watching them. Or like the football player ones, like the Obama one. Dude, the Obama skits were great. The anger translator. Dude, the best was when they did it for Obama at the White House. like for the White House Correspondents' dinner, when they actually had Luther show up. Oh my God, so good. So fucking good. The handshake one was peak. Dude, it's been a while. It sucks that they kind of like broke up and ended it. You were just in my match? Were you in there? Sorry, we're just kind of like, I know I'm not like running the most optimal. I'm just wanting to see how my bravery Inez does. I'm just wanting to see if she's usable. I'm just wanting to see if she's usable in here. It just, like, the only thing that felt bad was the kill on the boss. Everything up to the kill on the boss felt fine. What are you talking about, Key and Peele? Car rabbit hole. Did you really? Dude, I love just, like, going down random rabbit holes every once in a while. Same with yours? Yeah, I just wanted to kind of, like, see how it felt. Because I haven't been in here since they moved it. Honestly, it's pretty fucking easy. I think if Serena wasn't... If like, the Ascending Armory set wasn't, like, really, really buggy... Honestly, though, you could probably just get by with, like, just Malevolent. Like, you could probably just get by with Malevolent or Last Dagger and fly. Like, I should try flying with Malevolent. The big issue with that is obviously just going to be the ammo issues. Because of the lack of the Ascending Armory, but being then Serena today and Purge, because Serena's fucked up, because a lot of people are wanting to use, so you're gonna see people using what other people are using, right? So if there's like one person or two people or one or two content creators using like specific things, you're gonna see an uptick in it. And like right now with Serena sort of like being a little buggy and you're not really able to use like Restored Relic and a couple other things, you're gonna see less people like using her unless they have like a pocket. Serena has way too much setup for your liking. I think I'm gonna try, let me switch out to my no run. Let me switch out to my no fly Serena and see how it feels. Why is Restored Relic not usable? You're just not getting the ammo back that you normally would from using the Ascending Armory set. You're just going to be starved for ammo. It's not that it's unusable, it's just not friendly. It's just going to feel bad. Right? It's just going to feel like immensely bad right now. No fly feels great. I mean, I love my no fly build, so... Have you tried Blair yet? In here? No, not in here. I haven't tried Blair in here. Blair's still like deep throating dog dick because he just doesn't have range. The bubble bullets are doing like up to 4.2 million damage. Wait, what?
Thanks for the follow.
Yo, thanks for the follow. We do keep them anonymous. If you're hanging out, chilling, relaxing. Did Plop Plop got a buff, right? Wait, dude, my fucking brain. Guys, I've read these patch notes 100 times and I'm still dumb. Plop plop, clean, tidal wave, supply moisture. Her bubble bullet didn't get any bonuses. I was like, I thought I was dumb for a second. Look, I didn't even have like, that's not bad. All right, let's do presets. Let's go here. Descendant mods. Let's go to reinforcement. We're going to put chill on there. This is fine there. This is good here. I could run Valby in there and see how Valby feels. It hurt your heart hearing you say that about Blair. I mean, sometimes you just got to take the truth. You want to come, Kennedy? I mean, sometimes you just got to take the truth and deal with it. Right? Sometimes whether it's gonna hurt, but sometimes you just got to get some tough love, right? You can join, and I'll grab Hangy as well. So we got a couple people. Just keep in mind that I can definitely, like, we're gonna run some, but I'm gonna be jumping in and out to do stuff. So If I'm jumping in and out to do stuff, there might be times where I run in by myself or do whatever. Do I not have you, Hangy? Truth is truth. Dude, sometimes people don't like hearing the truth, man. There's just like a whole group of people that just don't like hearing the truth. Because I'll run with you guys for a little bit, but then I'll probably swap to do whatever. Just because I want to test other things or I want to see how it feels in pubs versus like a pre-made. Because sometimes I like to know how it actually feels in pubs because I want to know what the experience is for your general gamer, right? That's not me. Like I can ask chat to come in and I can be like, hey, can you guys like come in and kick a bunch of ass? And I'm just gonna sit over here and suck on my thumb. And like I have a very different experience than other players. So there are definitely times where I want to see what things are like without it. Normal Judge versus Van Bunny Judge every once in a while. I'll tell you what though. This Serena bathing suit looks very good. The Serena bathing suit looks very good. You don't like the color? I mean, I could change the color. You like the hair? I don't think the hair looks bad. I don't mind the color. Like, what color should we change it to? I don't have a lot of paints, and I'm not going to buy any. So, all the bathing suits are peak. I mean, some are definitely better than others. For sure. Green? Do I have, like, an emerald green? Oh, I guess I could go scan it. I mean, I have some greens. Anything that's not skin colored. I mean, I think this is the Spotify green, and you can see it's actually really bright and doesn't look as much as I would like. I really would like a deep forest green. Like something that's not... Like, see, but this almost looks black. Brighter or darker? Yeah. That looked great. You guys like this? The weird shine on all of them? Try the matte dark green. Where's matte dark green? This one? Probably this, honestly. I'd normally say I wouldn't buy it, but... Boy, that booba jiggle is just a thing, though, isn't it? Just use this one? That's fine. Check your inventory. Oh, yeah. Moves like Jello. I do have boxes. I do have a bunch of boxes, right? Matte grassy green? Well, matte dark green. Oh, it's not a choice. No, you don't get all. You get one. You get one. Oh, fuck balls. This one's gonna give me everything, but it's not what I fucking wanted. Might as well open those then, since it's not a selector box. Could you check water play and hydro bomb? Nothing changed with hydro bomb, right? You already look at the new skins? I did. I'm just not gonna buy them all right now. I guess I could get matte grassy green. It'll be close enough. Let's just get that. It'll be close enough. What do you need to know about them? Because we looked at Valby earlier today. Like, we looked at Valby earlier today. So I can probably answer most of the questions. Already had matte grassy green. Fuck it. Just gonna do it. How well they clear? It's okay. I don't really love it. I mean, the question on that, never mind. No, it's okay. What I'm gonna say about these Like Hydra Bomb didn't get like, so here's what got changed on Valby. So all that got changed was plop plop and cleanup. And then for the tidal wave module, all it did was it just increases, it gives you a little bit more move speed as long as you're using a different weapon. So it's going to increase your move speed, but you're gaining no additional damage. And then for tidal wave, you need to go through enemies and not leave water on the ground, right? So if you're using this to mob with, it's going to feel a lot less efficient because you're not leaving water on the ground. You have to physically go through enemies to do damage. And then if you're not going through damage and things spawn behind you, you're not going to leave any water on the ground. Like, I'll be on Valby here in a little bit because I want to use Valby in this 400. But there's nothing on there that was like, for the things that you're asking about, that's going to make her feel like much better. She's just going to move quicker. So like, if you thought when you played those builds, if your thought was, man, this build kicks a lot of ass, I just wish I moved faster, then it's gonna feel better. But if you were like, man, this build's like missing something, that increase isn't gonna be the thing that you were missing. Does that make sense? It should. No Jaber fix, not till next month, right? And then they're gonna like redo him. It looks so much better in this light, right? I'm gonna have to put on the other dog. I can already tell how this is gonna not feel good. Where'd this shit spawn? I don't like that at all. Just don't have time to check things out? Hell, man, I don't care. I'm here all day, right? I'm here all day. I just want to make sure that, like, what we're, you know, I just want to make sure whatever we're looking at makes sense. So, unfortunately, those are just mods that are just not really used. Like, nobody really cares about them. So, you're not really going to gain a whole lot out of them. Jesus Christ, dude. It clears so fast. How's buffs? Moxie, aren't you like doing something for your anniversary right now? Yeah. To Hunt's point, Moxie, honestly, the buffs are basically negligible. The best way to explain it is they're buffs on builds you probably shouldn't be using anyway, and the buffs are not enough to make you want to use the builds. The only person that really gained like an actual benefit was Valby. Or not Valby. The only person that realistically gained like a pretty substantial benefit, and I wouldn't even really call it substantial, is Bunny. And it's just to her move speed. But it's not anything that you're gonna like... You're not gonna change a build, right? Like, you're not gonna change a build. I've been wanting to get in your fucking stream for like the past 2 days, Moxie, and you're not streaming. What the fuck? And then last night, I was laying in bed and I saw where fucking Gathalion tagged you, and then Co. Fucking made me laugh way too hard. I was laying in bed laughing way too hard at that tweet. But honestly, there's nothing that you're going to change a build for, Moxie. Isn't enough to keep up with Serena? Wait, you're saying that's 20%? No, just the same. Like, I think that, to be fair though, Blair's pretty close. Yeah. Gosh, you couldn't have seen this coming. Basically. I think that, like, we were talking about it earlier. I don't think there's enough here to make, like, 5 or 6 or 7 new updated build guides. I think you could probably inform your communities that, you know, there was a little bit of an increase, but it's not going to change anything. Like, the best you're going to do is talk about the general overview of the patch, but you're gonna have a hard time being like, oh, because of this, you should fucking change these 17 mods on Bunny. You know what I mean? Like, you're just gonna have a hard time doing that. So, Like what you're saying is 10 new 30-minute build video guides. Make sure you put clickbait on them and you tell people to waste a shitload of time. And then let YouTube's auto ads do their job. You know what I'm talking about. You've seen those YouTube auto ads. 17 ads in a 10-minute video. Yes, please. So, bro, it's not Borderlands 4. What can I say? Like some videos with my ads. Man, sometimes I let it run, sometimes I don't. You gotta make that money. Use toes as thumbnails for sure. I don't even want to talk about the toes again. Yeah. Honestly, though, there's not a whole lot here. Probably the best thing is that this week you can do the round. You can do the round room for Purge, and it's just super fast. Other than that, there's nothing really there. When are Moxie and Judge doing a bikini tier list? Dude, Moxie is hanging out with his wife. I think. Oh. I will say the new Serena bathing suit is kind of okay. The new Serena bathing suit is kind of okay. I will say that. The First Descendant live stream was peak. There were definitely some funny moments in it. But yeah, unfortunately, there's just not a lot in this. So it seems to be bringing all the boys to the yard, though, man. There's like, show me the money. There seems to be a lot of people in the First Descendant directory today, like, which is interesting, but other than that, we got like a month till season 3, plus or minus a couple days. There's just a lot of people in the directory today. I'm assuming that it'll go down tomorrow, but wish they would stop spoiling all the new content. What do you mean? You want some like secret stuff? Want a little bit of that secret sauce? Good thing it's not enough to change builds. I have to spend 2 weeks grinding cats, basically. Feel like it's a huge miss. No anniversary drops. I really do think that it's sort of like where it sucks is because South Korea is like bans Twitch. So I don't realistically think that their team prioritizes Twitch enough. But you could also say that with like them doing the dev live stream at fucking 2 a.m. Eastern time. Like they really need to look outside of what works for them in Korea to like reach a broader market. So who does drops? Oh, Twitch Korea. Oh yeah, do they? I don't know if they do or not. Mode of someone jumping out of a cake win. Maybe someday, maybe never. I do think it's kind of throwing for them. What's wrong, Sil? How fast? I'm not even paying attention to how fast we're running this. Snare takes so much time with the animation that by the time it shoots, all enemies are dead. Oh, with us right now? I would say with like a couple Inas in here, yeah, or with a couple Serenas in here, it probably doesn't feel good. Yeah, I would say like right now, it probably doesn't feel good. Doubt they will pay extra changes to use the studio late hours. You think so? I think the biggest issue is probably just them not wanting to make the change. And surprisingly, with doing like surprisingly well. What's surprisingly well? Your Twitch is dead? Why your Twitch dead? I understand that you're saying the restored relic spam, but I'm asking what's surprisingly well. Like they're doing surprisingly well. Are they clearing in like 10 seconds? Like, are they clearing in 20 seconds? Are they clearing in 2 minutes? Like, what's the benchmark? You can pre-shoot. That's what I would be doing. I would be pre-shooting it. I would be pre-shooting it where you see where everybody's moving to. Wash them toes. Get smelly feet. I can believe that. Yeah, like, I just don't know what's surprisingly well. Like, we're not doing anything crazy, right? Doing 2 minutes, barely trying with, like, 2 Inez. Or 2 Serena. You could probably just run 4 Malevolent Serenas and clear in, like, a minute. I would assume you're gonna be really, really, really low on time. If you have like four Luna firearm buff, you can try her if you want. If you want to, we can go back out. Clears feel faster. Just in general, the clears are gonna feel faster. Because even in a bad team, you're gonna get sub 2 minute clears. Let's go out and we'll let Kennedy switch over to Luna. I don't know that it's going to matter that much, but I think you're going to do much better with just 4 malevolent Serenas. It's noticeable in Sigma. Are you noticing quite a bit of a difference in it? You used your Luna buff build and it feels a little off. I mean, they didn't change anything to it unless there's a bug, right? Using your DPS build. Let's see that. Then you can do Serena. That's fine. VP 30 super quick and easy now. Yeah. I mean, it's gonna be real easy. It's gonna be super easy. I think you'll do fine. You're gonna clear about 2 minutes no matter what you do. Like, I'll mess with Valby here in a little bit, but I think you can literally just run 4 Serena and it makes everything easy to begin with. Ready? Because, I mean, you're just gonna slap ass, dude. It just doesn't even matter. It's so easy. How often? It's like, is it daily or weekly, chat? I think it was daily, right? Some maps will probably be worse than others, but at the end of the day, you ran 5 VP10s and you were the only Serena each time. I think a lot of people are just having fun using other things. Like, you can run it with Inez, you can run it with Valby, you can run it with Viessa. There's like a lot of different ways you can run it. Plus, it's much more approachable. Because what's happening is there are a lot of... Fuck! I rubber banded onto the ground. There are basically a lot of people that are getting to play this that never got to play it before. Because of the changes to where they just got put on the stage. Or, they have access to it now because of matchmaking where they never had access before. So you're definitely going to see a lot more people on this stage. And they're going to be a lot of people with, like, really different or random builds or suboptimal builds. Inglay does a lot of fuck. Dude, just sometimes the rubber banding is just so bad, it's irritating. Can't even fucking kill anything because you guys are killing it too fast. Oh, I thought it was this way. They let you group for all 10 stages? Yeah, so there's a lot of people that are getting hard carried to the stage that have never been on it before. So you're just going to have a lot of people playing this stage that have never had access, and they're going to be bringing weird descendants. But because it doesn't really matter, like anybody with a halfway decent descendant can carry on Purge. So, right? So it's good though. I mean, it's good for the overall health of the game. If your FPS is low enough, you don't see the rubber banding. Bro, that's like big brain, right? Also increased gold you can get, which wasn't in the notes. Did they increase the gold? Downside is they think their build's going to be good enough. That is 100% the truth of what's going to happen. Which is fine. I mean, at the end of the day, Purge isn't hard, so... At the end of the day, Purge isn't hard, so... Definitely slow, but... Just sub, Joe? I appreciate you, mate. Yeah, that was just as fast as we ran it earlier, so... You could probably get the time down. Let's go back. Yeah. She really didn't add like a whole net positive. We'll go back. He's going to carry all the players stuck at Hangman. We're getting about 300k per more per run in 30. So you've been getting like 600k. Lossless scaling. Even out those spikes. Dude, it helps though, yeah. Malevolent doesn't benefit from those Luna's buffs. ACG does though, yeah. Yeah, I think if you run like if you run like a bunch of Serenas, you'll probably cook through this. Like whether you're using Restored Relic or not, it's not really gonna matter. The bunny buffs? They're okay. It's nice if you're already playing bunny. Like if you're already playing bunny, they're nice little, it's a nice little buff, but 500k and an extra 144 with a boost. That is definitely an increase that wasn't in the patch notes, right? That is definitely an increase that wasn't in the patch notes. Because it used to be 300k, right? You're using alt bunny? Then the bonus, like the little buff to alt bunny is going to feel nice. The little buff to alt bunny will feel real nice. It's nothing crazy, but it's just going to be like that extra move is just going to make her feel a little bit more fun when clearing content and get you in the room before Inez. So you'll definitely feel a little bit more impactful. You're going to get a little bit extra pulse damage, but it's not going to be anything crazy. How do you do daily missions? Which daily missions are you stuck on? I mean, it should tell you what you need to do, right? I mean, it should tell you what to do the daily mission, right? Bro, I can't even fucking find things to shoot. They're dying so fast. What up, Rambo? Yeah, like which daily mission are you stuck on? They have a D on the right-hand side that tells you which ones are dailies and whatever. Chat's giving you an idea. You're just going to have to read on screen. I know you're on YouTube, so it's going to be a little bit harder, but... Oh, fuck. You also have that issue with, like, 4 out of 5. Is there one that's just fucked? Give me a second. I want to see where we're at here. We only have 4. Dude, Hump fucking just heading over to take care of it real quick before I can even get there. I mean, that's pretty fucking quick. That's 130. I guarantee if you add another Serena, you're going to be close to a minute. You're probably going to be close to a minute if you add a 4th Serena to that. Let me read chat. Daily missions or tasks on the same screen. If you're at 4 or 5, you've done them all. Yeah, if you have a specific question on a specific one, let us know. But what up, Rossi? How you doing, baby? Also, there's like a web event too. I haven't even done the web event. You're in the top 1% on Golden Kuiper earn. Jesus Christ, mate. You can't build her up. Oh, you didn't build her up at all. It's okay. Can't wait to buy 2B soon, right? You are too, the top 1%. Dude, that's fucking crazy. What up, J-Sock? What the fuck are you doing, mate?
J-Sock 303 just raided with 17 views.
How you doing, mate? How was your grind today? What do you think of the update? Well, come on in, Raiders. How are you guys doing? Descendant log clocked yet? Top 2%. It's fucking crazy. I don't even know what mine is. Probably way less than that. And A2, you buying them both? Perfect update for us. You feeling good with it? What change were you most excited for? Just love the pool and the skins are amazing. I haven't even looked at all the skins. Birthday's August 7th. What a great birthday present then, right? Did you buy all the skins? Hardest part is just finding shit to shoot, man. That's the hardest part, is just finding what to shoot. It's all dying so far. Sharon's the one that felt good. Yeah, I think the one for Bunny kind of is fun. The one for Sharon, if you play Sharon, probably feels pretty nice. So glad you had a good time though, and you enjoyed the update. Guys, if you haven't, go check out JSOC. Get over there, give them a follow, check out their content next time they're live. Definitely go ahead and give them a quick check out, quick follow. You ready for the 7th? It's JSON. Am I reading it wrong? You're buying all the swimsuits? Glay's so cool. Or is it fucking Pub Dad's son? Top 1%. You guys are killing me. You guys are literally killing me. Here in a little bit, I do want to run this. You need to play Heavy Rain. Is that what it is? Here in a little bit, I want to get 4. What did you do? Yeah, it's your mic. Just pull your whatever that is. There you go. You scared the fuck out of me. Here in a little bit, I want to get a fourth Serena in here. That's like a malevolent Serena, like somebody that just has a no-fly build. I want to see what it feels like with like 4 of them, because I have a feeling it's going to be ridiculously fast. Open second, crossover, Stellar Blade. You think we're going to get that lucky? I don't think we're going to get that lucky. AFK. Hold on. You're going to AFK for 1 month in the pool like a true gooner. Just thank God Serena's toenails are painted. You got to wait for the bones, man. It's literally all about the bones and the toes. It's literally all about the bones and the toes. Borderlands might be something interesting. You think they would do a Borderlands crossover? Curse you feet fetish? Dude, somebody in this game has got it. Somebody on the dev team has got a fucking foot fetish. No questions asked. You also played 10 of the 30s. Finally different rooms and dungeons. Do you like the change? God, I really wish this would do what I said. I mean, if Randy ain't saving face, the IP with his tweets, the skins can. True though. Definitely getting like really weird input delays that I shouldn't be getting, but you think it's the community manager that has it? Yeah. I'll run a couple more where I'm like paying attention and trying. At least somewhat trying, and then problem is I don't know where to see the daily missions. How to use the Descendant purchase ticket to get Descendants? Guys, is that different than just using the box? Is it something you have to do straight from a niece, or do you just open the box to get it? In the past, you just open the box to get it, but that's not the first person that's mentioned that they're having problems getting a Descendant. I'm assuming once you buy the box, you open the box, you select the ticket, and then you buy it from the shop. So you get a purchase ticket, and then you use the purchase ticket to buy the Descendant. You just need to make sure you have room for it. If you're at 9 of 9 Descendants and you try to buy a 10th Descendant, you can't put a 10th Descendant in your inventory because you don't have a spot for it. Have a nice stream. Yo, Jason, I appreciate you, mate. Live stream was perfect until now. We're headed a good direction. See you later. Yo, I appreciate you, mate. I'll definitely have to stop by and just peek in. Like with every, hold on. Every skimpy skin they show, he was like, wow. Yeah, he was like losing his shit all the time. What I miss? Dude, the biggest issue right now is we kill shit too fast. They gave you a purchase ticket but no Descendant, so then do what everybody said. Go back to Anise, and there should be a spot to buy it from there, right? You just pick the Descendant you want and turn in the ticket to buy the Descendant, correct? If I'm wrong, chat, tell me, but no, the shop? Oh, you just buy it straight from the, like, the actual shop. Not Anise. There you go. The normal shop. Okay. And then it should just, like, waive the caliber cost, right? Because you have a ticket to get it for free. That checks. I haven't used it. I don't know what they're saying. Your daily mission numbers are 4 or 5. They're saying they don't even know where to find the daily missions. They're saying they don't know where to find the daily missions, which I'm assuming is these. Just the, because this is where you're going to get the daily missions, right? Oh, you're trying to lead up so you can explain it? Okay. But yeah, I'm assuming it's this stuff is where they're confused at. But if you've got like a plan, I'm going to let you just take your plan through. It says 205. Well, congratulations on being able to pick it up. That dude, the Succubus Serena skin looked nuts. There were a couple of them that looked pretty good. Are you buying them, Nix? You planning on buying them? If you're buying skins, make sure you link to your content creator. That'd be me. Make sure you use my code. !CC should take you to it. One of these days I'll have to make a Flying Serena build, but how are you liking the Flying Serena build in here? Because it's like so open, it's probably just fucking straight cooking, right? Oh, now you see it? There you go. That's why he's the fucking... That's why he's the GOAT. This is like so fast. This is so fucking fast. This is literally so fast. Can't see anything because of the water bubble, but other than that, it's okay. Does Serena recover ammo by using her abilities? She can. Like her, I think it's her repentance gives her a chance to. Right? I have to look. Remember when grinding cores used to be a chore? Now it's so easy. It should be like enemies hit with Sacred Flame, give back ammo. Take my build. I don't touch ground with it, always flying. I mean, all I have to do is just make some minor modifications. I used to have a build for flying. I just got rid of it. Because I would need to upgrade my last dagger. Because my last dagger is not set up for flying. Right? Like, I would need Anthony's last dagger build. Those guys are going to be running this in like 20 seconds, 30 seconds. But yeah, you can get some ammo back. I love the no flying build, and I'll definitely run only it. I mean, I like the no flying build just because it's simple. It's simple, it's easy, you don't have to think about it, you don't have to do anything. But in this map specifically, since flying literally doesn't matter, right? Like, the flying here literally doesn't matter. But, I mean, honestly, you can jump and do basically the same thing. You could honestly, you could probably just fly with this in here. It really wouldn't matter. Other than the ammo thing. Like, you can literally just fly right now, it's not gonna matter. Minus the fact that you're probably gonna miss a ton of fucking ammo. And that's gonna fuck you, so... That's going to be the biggest issue, is going to be the ammo. You could put on the ammo dog, though, right? You could put on the ammo dog and it'd be fine. Insufficient resource? Damn, that sucks. That sucks. If I had it set up for, like, more resource management, it wouldn't be so bad. Still need to touch ground to grab malevolent ammo. We'll try switching it out here in a second. We'll try it here in a second, but... How'd we do there? Probably okay. FN. 150, a little bit slower, but... Let's do manage fellow. Oh, I've got courage on, so it's fine. It's not bad. Yeah, the ascending armor. Well, yeah, but the ascending set's fucked up right now, so... It's the only downside right now, is the ascending set is just messed up. Dog's fine, but it's just slow to craft ammo. Yeah, I mean, as long as you're not burning through too much, you're probably okay. If you touch the ground every once in a while, if you're not over dashing, you're gonna be fine on the dash part, so. Biggest issue in here is everything is fucking red. I hate their radar. That was terrible. That was some fucking absolute ass fucking... I hate the fact that the whole radar is red. I don't know if it bothers you guys, but to me, the fact that the whole radar stays red the entire time makes it a lot harder. I wish the radar would just be red. I wish the radar would just be red wherever you were at. It's a good map for Jaber. No map's a good map for Jaber. Run out of ammo in Serena. How often to recover ammo more quickly? What build are you using? Like, what are you playing? Where are you doing it? Because Ascending Armory is typically how you would do it, but the Ascending Armory set's messed up right now. So, like, what are you trying to use? Are you trying to use Restored Relic? Or are you trying to use something that has, like, a better ammo drop rate? Because that's going to make a big difference. That's going to make a huge difference in what actually happens. Right now, Ascending Armory's bugged, basically. You're using Malevolent. Run through the enemies. Like, if you're using Malevolent and you're doing the same thing we're doing right now, make sure you path through the enemies. It's very easy for you not to path through the enemies. Like, if you're using my build,
Hey, listen.
if you're using my build from YouTube, you should be in the same situation I'm in, which I haven't really ran out of ammo unless I'm flying. If I'm on the ground the whole time, it's okay. If you're flying, then it's going to be a different issue because, again, you're not pathing over the ammo pickups. If you're not pathing over the ammo pickups, you're just kind of screwed. Like, you're gonna have to path over the ammo pickups. Like, that's gonna be required. If you're not doing that, you're gonna run out of ammo. The gun's just too hungry for them. Use the new launcher? Nunny. You only have to touch ground like once to pick up ammo, but that's because you use an ACG. Yeah, that makes sense. Dude, I'm not excited for the new launcher at all. Fuck, dude. Biggest issue is, like, I'm not like, everything's dying so fast that it's hard to find what to shoot at. I think you have to be outside of the group, because if you're inside of the group, it's almost impossible to see where it's at. How do you feel about Valby buff? Sorry, you just rejoined. I think they don't matter. If you hit enemies with your one ability, you can use your one for that. That's what we said earlier. Like, if you use that, you can get ammo back. You can use your one as well. Like, you can use your one to get ammo back. Nice butt, Serena. She did a good job. She did a good job. She grew it herself. But yeah, I mean, if you're curious about Serena, that's the other way to do it, right? Like we just talked about it earlier, but if you press I, go to your Descendant modules, look at your Sacred Fire. If you read down, it says, fires flame in the direction of crosshairs to deal damage and inflict repentance on hitting an, repentance. So if you hit an enemy with this, they get repentance. And then where it says repentance here, it says duration 15 seconds, continuous damage, basically doesn't matter. Rounds recovered on firearm attack, 10%. Can Serena not do damage on non-challenge Void Abyss? They weren't doing damage because they have the wrong build. What does it mean by daily missions? We just went over it. I'll show you where the daily missions are. Not made for this game. Enemies don't have attack patterns for flying enemies. Yeah, if you hit escape and you go in here, and this is like, you can see daily missions here. See this? This is a D for a daily mission. This is a daily mission. Complete Sigma sector or Void Vessel one time. That counts. Clear intercept battle one time. That counts as a daily. These are dailies as well. Go to the website, draw tickets. Go to the website, draw tickets. So it's the missions with green. Damn, MR29's not doing crazy damage. What nunny? How do you swap weapons? Alt F4. Alt F4, Sonic. Alt F4. A lot of people are being carried to VP 10 now. Oh, absolutely. There's going to be a ton of people getting carried to VEP 10 now because of matchmaking. There's going to be a lot of people that come to VEP 10 that are finally able to get like weapon cores, which is good for them, but they're just not going to have like optimized builds and stuff. So you're going to see a lot of that. Why if on controller? Alt F4 on PC, on Xbox, it's the power button. You need to swap weapons, you just have to get up and hold the power button in for 3 seconds. That should take care of it for you. 60 minutes being online to Invasion, 1 Sigma, 1 Colossus, 1 Void Vessel. There you go. I mean, I'll show you guys, like, if you're like, how do you do... If you're asking, let me go back to that. So if you're, I'm like really fucked right here because I'm like not doing what I need to do. After this, guys, let me go look at like Void Challenge. Let me go mess with the Maiden really quick. Let me go mess with the Maiden really quick. I'll show you guys what's happening and what's happening wrong and why it's happening. So like the question I just got asked was like, can Serena do damage to the non-challenge Ice Maiden? Right? So for the non-challenge Ice Maiden, if I go here, right? Someone else can join. That's fine. I'll bring some more people in here in a minute. So if I go here, thanks for the runs. I appreciate you. So like, watch. So if I go here and we go to this, we go to the Void Intercept battle for the Ice Maiden, right? And then we're going to do start private. I haven't done this in a while, so I can't remember, but this should be fine. Okay. I'm actually on the wrong rounds. I'm on chill rounds. I should be on fire rounds. I don't really care because it's not going to matter. It might take me an extra 1 second to kill the fucking boss. Serena can definitely do damage to the challenge Ice Maiden. Like, she definitely can.
Thanks for the follow.
There. So can she do damage to the challenge Ice Maiden? No. Absolutely not. She's worthless. You shouldn't bring her in. Hopefully that explains. So if you're seeing people that are going in and using Serena for the challenge Ice Maiden and they're not doing damage, it's just because they don't know how to run it. Right? They just don't know how. That was an 11-second run and I scuffed the fuck out of it. So, like, that should have probably been like an 8 or a 9-second run. Maybe even faster if I didn't fuck it up. But yeah, you can definitely do it. So if people are doing challenge Ice Maiden, or not challenge, but non-challenge Ice Maiden, yeah, burn her ass with just the AK. Run challenge Ice Maiden, not with Serena. I mean, I can run challenge Ice Maiden, but I don't want to. I just don't want to spend the 5 minutes running it. Right? Like, we've beat it. So, we've beat it numerous times. We've got YouTube videos on it. I just don't want to do it because it's just not fun. Right? Can you see if you got the daily mission registered? From what I understand, there's only 4 of them you can get right now, right? From what I understand, there's only 4 that you can do right now. And I've done 3 of them. I haven't done this one. The game needs an enhanced hair graphics option. You think so? I just haven't done the Sigma or Void Vessel. From what I understand, you can only do 4 of them today. But yeah, so yours counts. Yours is at 0.5. Are you doing them? Are you doing what it says? Clear an intercept battle, complete an infiltration, complete a mission. Yeah, I mean, most people's are counting. I'm not hearing that a lot of people's aren't counting, so I don't know what's... it must be a visual bug. Yeah, all done. Maybe it's just a visual bug. Yeah, it's probably just a visual bug then. But yeah, so I think it's fine. But yeah, if people are struggling to do the Ice Maiden with Serena, it's because they're doing it wrong. You need to run to hit the boss all the time. It's just annoying. It's just annoying to do the Challenge Maiden. I just don't have fun with it, so... If I had fun with it, I would do it, but I'm just not having fun doing it. So, if you don't have fun with something, why do it, right? Let's see. So max is 4 or 5, exactly. You would relay it to sport even if it's visual to you? Yeah, maybe they don't know about the bug, or maybe nobody is, like, talking about it, so... I don't think it'd hurt to, like, send it to them, if you don't mind. I don't like aliens, but Anise is hot. She cute. She be cute. Let me use the bathroom, and then we'll maybe get a couple people together. What time do we gotta leave today? That's why you wait. This is PG. Fucking Lamau. 4:30. Yeah, so I'll have to stop early and mess with it at some point. Let me use the bathroom, guys, and then we'll mess around. I'll see if anybody's wanting, if we can get, like, you know, a couple people to come in and run. See if we can get a couple people to come in and run with Serenas and just see how it feels with 4 Serenas. We'll run some 4 Serena and see how it feels. We'll do that for a little bit. Because I guarantee there's already people working on YouTube guides about how you should rebuild your Serena to run it. Do I have 4 people? Do I have 4 people or 3 more people that have no-fly Serena builds? Like no-fly Malevolent Serena builds that can run a couple runs with me just to see how it feels? I mean, I know not everybody's probably got it, but... I don't know if we've got enough people to run it or not. If you weren't at work, you would have one. Ah, it's sad. You do, but you're eating? Okay, I'll pub out with Serena and got another catalyst. You got one if you want. Do we have 4? If we don't have 4, you have a no-fly Serena build for Malevolent? I mean, as long as you guys have no-fly Serena builds for Malevolent, and if we have 4 people, then we'll try it. I just want to say, well, I need 3 people. What's a no-fly build? It's a build where you don't need to fly to do damage. A lot of people build, like, builds for Serena where you need to fly. You know, it's like build around, like, the last dagger and flying, or flying to do all the additional damage from multi-hit and shit. As compared to, like, the build that I use, you don't have to fly. You just run around and shoot. You have Serena no-fly? So if we've got 3 people with Serena no fly, you can backfill, no one joins. Must it be Malevolent? I'm just curious because it's like typically what we use. But for Tony and Deathstalker, that makes sense. I just want to see what 4 Malevolents would do. Because it's just a curiosity thing for me. Like, I just want to see how it would work, but I would need 4. If we've only got like 2 if we've only got 2 people, I can wait and do it here when we have 4. You'll join if no one else wants to join. Who all did we have? Who all did we have that have like a no-fly Malevolent build? It looks like Sable's got one. Speed might have one. And Syl has one. As long as it's all malevolent, I can invite you guys and we can do it. If not, I can always grab Rambo for a replacement for right now. I just want to see how it works. Deathstalker got deleted. Oh yeah. Serena with Escava. Here. I don't know how. Let me see if I can do it. Well, I can't do it solo, but here. I'll show you this. Presets. I'll do this really fast. While we're trying to figure out who all we got. Hopefully it doesn't take me a fucking eternity. Hopefully it doesn't take me an eternity to get a team. Not bad. You got Mal and Escava. What up, Kashi? Speed Rogue. I mean, as long as you got the build, that's all that matters. Like that's all I really care about. You can do that too. I could have done it faster. You can always do that. I could have probably done it faster. Got the one from Sins, not yours, but still doing damage. I mean, as long as it's a no-fly malevolent build, I don't really care. It doesn't have to be mine, as long as it is. Does it sound as good as the Escava? No, because it doesn't go Burt, you know? It doesn't go Burt. If it went Burt, then maybe. Presets. Alright, so who am I grabbing? Who am I grabbing? Later, Judge. Point where you have to lurk. I appreciate you, old man. Alright, let me look. So we had Rogue that was gonna come. Social. Party invite. And then we had Sable. If you've got it, send your stuff and I'll grab you. And I'm gonna go ahead and put I think I got Sable was gonna be first, and then Rogue, which I think we just got. So then I'll go ahead and put Syl in, and then if Sable's not here, I'll grab like either Rambo or Kennedy. So let me grab Syl. You gotta need to restart. That's fine. Add Firing Fiesta, Excalibur, go Burt. Yep. I just want to see how it. I just want to see how it feels. I just want to see how this feels. I want to see how this feels. I want to run it for a couple minutes, and then I might try just pubbing with. I might try pubbing for a couple minutes with Valby. Just because I want to see how Valby's gonna feel in a pub lobby. Does anyone know who peed in the pool? My dog. It was Sergeant Tickles. I'm blaming it on Sergeant Tickles. You got 4? It sounds like we might have 4 for right now. But I'll see how everybody is, because I don't know what everybody's builds are. Because I know one of the builds is Sin's no-fly build versus mine. I imagine they're close enough. But it's not gonna, like, if it's like a no-fly last dagger build, then it's not gonna be the same, right? Than just using like four of like our builds. So it won't be a 1-for-1 comparison. So I might have to rotate out, but I'm curious to see how it works. What are the Arche Tuning options I'm using? Just HP, just pumping HP. I could probably change some of this if I really wanted. It's close. It's just a hybrid since the HP cores, yeah. I could probably get rid of some of this. Like, I could probably rework some of this HP that I don't need. What cells down here? Is it an X? Is there anything in this X worth having? Probably not. Probably not. Is there anything in the X worth having? skill power, which the HP is more important there. Singular, that doesn't really matter. Dimensional. Skill power. Like, these aren't going to matter that much. Most of this isn't really going to matter that much. Most of that's not really going to matter that much. Especially like with this. The additional damage from the HP multiplier, you're not going to get much. Is it going to be worth running the HP? That's what I'm saying. Like, as long as you're over at 39k, you could probably knock some of this HP off. But I'm just not really seeing a great place to put it, unless you just wanted to put it on MP. Right? Like, as long as you're at 39k, that's all that's going to matter. Put it on gun damage. Yeah. Because, like, I can take that shield off. I can take this off. I can take this off. I can take this off. Probably take that off. I wish, and then, like, go to inventory. Am I really still at 43 even after changing that? I'm at 40 right there. I mean, yeah. Feel like you're missing some decent damage. I mean, putting it on weapons not gonna hurt. Really invested into. She's really strong. I'm trying to think. How many do I have? 14? But no, not sure whose build you use. That's fine. We'll sort it out. As long as it's close. As long as it's close, it's gonna be fine. Social. Party invite. I'm trying to see which way I want to go in this Arche Tuning tree. This is gonna give me 5%. This is gonna give me 2%. You're gonna need 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. You need 16 to get there. You could probably do it that way, right? And go for that gold. You probably just do this. The affinity advantage. Probably go like that. Yeah, I'm thinking you maybe go like that. Probably take that off and grab this. Leave this here. Duration, we're going to leave. Probably go like that, I think. Wish they would have left Serena's wings were hidden in town. You can turn them off. You can turn them off. You can go with the weak point route. To avoid the Colossus nodes. You can tweak a lot out of it. Yeah, you can get these. The accuracy is just kind of, I mean, not a big deal, but we making a new one. I'm just changing some of the Arche Tuning board up. Just changing the Arche up a little bit. Yeah, you can change it to where her wings are off in town. I mean, you could probably run some numbers to try to figure out what's actually best here. But you could probably make some pretty good changes. Just need to see if you need this duration. Because if you don't need this duration... Same way you remove their attachments, yeah. Because the question is, if you don't need this duration... If you don't need this duration, you could probably get a little bit extra firearm. You could go for this one. You don't really need it. With a lot of the tweaks, it doesn't have an impact. Because I feel like we had enough that it didn't really matter. We'll turn it off and see. What reactor roll does Serena need to do more damage? I mean, you don't, her reactor doesn't really have much impact. It depends on which build you're using. It depends on which build you're using. What, you guys think something like this? You think something like this? Let me go. Cooldown Endura. Yeah, we've got cooldown Endura on right now, but the rest of it doesn't matter. All the way to top left and defense neutralization. We're at 39 right now. Well, defense neutralization would help with their guns, but most of her damage isn't coming from the guns like that. Have you messed with Eugen at all? Just the proliferating allergy build that we've built. We haven't messed with him since then. Like, we haven't messed with him since then. I think as long as we have 100% uptime on this, we're okay, right? What did I miss? I'm curious what we were going to ask on the first, what my thoughts were. It's promising, but I want to see it. It's promising, but I want to see it in game. As long as I still have 100% uptime on my 4, we'll go find out really quick. As long as it didn't fuck my 4, we're okay. I just need to go look. We like this range here. We don't really, I mean, like, this stuff is nice, but you could take it off for these 3. And then you guys said you're putting neutralization up here, which is going to help with gun damage, right? What set would I recommend for Eugen? He's non-at, right? It depends on what you're building. If Eugen's non-attribute, which I think he is, and you're building proliferating allergy, then I'd probably put the mage set on him, but it's going to depend on your build. Dude, I'm trying to, like, speed think right now. I'm trying to decide if I need this. Because otherwise you're just putting the defense neutralization one in here, which is going to make gun damage do more, right? Probably do Haley and a healer and gun out. If you're doing a healer build on it, I've not built a healer build because there's no reason to have one. This gives me exactly the right HP. Customize. Hold on. We're getting ready to go in, guys. Give me a second. This is an M. Consumable. This. Where are my boxes? Where are my boxes? Here. Put Arche back up. I'll look at it in a second. Give me a second. God damn it, what's this called? The fuck is that noise outside? Defense neutralization, right? Helps a lot with skills. Well, it's minus 50% defense, which is like single, like just straight DPS. Right? Like, so your defense is like guns. And then everything else is skill damage. But with Serena, like, her skill damage, I don't think is fire. It's just straight damage, right? Or is it actually fire? Like, her 4, does it count as fire? Does her 4 count as fire? Or does it just count as, like, the additional damage? Is it just additional damage? It counts as fire? You mean the surge? Well, what I'm saying is, like, see Redemption's Judgment here, it's a fire skill. And then it says, like, additional damage, firearm explosion damage, damage multiplier. Does that count as fire damage and not just straight damage? Because if it counts as fire damage and not straight, there's no real resistance applied. That's what I'm assuming. To that particular part of the skill, it just bypasses resistances, right? like the additional damage goes outside of everything else, right, Hunt? It's both DPS and skill. It's based on firearm. Is her 4 still shredded? Yeah. I mean, either way, like, either way on the Arche tree, adding this, might help some. It's just going to be, because it says when landing a skill attack on an enemy with full HP, it's going to do it. So, like, wherever your bullets hit the first time. So, in theory, I fire my Malevolent, and then it procs off that skill damage. The propagation damage of that should inflict this debuff on everything around it. And you'll get some benefit from, like, other skills, like from the base part of her 4, which does fire damage, I'm assuming, and from, like, the bullet damage from the defense reduction. But the bulk of Serena's damage comes from her 4, the explosive, like, the additional damage dealt by the firearm modifier, multiplied by your HP. That is the bulk of your damage. So this will increase your damage, but it's just not going to be like some crazy amount, right? Fire damage skill, your weapon damage is like 1/10 of what her fire damage is, and then all of that is like outside of what her fucking 4's bonus damage is, because that was what Vash was like, dude, this is why it's broken, because like why it's broken is because of how that damage is calculated and then added on in the end, right? Like, that was where Vash was like, why the fuck would you do this? Because it doesn't make any sense. And then kind of to like Hunt's point, it doesn't seem like defense or anything really matters. It just bypasses a bunch of weird shit and just adds this big chunk of damage onto your bullet. So, like, this will help because we grabbed this and this, and because this is going to add us a little bit of damage, because all of that over HP did nothing for us. My reason is simple, because really benefits Malevolent, and HP is capped at, yeah, so just put the rest into defense. Well, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you, Johannes, that is probably the best use of those points. Other than adding on, like, you're going to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You're going to need 6 to get down here to this 2.6. And you don't have 6 from here. You only have 3. So, like, looking at it, you're really limited on choices to increase your damage any considerable way, right? Like, you could add maybe a couple, like, you could get maybe, like, these 2 firearm attack nodes here, and maybe, like, an affinity damage here. Like, you're not gaining a whole lot. So this is, like, a best choice. Because you get these additional 3 firearm here with your 3 points, instead of getting, you know, 2 of them here and then like an accuracy or some shit. And then you are getting some type of bonus. So you are gaining something out of it, even if it's not like an insane, something insane, right? If somebody like Hunt or somebody remove the ones from the range, you think take these off? Take that off, because we don't really need that. And add it to MP recovery. You would add it to the HP recovery modifier. It's HP recovery modifier. Wait a minute. Just take the 1 off. Or wait, remove this one. Hold on. You talking about going this way? I'm missing something. What cell? This one is just defense neutralization. Remove the nodes between those two. Remove the nodes from range to HP recovery modifiers. Can be these. Send a picture of how it would look like. Okay, because I'm missing something. I'm gonna sneeze again. Basically, that's what I thought you meant. That's what I thought you meant, but if you have max health components, you can get gold multi-hit. Since we can replace amp control with current build with max range. Yeah, you're basically, like, this is negligible, right? Being at, like, 38. Like, that's just because some of these aren't maxed, right? Like, I could max these out, and it'll make things. Max health component cores, you can get gold multi-hit. Yeah. So, 10, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then you guys are planning on going here. Is that the idea? Is that then you'll end up nabbing this as well? Because if I re-roll my components, I can get back to 39. Right? That's what you're saying, Sable? Is that what you're saying, Hunt? That this would probably be a better use then? Yeah. You got it. And then if you had max cores and you were still at 39, you could probably remove these and just run those 3 here if you want. An intercept battle, dude, it's big. You're at 35k with how yours is laid out. Yeah, you could probably remove these and add them here if you really want. Juicy. You could probably do those. There's probably a couple different things you could do, but you definitely would want to keep this because it's 42%. All right, guys. For multi-damage. I think, like, multi-damage is more for if you're running Last Dagger. Like, if you're flying. Like, if you're using Last Dagger, then you could probably... Versus using, like, Malevolent, right? Like, it's fine on Mal, but it's not anything crazy, right? Like, firearm critical damage is basically nothing. Your fucking multi-hit chance is 46%. With 20%, like, you're not gaining a whole lot out of it, but... Because the important part there is that the multi-hit triggers skills, right? So multi-hit's going to trigger skills. So multi-hit triggers skills. So you could grab this extra, like, this extra percent here just to help you out. But, all right, guys, ready? If I can re-roll to get high enough, because, like, the 35k, right? Ready? So I'm at 38k. It's basically negligible. All right, let's go see how it plays. Sable left. Since the bulk of the damage is from HP on her 4, I would suggest omitting gold firearm attack route and move towards crit hit damage. Wait, what? I might have to get somebody because we just lost somebody. Bulk of her damage is from her HP on her 4. You would suggest omitting the gold firearm attack route and move towards crit damage. You dropped. It's okay. But like right now, to like the crit damage side, like my Malevolent does no crit damage. Right? I would have to rebuild my Malevolent to do crit damage. Unless I'm just missing something. Unless I'm just missing something on how the 4 is going to interact. Like, and how the 4 is going to interact with the weapon. Just costing more, so just grabbing those additional 5. The crit damage is for last dagger on Glay, so you can add more. So it's to round the build out. Liking this nerd stream, you guys have some deep research. These guys do good, since you're always using the dagger in the last way. Let me take these off for right now. And then run crit. Crit rate, crit damage. You're running crit rate, crit damage. And then going like this. Heavy 4th Eve? That makes sense. Because you're building it for a robust. You're building it to be more robust. While we're waiting for our teammate, I'm going to go re-roll some components to see if I can get to 39. Because if I can get to 39, I can get that second firearm attack if I want, right? I can get that second purple firearm attack, but I need to be at 30. I need to be at 39k on my HP. Right? If I'm 39k on my HP, then let's go with or get the purple multi-hit. That's probably the better play, is the purple multi-hit chance. 36, 37, 36, 36. That's actually probably the play. Let's go with this. Let's go with this. We need 36.5, so let's see what we can get here. Now I think about it, Abyss Deathstalker will be heavy in debuffs to cater to Eugen. You think so? I think that one of two things will happen. The Abyss Deathstalker, they're going to treat it the exact same way they did the Abyss Ice Maiden. In which case, it's just going to get run over by Serena, and then they're going to make it to where it's hard for Serena. You got to go. That's fine. It's all good, man. We can rotate some people in. I got some people. Did I miss you? I always miss you, Ecto. Cores and Sigma feel so good. And the 400s. I mean, it's definitely a nice place to pick them up if you didn't have them before, right? Some are there, but some aren't. Well, I don't understand why some of them wouldn't be there. Unless they're... Well, which ones are they? Are they purple? And not gold? Your Slayer set isn't showing up? Your Slayer set isn't showing up. You can't send a bug report? I have no idea what would be causing that. Check if you have the filter on. If you didn't favor it, your dog could have scrapped it. Yeah, make sure it's there and make sure you don't have any weird filters on. That's definitely probably the first two things to check. Those are probably the first two things to check. There's no filter. Yo, Kennedy, thank you for the alert. Yeah, that sounds really fucking weird then. You're lost? I mean, that's odd. You have a preset applied with the set? It feels bad when you do 21 rerolls and get nothing. That's my life, right? That's all of our lives at this point. Let's roll a couple more, and then I think I'm going to have to try to see if Hunt's around. Oh, these are 9s. Wait a minute. What the fuck? What in the fuck? Ah, fuck. I see what I did. They're the wrong goddamn color. I'm literally retarded. You're around? Okay, we'll grab you to run. I just want to see... I want to see, I just want to try to see how it feels with a handful, right? With like a handful. You just figured it out, so what happened? Wrong cores? Yeah. I'm fucking retarded. Where are you? What do you mean, where am I? What machine? This one? This one here. What machine does the cores? This one. You said it, not me. Wrong cores? I did say wrong cores. This machine does them. You just got spoils from 400. They've been in there for a little bit. It's just a really low drop chance. It's just a really, really, really low drop chance. Same ones that does the weapons. It's this one here. It couldn't be upgraded anymore. If you max them, you can't upgrade them anymore. Like if you're upgrading them to try to get their gold rolls up, once you max them, you can't select them anymore. Bro, I'm gonna go through 100 of these and not get a single fucking increase. Haven't been on in a minute. It's okay, man. We all have those moments. That's why we work on shit together, right? 36-6, 36-6. That was a hard choice. All right, I'm gonna grab Hunt, and then we're gonna run these because I could sit here all day and not get an increase, right? And that's probably what'll happen. I'll probably go through hundreds of cores and not get a single increase. Wasn't it somebody was telling me the other day Mandy went through 400 cores to get a max? Yeah, 800 to get one max rolls. Yeah, I think you're basically just kind of fucked. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about it. What's the best way to farm weapon cores? 400s? No, VP 10. You run out of money first? That's probably true. That's probably gonna be true. If you want to get weapon cores, you want to run Void Erosion Purge 10s. Those are going to be the fastest way to get level 10 cores. It's by far the fastest way to get level 10 cores. Skill cost, fire rate. I think this is still the setup here. I think this is fine. I think this is the build. You mean the mats to make the cores? The metal? Probably regular Ice Maiden, right? Does regular Ice Maiden still drop the most, or did they take them away? I'm literally trying to remember right now. Because you want metal frags. So like you want, let me go library, miscellaneous. You want core material. What's the material? I don't want to give you the wrong info, but my brain is just like you want these purge because they still have a ton to accommodate it. Yeah, purge is going to be great because it drops these and then you turn those into cores. So purge gives you a ton of those, which you can then turn into the cores. So 400s drop 150 means the barrel looking things. The like actual weapon cores. Yeah. To like put the actual like core on it. You guys ready? But yeah, run Purge. If you're trying to do anything with weapon cores, Purge is going to probably be your best bet. Purge is going to be your best bet because it's designed around giving you a ton of things for weapon cores. 400s too, since they do the frags, yeah. If you struggle to do Purge, like you're still struggling to do Purge, then you can do 400s, but if you can do Purge, then Purge is going to be where you want to be. Because it'll give you those, and you can turn those into cores, and you can take those and put them on your weapon, so... unless you're talking about, yeah, the, like, core amps, which is, like, a whole different thing. Can't believe you're on the wrong machine all day. It happens to the best of us. You're powering through 10s now? Yeah. Thanks for the follows, guys. We'll keep them anonymous, so if you're just hanging out, chilling, and relaxing. No, I appreciate you. You want to speak up and get to know me in the community? Have a good night anyway. Thanks for the follow. So... we'll cook this. Hunt got a new fucking spawn in. Here we go. Let's see how we do. Dude, the fucking banding is real right now, boys. Just trying to figure out where to even fucking shoot is the biggest issue. Do you think using something over matters? You saw your video. As long as it's just shotgun. You can use a executor, you can use Smith. Either one's going to do the same thing. The Smith is like technically a better shotgun, but I just prefer the executioner personally. But they're both effectively going to do the same thing. Like using Smith over executioner is it's just a personal preference. You're talking about like maybe taking like half a second longer to kill. So dude, the biggest issue right now is the banding from like shit dying and spawning in. That's the biggest issue. The biggest issue is like finding where shit is. You like the Smith too, but your X. It's whichever one works. As long as you can set up your shotgun to do exactly what our shotgun does, then you'll be fine. Because it's all about getting those hits off. That's like literally what it's about, and the only thing that it's about. Right? Like that is literally the only thing that matters. The burnout sucked here. The burnout just sucked there. The burnout's what took that so long. I think you could do 130s. I think you could do 130s pretty easy. The burnout there was just unfortunate. We lost, I mean, it probably took like 20 seconds, 30 seconds to do the burnout. A few good places to grind gold. Unfortunately, Void Erosion 3rd's a great spot, or Spec Ops. Just depends on which one you can do easier. Spec Ops is great for gold. Parts like, yeah, some weird like rubber banding issues. Man, it's just fucking so bad. Yeah, you do your daily, yeah, do your invasions too. Don't forget those. Don't forget your invasions. Make sure you're doing your invasions. That's easy gold every day. Like, no questions asked. still alive. Did the devs make what easier? This? I mean, it was never really hard, but I mean, this map is just so fucking easy. Like, it's so fast to traverse that is what sort of like makes it better. Like, the traversal on this map is so fast that, the traversal on this map is so fast that it makes it insanely easy to burn through. So because you can traverse this map really, really, really fast. This is room 10. Yeah, the map rotations. 51. Damn. I don't know what's going on. We were running at like 130 earlier. Maybe it was just somebody else that had a better build than me. Still, though, you're cooking. Still, though, it cooks. I mean, it's easy to run. I mean, it's easy to farm. Is there a new spread to these? You can try using dagger over Mao. I mean, I'll run my dagger and see, because my dagger's not. I might have to change some shit on my dagger, but we'll see. I mean, your dagger's set up, so you can try it if you want, but. I don't think mine has the range, but it'll work. I might need to like make some minor tweaks to my dagger, but might need to make some minor tweaks to my dagger, but we'll look at it and see. Biggest issue is just trying to find the fucking enemies. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely like trying to get your tab up and making sure you're actually shooting, because like shooting the small enemies is like a waste of time, right? Shooting anything that's not a big yellow bar is a waste, because everything that's not a yellow bar will just die, right? The second half of the burnout that's killing it. Your dagger's so much smaller. Stage 10 was always weak to eyes. It's just the layout that'll change. Yeah, absolutely. How much do I need to change on my dagger, Hunt? Make it Anthony's. I could probably find Anthony's picture. Probably find where Anthony had the really good dagger build. Just need to find it. Because I haven't seen 3 for a while either. Honestly. I just thought about that. I haven't seen 3 for a while. Taking a break till season 3. Yes, Yes, to Anthony the other day. I mean, that checks. I don't blame him, though. You know. I don't blame him. Action and reaction, fire rate. Concentration priority, which is on here. Weak point sight, which is on here. Better concentration is here. Have aiming is here. Overwatch, over firing Fiesta. Over firing Fiesta. Okay, Overwatch, over firing Fiesta. Chill enhancement, chill priority, and better insight.
Oh my. It's a sub.
Yo!
Thetan,
Thetan, thank you for your prime, mate. Thank you for the support. Thank you for supporting me, and thank you for supporting the channel. I definitely appreciate that, mate. Thank you very, 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 very much for the support. I feel like it needed the mag on it, though. I feel like what I'm looking at's an older build. I feel like it needed this, but then this should be what, chill? Got your back, Jack? I appreciate you. I feel like this should be chill. Am I fucking wrong? He has the 150 mag and the 20 fire rate. That makes a difference. Yeah. I've got the 150 and the fire rate here. So, I've got the 150 and the fire rate on it. So then you've got this. So this just needs to be a chill damage. Because I'm missing like a couple chill. He has chill priority and chill enhancement. He's gonna want the 2 chills. I could put 1 chill here. I don't know where the other chill needs to go. I need to take something off to make it happen. Oh, mag. Because he went with the chills. That makes sense. Let's just put a chill here really quick. Let's just put a C here. To put a chill on it because it doesn't have chill. So we can go like that. Alright. Why do I feel like he went with like multi-hit at one point? Maybe just dumb. I don't know. We'll try it. I'm ready to go back in. I'll try it with we'll try the last dagger and see if it helps, but I feel like there were some multi-hit changes that were done. The one you got was from lids. How much different was lids? It has multi on it. See, I thought it had multi. The one I got, I think, is an old build. Because I thought they said they were running multi-hit instead. Can view your character for the build. Chill, chill. This. Critical hit damage, critical hit damage. Basically took off the critical hit rates and put multi-hit on it. Essentially. And then firing Fiesta. Okay. Also, substats are a little bit different. I'll have to look. Because I don't think I can make some of these changes. Some of these changes I can't make without doing like a lot of like some of these changes I just can't make right now, which is fine. I'll just have to redo my dagger. It's fine. I'll just have to mess with it. Multi-hit's too low to spec on the dagger. It is and it's not. On Serena, you can get away with it, but it's technically for flying. Like, it's technically for flying, but you're trying for the multi-hit rate and less about the damage, right? But like the gun doesn't have anything on it right now. Mine doesn't because it's fucked up. So you're not gaining anything off of it, unlike here where you're getting multi-hit chance at 46%. Mine's not getting anything right now. It needs to be built into. Because it's less about the multi-hit damage and it's more about the multi-hit rate. It's all about the rate. So, I just need to respec my dagger tomorrow. I need to respec my dagger, but honestly, like the multi-hit, like it's still working fine with Malevolent. It's just a little different. Because it's just not about doing the... You guys ready to go back in? We'll run a couple more. Because the whole idea is to get the additional hits, to get the additional procs on your 4. right? Because the whole thing about Serena is her damage comes from her 4, and you need a bunch of range on it, right? So if you're using like Last Dagger, the range is super important because it doesn't have the blades that go out. So, all right, let's go. What cores am I running on my executor? You don't see it in the Ice Maiden video? Give me a second, guys.
작업대원들이 고생이죠. 갑자기 카일님의 아르케가 발현될 줄 누가 알았겠어요?
The weapons,
additional skill.
There's the AK.
Critical hit damage. Be pretty close on your MP. So having all of the extra rounds in the gun up front just makes it easier to take out the enemy and not spend your time dashing.
There's a separate one. Well, if you like, I'm gonna do this really quick because we're gonna go do this. But like, if I look at this, where's my other video? Give me a second. Give me a second, chat. If you're like watching this video, like if you're watching this video, I'm just really close when I'm shooting mine compared to you. We talk about
Like you're shooting
relic
executor. This is what I'm running.
So
on mine.
here's the executor.
You can try using smithereens
in the build. So if you're on the 4-second video,
similar to this,
here's the executor,
and just putting it on your smithereens. This is relic.
Here's the restored
only
relic
because of its ease of use.
And then I specifically call out on this video.
Link in the video.
I specifically call out in this video that this video is specifically for people that have seen this video, because this video builds on information from this video. But I do put the executor build right here, and I put the restored relic video right there. So hopefully that helps. But if you're looking at the 4-second video, here it was. I didn't look at the challenge mode video, but those should all be in there. When the new Hangman comes out, Luna with 3 crit Keelans, it's going to be cracked. You got skill issues for flying? I mean, I think you can do fine without flying. Let's run a couple more, guys, before I have to go for the day. Try to check the first one. Both of the videos have the build in there if you look through them, because I just double checked both videos. Same, you struggle flying. It just doesn't feel really great for me, so I prefer not to fly, but you could make a use case for flying on this particular map, but the problem is I think you're building a build for one map, right? Like you're building a build for when this map comes up in rotation, and when this map is out of rotation, then you're kind of just like whatever. What an update. Not really much happened with it, honestly, other than like Purge being more accessible to a lot of players. But short of like the accessibility for Purge, I don't think there was really that much to this for most people, because like most of the updates, like most of the changes to the Descendants were for like underutilized kits, and the buffs are still not enough to make those kits viable, you know? So
Personally, you guys can tell me if you think something different though, but you guys feel like it was something different, but and then they broke things, right? Which is typically what happens, is they fucking break things every time. So like the Ascending Armory set just doesn't work right now, so now you've got that whole thing to contend with. What are my final thoughts on the update? What do I like and what don't I like? I mean, the move speed on Bunny is nice, I guess. Other than that, I mean, the changes to Purge are going to make things a little better for people. The changes to Purge are probably the best things. Most of the update is not really a W to me. It's not a W, it's not an L. It's just a non sequitur. Wish she was actually able to fly. If she was actually able to fly, I'd be much, much happier. I actually think it's a little bit harder to burn the boss out because of where it is. Because in the previous map, you could stand beside it, like below it, and shoot yourself up, which kept you closer, which helped with like damage drop off. Movement speed on Glaze and Mini W. I mean, it's if you're using things that are just like not, you know, like not really crazy. If you're using some of these other builds, it's gonna feel okay. I wonder if my last dagger's not even really benefiting from me flying at all for that like burnout. Since it already doesn't have multi-hit on it, me jumping up in the air might not affect it at all right now until I put multi-hit on it. I would imagine that it's adding to it because it's just like a 50% increase is just base, so like that should be additive, so all weapons when you fly should get 50 unless the 50 adds to 0. Even if the 50 adds to 0, it's still a plus, right? So like 0 plus 50 is 50. So it's not like it's multiplicative where 0 times 50 is 0, right? So it should still be working. The move speed on Glay is nice, but like nobody's really using Glay right now, so I think that, yeah, for the most part, it's just kind of what it is. It's not going to bring anybody back. I'm not going to say you need to make any changes to any of your builds because of the change, right? Like, there's no build that you're going to need. Like, you're not going to make a shock nuts build or anything like that. At least you shouldn't. So, there's nothing that made any real big change. I carried a lot of people to 1 to 30. Jesus. There it is. All right, boys. I'm gonna take us back to town. We'll mess with this some more tomorrow or something. I'm gonna take us back to town. I appreciate you guys coming in for the runs. You get about 2 minutes. I think if everybody was able to fly for the burnout, we might gain an additional 10 seconds. It's nothing too crazy. I'll mess with my last dagger. Stream ending? I think so. Unfortunately, I would like to go later, but I have a wedding that I have to go to today. So I'm gonna have to end so I can get ready to go to this wedding. And then tonight I'm gonna have to work on YouTube videos because I want to make. I think I need to start working on a video to get something out for the update. So I need to probably work on a video when I get home or tomorrow morning so I can have one out for tomorrow. It was fun. Thanks for the invite. Not a problem, guys. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for hanging out. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the stream. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the stream. Hopefully you guys enjoyed our thoughts on what we were talking about with the update. But guys, unfortunately, this is where I'm going to have to end it. But thank you guys for being here, because I've got some YouTube shorts I got to do. I've got some videos. I've got a lot of YouTube shit I got to do. It's just unfortunate that I'm losing 2 days on this, but we'll make it work. Retrieval of the 2, but it doesn't even really help you that much. Like, it feels good, but it doesn't feel that good. You know what I mean? Basically, the update was meh, right? Bunny is about the only benefactor, and even then, I think it's very minor. Everybody's able to move over 1,000. You know, everybody's able to break the move speed cap now, so that helps, but that only helps a couple. Honest to it, stellar. Gotcha. All right, guys, I gotta head off of here. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for the support. Thank you guys for hanging out. Is Bunny still live? Is Bunny still live? Send you guys over to Bunny if Bunny's still alive. Is Bunny still alive? Oh, Bunny's not live. All right, guys. Well, guys, I'm gonna hop off of here. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for hanging out. As always, guys, I love you guys, and I will see you guys all tomorrow. Take care. Love you guys.